Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and surfboat fans of Australia. We're here today for finals day. We're joined at the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships hosted by Tugun Beach at the wonderful Kira Beach, and I'm joined by Tom and Tash this morning. We've got a bunch of races to get through, starting with the reserve grade male there on screen, and we'll jump into this. This is the first race of the day, and that's on screen. It looks like the Williamstown boat in Alley 4. There's the field for the first race. There's nothing in it there. You see, we're straight into the racing. And in Alley 1, you've got Talladega Nights. In Coogee Suns picking up a run here in 2. In Alley 3, Palm Beach, Peppers. In Alley 4, the Williamstown crew. And up in Alley 5, the Cottesloe Charmers look like they've got a little length on this field. And it looks like the conditions have thrown a few more bumps and lumps at the field today, guys. And what a day of racing. The sun's out. There's the North Cottesloe Charmers getting it done. We think it's 4 going through in this first race. And there's the crew for North Cottesloe getting it done in this first heat. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Tash.
Good morning, Phil. It's been fantastic to watch and listening in over the past few days here as these 4 crews now coming towards the end of the line, trying to find that extra little spot here.
Wow.
It'll be very tight. I think Talladega Nights have managed to come in second there, but we'll have to look at live heats and see when the results come through.
There was nothing in that first race. It looks like a pretty even course. I know it's been on a lot of people's lips, this course, but the officials are doing a great job, as are the organisers, and it's great to be here, Tash. Look at that sun shining down in beautiful Queensland.
Yeah, I know. It's the first day we've had of full sunshine, so it's a beautiful way to kick off our Saturday racing and get into the finals. So we're starting to get to the exciting part of the program. We're down to one area, so bit more of a bit of a more vibe on the beach, a bit more excitement now as we're starting to build. And yeah, we'll be heading down to the beach shortly to start doing some interviews. We'll bit of roving might catch up with people. I'm going to take Big Tom from Maroochydore down with me.
He's been doing a great job up here in the box, Tommy, but we're looking forward to you guys getting to know some of these great competitors, some of whom have been competing for many, many years. Mr. Don McManus in his 50th year of sweeping this year, he's still going on screen there. We're looking at Heat 2 of the elimination for reserve grade male.
Queenscliff Reese Lightning's on screen at the moment there as we start to get ready. We can sort of see we're sitting, I believe, in the south area, so the sandbank's gone out a little bit more as we've seen over this weekend.
They're walking out to the bank, Tom, for the start. Tate, beg your pardon. And we'll run through the start list of this second heat. In Alley 1, we're going to have the South Kilkeel Blaze of Glory. In Alley 2, the Janjuk Fennel Hellmen. In Alley 3, Freshwater Team A. On screen there's now Alley 4, Allura Wilco, that's Mr. Grant Wilkinson. In Alley 5, we have Era the Marts, that's from the southern tip of Sydney branch, the Era Surf Club in the Royal National Park of Sydney. And then, as you said, Reese, Queenscliff, I beg your pardon, Tate, the Queenscliff Reese Lightnings. Reese boys in that Reese crew, and yeah, guys, look at this. That looks like a nicer start line today.
Oh, much better than what we've had. And the challenge will be as that tide fills in and we go back to racing off the beach, and you can already see between the beach, we've got that deep gutter, and it's not an even gutter. So that's where that challenge comes in. But at the moment, this is what we want to see. It's good fair starts, and the finish line as well is much straighter with the wave. So that's what we're really aiming for, so that if you're on the wave together, each crew's got the same opportunity to have a crack at that finish line.
To find that finish line. So we're about an hour and 15 minutes away from the bottom of the low tide, and we'll keep you posted through the day.
Got a few board paddlers out there watching the boats. Might be some future boaties there.
Yeah, everyone wants to be part of the action. And Yeah, as we said, conditions perfect for finals day. And their away tape.
You sort of see from the bottom, from the bottom of the screen, South Kirkhill Blades of Glory, Jan Juck, Fennel Hellman in 2, Allura Team A in 3, Allura Wilco in 4, the Year of the Marts in 5, and Queenscliff Reese Lightnings in 6. It's a pretty even start for these crews. There's a few little lumps coming through.
Yeah, that's
nothing
excellent.
too troubling for these crews as they're going to go through top 4 from these reserve men elimination finals here to go through to the quarterfinals. So it's going to be very tight cuts in very quick succession here.
Yeah, well, we're here to race in finals, and all those rowers out there often know the first race on the Saturday is one of the hardest to get through. Everyone's amped up, everyone's got spring in the step, and the first race of the day can make or break your weekend. So, as we see them out the screen, closest to the screen here is the South Kirkhill Blades of Glory, probably just drifting off the leader's pace up here in Alley 1. You see out in Alley 4, that's the Allura Wilco team. They're setting a nice pace with Era next to them on the right-hand side, and Queenscliff Reese Lightnings just with the angle of that drone probably slightly in front. There's a great shot there. You can see those lumps coming through the course, which is excellent. It's a lot more lively than yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's glassed off a bit more, but we've still got those little bumps coming through, which will make for much better commentating.
Yeah.
But for the rowers as well in the sweeps, it's nice to have something to chase.
You see those runners coming straight around from the turning can there. So all crews going in, bar South Curly, all pretty even. That's Allura there. The Allura Wilcos.
Kyneton with a good viewing spot there, sitting at the cans.
All boys.
You can sort of see now Jan Juck starting to make a little bit of a play, getting on that first little run straight out of the cans. Those boys will be using those swells to come through here as they start to put on a little bit more pressure. The boys from the Surf Coast down in Victoria.
See up in Alley 6 there, chasing hard is the Queenscliff Reese Lightning on a little bubble.
Oh, it's great to see runs across the course.
Yeah.
A bit behind them there. The Queenscliff Reese Lightnings sitting in Alley 6, sitting on the wave just a little bit in front. As Jan Juck starts now to pick up, waiting for this little swell to build under them.
Watch Allura Wilco here. I reckon they're going to be onto something in a second. He'll call a heavy stroke, and then they'll have a lift.
Well, they're all coming from everywhere, and it's going to be decided right on the line. That's Matthew Sheridan there with the Reese Lightning trying to pull over the front of this one. He stepped back over the chocks to brace himself, and he looks pretty good. But it's going to be 5 out of the 6 crews on the finish line here, and it's not done yet because you see in the background up near Alley 6, there's the tower. The line they're searching for. Sadly, I think South Kirkhill's out of this one, but all other 5 crews, we can't tell you who's safe there. We think it's Alley 4, 5 and 6 to go through, and potentially between Jan Juck and then Alley 3 was the Freshwater Team A.
Very close
so
racing.
We will wait for the judges on that, and with this low tide, those races are the shortest they're probably going to be today, so it's a real sprint. But the conditions, as we said, look perfect. You see that gutter there onto that bank.
Good if we could stay on the bank all day, wouldn't it? We need like a bit of a dodge tide.
I think anyone over 6 foot would appreciate starting on the bank, but the rest of us, guys, this next heat is an absolute humdinger for the reserves. In Alley 1, we're going to have Maroochydore Force. In Alley 2, there they are, one of the fancied reserve grade crews in the country, the Avalon Beach Pinkies. Tash put it on them at ASRL after they won that. They've told us they're going up to A grade.
Yep, enjoy it, boys. This is about your 3rd to 4th last race in Resi's.
There is the Freshwater Welsh Dragon with Mr. N.R. Perry on board at the back of those. They're in Alley 5. And in Alley 3, Mermaid Beach, we've seen the Red Boat with Marty Fletcher. Then up the other end there, Palm Beach Pelicans in Alley 6.
Is a true humdinger. We've got three finalists from the ASRL in this race here today, and it's Avalon Beach Pinkies taking out a state gold at the New South Wales State Championships a few weeks ago.
They're on the money at the moment.
Different crew. So one of the boys, Maddie's gone out with a sore back, so he actually didn't race state or this weekend. So even with Matt coming out with a back injury, they were able to slot someone in and still take out the state titles. So
there they are on screen, and I think the replacement rower might be their second stroke.
Yep.
The rest of them all familiar with each other, and I mean, he's no slouch if they've gone and taken off for state gold.
Yep.
So we've got Marty Fletcher on board there now with the Mermaid Resis. So we're getting a bit of, oh no, look at that awful check starters flag. No. Well, Frank told me he was going to do this.
Phil's going to walk
and
off.
I'm going to go to the 37th edition, and I don't think that's a regulation flag, so I'd be protesting anything there. But anyway, they're away. So Don's just coming out here. The replacement for the Avalon boys was in the 2002, 50 years of age. There he is, powerhouse. So he's not out of place in this reserve grade crew. Knows how to do it. And there is our co-commentator, Tommy's old crew. Would have been in that boat. He's in the second bow seat. You see the big lump of a man there replacing him. They've replaced a 130 kilo man with another 130 kilo man. So Megsy will be happy for the balance, but Big Tom would be a loss, and they've stepped up to up to reserve grade. So all crews getting out pretty even there, but you see an alley 2 just with the edge on the field there is the Avalon Beach Pinkies. So there they are on screen there now. Nathan Welling's on the back.
We've seen it so many times at these national events here, Avalon Pinkies going through, being undefeated so far in the round and the elimination final that we saw on Thursday. And they're sort of getting that lean back. There's a lot of power going for that boat, as we see on the right of screen there as they're heading towards the turning cans. And even starting to angle in just a little bit now.
We did see with Matt having to jump out and the replacement jump in, body movement's not quite the same with the new guy, but he is getting it done in the water. And you can see them heading into turn 2 there. Alley 2, just half a boat ahead of the mermaid crew in alley 3, Marty Fletcher.
Good turn.
And the rest of the field turning. So we've got 6 in this. There's Palm Beach. 4 to go through, Tate.
4 to go through in this 5 boat here with the Palm Beach Pelicans on screen at the moment. Looking, just trying to find a wave little start building under them now. But Avalon still sitting well in front, but Mermaid Beach Resi sitting in alley 3 next to them. Just letting them know that they're there, that they're ready to go here. Maroochydore Force as well. Their nose is starting to go up a little bit, but the waves are going to be building under them in alley 1.
Well, we've only had 2 races, but I'm not sure if I like alley 1 already. Just have gone in not too bad. They seem to have come out a little bit behind. So we'll keep an eye on that when the tide changes. And it's pot luck, these draws, so you don't get to choose. But the field are coming from everywhere, and it's great to see the sun out, and it's even better to see a little bump on the water just to give these boats a fair chance. And as Tash said, it's coming across the whole field.
Yeah, so Palm Beach, I think, are taking it to them. You can't see them on screen at this stage, but far right, I think Palm Beach are giving it a bit of a nudge. They're possibly all going to pull a couple on this wave. Avalon in a bit of a hole here. They're just struggling, got a bit of dead water. And I think it's Palmy on the far right of screen. 3, 4, 5.
Good call from Unitash. The Pelicans managed to catch that little wave going through all the way, sitting comfortably now in first in front of Avalon. And it looks like there was going to be a bit of a chance here for trying to get into those 3rd and 4th places across these 3 crews in Maroochydore, Mermaid and Freshwater. We'll sort of keep a rough eye on those when those come back in with Palm Beach Pelicans on screen, taking away a win from the Avalon Pinkies.
So 4 to go through, and just recapping the round 2 results there, we've seen Allura Wilco getting the places in first. In second was Queenscliff East Lightning. In third was Era the Marts, and then Freshwater Team A in fourth. So missing out in that earlier race was the Janjuk team and the South Curl Blades of Glory.
Okay, Janjuk looked good, didn't they, at the start?
Sure did, Annette. Look who it is on screen.
In the line.
The man,
the king.
Mr. Don McManus.
Look, it's deep through
He's
that gutter,
hoping
isn't
that
it?
he'll be finding his way to a bank soon. Got Maxie in the bow, Dave Feely in second stroke. Johnny Beaumont there. Dave Feely in second bow, Johnny Beaumont second stroke. And Jimmy Quirk at the stroke. There's the Evoca team on screen now.
The Cheese Dogs.
This is a hot race, let me tell you. In alley 1, we're going to have Queenscliff Major A's. In alley 2, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. In alley 3, the North Narrabeen Smokos. In alley 4, the Evoca Beach Cheese Dogs. In alley 5, South Maroubra Maverick with Jules LaRosa. They're having a good carnival, the Maverick, and they've been flying. So keep your eyes on them for the next race. Alley 6 going to be the Warhope Bonny Hills Nightmares. So getting through these races, there's the Burleigh team on board. And we see now moving into the fourth heat. 2 to miss out. There's Warhope, the Nightmares.
33 crews from the reserve grade male have entered the arena this weekend, cutting down from I think 71
Yeah. Yep.
across the two areas. So this is the cream of the crop that we're going to be having for your screens and your viewing pleasure for today and tomorrow.
Great start line there. There's the Mavericks on board.
For better flag for you as well, Phil.
That's more like it. Yep. Well, those South Maroubra boys, most of them are Rabbitohs supporters. Stayed with Donnie Cottrell last night. He's a mad Rabbitohs supporter, and didn't he let me know about the result? So you got to let him have his moment. The Mavericks now, guns up. See out the screen, there's just bumps coming under the boats there now. Starter will try and get everyone away on an even start. It's exciting, guys.
Yeah.
It's a bit nerve-wracking.
Good to see an even start. It's so nice. I mean, the fifth crew along, I think, are opting to stay back that little bit. They're just pushing out now.
Yeah, that's the Mavericks. Jules isn't the tallest sweep, so again...
I feel his pain.
We all feel his pain, and we just want him to get in and go. I think on these races, when I'm sweeping, I'm in before the rowers, to be fair.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's
because
pushing the boat
I'm not missing out. Yeah, no.
One step and you're gone.
Can't do it without us.
Times I'll just wail, I call it wailing into the boat, just like launching myself in and then finding my legs to try and...
Worry about it later.
Yeah.
So the gun's gone. There's McManus in like a spring chicken. Look at him go. 50th year of sweeping, and he steps over like a dancer, straight over the front of those quarter bars, and they're going to perform well, these North Narrabeen Smokos. But they're all in this race, and you see there now, little bumps going through the course as they head out towards through the gate cans.
Very interesting to sort of see the evoke of Cheese Dogs getting out a little bit in front, getting a nice start off the beach, but the other crews are going to start to catch up to them, especially the Queenscliff Major A's.
Just making a move now, they are.
Trying to get a bit of a sense, as we see there, the Cheese Dogs on screen.
Good long length there, and that's with Matty Mitchell on the back. And he's an excellent sweep, Tash. Probably should go and have a chat to Matty or Don later.
Yeah, I saw Matty
Learn
out
a
for
bit about that Evoca Club. They're going well.
He was having a little stroll along the promenade this morning, so at about 5:30 he was having his little walk. I saw him yesterday morning too, so he's getting up and moving before the day.
Getting his zen on,
Yep.
no doubt. So, as you see the field there, just one crew sort of slipping out the back, and that's Alley 2 in Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. But look at all those runners through the course, and they're coming from everywhere, so if you're good enough and you get the right bounce at the right time, you're going to do it. And there's the Mavericks on screen on the right-hand side. They're up in Alley 5. La Rosa steady there. Good technique from the boys. Good, strong positions. They're going in and around, and there's nothing in it with Queenscliff and Alley 1, probably just getting the jump on them.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Evoca Beach, the three crews at the back end, Evoca, South Maroubra and the Warhot Bonny Hill Nightmares going around in 2, 3, 4 respectively. It's going to be a very tight race into the finish. It'll be interesting to see if the North Narrabeen Smokos and the Burleigh Heads Slow Brew start to pick up.
Well, they are, Tate, as you say that. They've got to run underneath them, and there's the Smokos lifting, and you look at that wake off the back of that boat.
What's behind Queensy though?
Here we go. DD and his Major A's in reserve grade.
It's going to be very interesting to sort of see, as Tash said, the waves start to build behind under Queenscliff now, especially that back one.
There's a wave up for Alley 6 too, so as they're coming through the gate cans, this is going to be another rib tickler of a finish. 2 to miss out. See the Mavericks chasing up in 5, doing a good job.
Starting to see now, crews head towards the gate cans, starting to get a bit of a run on. Looked like they was going to try and get a bit of Slow Brew sitting in there.
All trying to get over it.
Smokos.
The Mavericks doing a good job up in 5. They're going to pull down the front of a little something. There they are. Good concentration from the boys, keeping the boat steady for the sweep. Young Callum Douglas there. Look at him go, charging away. Good work, boys, for the South Maroubra team.
We'll have a bit of a party wave to determine who's going to be sitting in here. Slow Brew, unfortunately, getting a little bit of trouble, but they're might just miss out on a bit of the extra shoot here.
2 of them going home.
Queenscliff sitting in a bit of a lull.
Dead water there. It's so heavy over the bank.
Not prepared to call it. Even looks like that boat in Alley 4 bottomed out there.
You can see that backwash as well, heading out over the bank, working against those crews in that northern end of the course.
Wow. Well, we can only safely say that one crew got through there, and I reckon that's my boys, South Maroubra Maverick, La Rosa. He's having a good time, and they're fired up, the boys. So It's a whole new tournament here. The finals day.
We can just we might have just missed it on screen. I had a bit of a laugh there. Burleyhead's slow brew sweep went to jump out, and it just a straight sink in between the sandbank and the gutter.
See there.
Scotty Edwards.
Oh, wow. The Devon Sangers.
We now look to Heat 5, Currumbin Krakens, Gerringong Naps, Woolgoola Gropers, Maruya Top Dogs, Coffs Beach, Devon Sangers, and the Wanda Vodkas.
Wanda Vodkas. Brendan McAlpine on screen there now from Wanda. Club doing well. Their A crew getting out of jail yesterday with a broken rollick. And then making enough points to cut through. So today we won't see the open division for men and women. They'll be back tomorrow for finals day. They've made their cuts and they're ready to perform tomorrow. We had the relays yesterday. That was a fantastic event. Well done to the South Curly team. Gus Patiri's 3 crews there. Second place, Queenscliff, and third was Currumbin. So 3 of the powerhouses. Shout out to Queenscliff on that one. They rode and got that medal with their reserve women's crew.
Yeah, wow.
So a lot of those crews they were competing against was open women.
Pretty stiff competition, yeah. And no slouches there.
Not at all. There's Anthony O'Toole there. So recapping the results of the last race, it was South River Maverick in first. Queenscliff down here in Alley 1 got second. The Warhope team in third. And Burley Heads, they picked up fourth. So my man, Donnie McManus and his Smokos, sadly putting it on the trailer.
Alrighty,
that's
so
a real bad luck story for them. They've been moving the boat pretty well, and they'll be disappointed with that because they chased that run at the end. But unfortunately, two had to miss out. Finish Line Technology picked those up, and good rowing there. So
into our Heat 5 now of our Resi Men Elimination 2 on the line, going from left to right. We have got Currumbin Krakens in 1, Gerringong Naps in 2, Woolgoola Gropers in 3, Maruya Top Dogs in 4, and Coffs Harbour Devon Sangers in 5, and Wanda Vodkas in 6. So Maruya putting a crew, and they're doing quite well. Bit of Bert Hunt, former president of the ASRL, doing some coaching here and supporting his son who's sweeping.
There's Gav, and we had a beer with them yesterday. They are feeling good about it. These boys, in true reserve grade fashion, had a night to celebrate their Thursday getting through. And they're on the Diet Cokes yesterday, tapering into this day.
True reserve crew.
Yeah. They probably would have liked a few more waves too. A bit more of a drag race in these conditions.
You can see the sweeps here, a few different options, some holding the oar, some not.
Yeah, I like to push down on it and have the blade out of the water.
Yep.
Personally. But everyone's got a favourite way to do it. Some sweeps let it hang out the back with the sweep. Ooh, Maruya getting through and catching on the back. Second stroke lost his oar for a split second. And you see there in Alley 5, they're charging. That's Coffs Harbour Devon Sangers with the Rude Boy on the back. And Scotty Edwards setting the tempo in the stroke seat.
They're looking good, the boys. Lovely strong stroke.
And they've managed to get a very nice start out here, but then in hours 1 and 2, Currumbin Krakens and Gerringong Naps also getting a nice little run, falling a little bit about half a boat length behind the leaders in Coffs Harbour, but they'll be sure to pick it up. The Krakens doing fantastic across the Queensland competitions as well as the Australian national competitions.
Yeah.
There's the Devon Sangers on the rider's shot there, and Anthony O'Toole at the back of this Currumbin crew. And they're blessed with rowers and sweeps down there.
Wanda Vodka's at the top of screen, just making a move on Coffs Harbour now, so they're starting to creep up on that sweep and peg back the seats.
But it's the Devon Sangers, and they're out in front. They're a fresh loaf, Devon Sanger, maybe some tomato sauce.
Bit of
Tate,
butter.
you're a Devon man, you know what Devon is?
It's Fritz.
The sausage.
It's a processed meat, I'd say. Cut into a sausage shape. But here we go, into the turns. Heat 5 of reserve male.
Currumbin and Gerringong going around in first and second, managed to catch up to Coffs Harbour throughout that first half of the race. And Gerringong getting a nice little run out, but they're sitting right next to them, Currumbin. They'll be sitting on this little wave here at the start. Very clear 1 and 2. Gerringong making a little bit more of a play here.
That's with Woody on the back, and the Gerringong Naps have been around for some time, these fellas. They're no spring chickens either, but they're a good rowing team. They've rowed together for so long. Look at that. And when you've had that experience for so many years together, it does feel like you're in time. It's like an old glove.
rode a few times as well in the South Coast surf boats. They're really good running down on these waves here. There'll be prime conditions. I remember you guys were talking about what your favourite surf boat was earlier in the weekend. I'm partial to riding a South Coast boat myself.
Well, you're not on your own because they're flying and the Bulleye boys like it, and if we had to use a yardstick. But here goes O'Toole lifting his Currumbin boys, and we're going to see a beautiful side-on shot here as they go through the gate cans. It's alley 1 from alley 2 and 3, but coming up in the alley 5, the Devon Sangers aren't giving up.
You cannot throw a blanket over it at the moment.
Southern Crews
go out.
They're going to fall off the back.
There's going to be a race for that final 4th spot there between those 3 crews.
1, 2 and 3 in Currumbin, Gerringong and Woolgoolga Gropers. But now it's going to be a battle. Wanda Vodka's sitting in a little bit of dead water at the moment in alley 6.
Oh, this is brutal.
This is going to be a very harsh
This
cut.
is brutal. Who's got the juice
Can the
across
Devon
the line?
Sangers get the spit?
Looks like alley 6 is stuck on the bank.
Oh.
Devon Sangers also bottoming out.
It's going to be very tight.
Wanda Vodka's.
Wanda Vodka's managed to get a little bit over that start.
Yeah, unofficial, but it
When
did
is
look,
low tide? Have we hit?
yeah, about an hour away.
Geez, so they might even need to move those towers out a little. It looks like those crews are really struggling to hit that finish line.
Yeah, the heavy crews definitely would be bottoming out there, and the rules state when you're grounded, you're finished. So there'll be a few tricks played by some heavier crews. If they do bottom out, the hand will go up.
Sweet might have to get out and run. We'd be in trouble.
Hey, I'll leave that one to the judges, and you see the gutter that they're all wading through.
There's that backwash in the background there.
And typically on the Gold Coast, guys, the drag is from south to north. So that hasn't gone anywhere, and they've got to negotiate that as they come back towards the finish line. There's Mr. G. Hugel, Surfers Paradise Club in their 100-year anniversary cap. And a good resurgence for Surfers
Paradise.
Thank you, guys.
Picking out a great sweep in Matt Silka from Victoria this year.
Sure did.
Yep. He planned on just helping out and doing a bit of coaching, and before you know it, the itch got him and he's back in the boat sweeping and racing.
I feel like that's a pretty common story. You know, you sweeps, they'll take a break. They'll say they'll take a break.
Yep.
And then a year later, you'll see him back in the boat racing at high level events such as this.
Well, he's got 2 crews, and he's got 2 crews on the Saturday. I was lucky to stay with young Sam in his under 23s women's crew. She's a beautiful girl, and her mates are going well, and she speaks highly of Silka as a sweep. Very calm, maybe too calm, she even said over breakfast today. But we'll look out for those guys later on because they're going well, and it can't be a bad thing for Surfers Paradise having such a sweep of his calibre join.
You can see where they're starting from, that they're well ahead of the finish line.
Yep.
So I think that's a little
bit of a giveaway
that we need an adjustment of that finish line.
Sure will. So it looks like we're into heat 6 of reserve women, the last of them, and probably the one you want to be in because they only got 5 boats. That in the first heat only had 5 with 4 to go through. So 1 missing out in this one.
Motorvale Meat in 1, Northcliffe Hurricanes in 2, North Cronulla Funkies in 3, Surfers Paradise Sharks in 4, and the Mooloolaba Gorillas in 5. The flag is up and the goes up here.
We'll bring you those results from the last races in a moment, but we'll watch this start. There's Graham Hugel pushing away. There's Funky with his North Cronulla boys. The Funkies reserve grade crew having good time of it, but getting the worst of that break, and they're probably just off the pace. Mona Vale Meat also here in 1. Just half a boat out of it, but that's too close to say anyone's getting away.
Geez, they're quick off the beach, aren't they?
Claypans, Northcliffe crew.
The Hurricanes sitting in alley 2, sitting in first at the moment, building a little bit more speed through the waves, but they're followed closely by Surfers Paradise, swept by Hugel. But then 2, 3, 4 and 5 sitting in a bit of even stars. These crews go through the gate cans and start heading out to sea. There's
the goat on screen. The most decorated surf boat athlete of all time. And he's doing a great job. And these B crew are on the way to A's, taking a journey from Colt Division. And they're looking really strong at the moment. And he's also one of the sweeps that doesn't put a bad crew out there on the water. So he'll be comfortable with how they're going out the front of the field, Trying to just maintain a bit of a settle, keep that length, keep that nose flat and just stay calm inside the boat.
Very interesting as they're starting to put on a little bit of play. They'll be turning around in first here. Start to see where he starts to angle their boat in. Good 1 stroke, 2 strokes, and they are back out again. Very sharp turn from the Northcliffe crew.
Surface turning second there in the pink boat. Then back to North Cronulla, who've done a good job to push back up into third place. And then it's Mona Vale Meet down here in Alley 1 with some work to do.
Look at that run there with Northcliffe, just increasing that distance.
The Mooloolaba Gorillas up in Alley 5, also sitting at the moment in that safe fourth spot, but no one's safe until they cross the line. Here goes North Cronulla Funkies with a big run next to, coming up next to Northcliffe there.
Just testing, see if they can do it. They'll probably be keen to try and finish up in third place here. We're on the top 3 for this race. They just want to see, I'm sure Funky will be like, we want to see how we can build these crews in going into tomorrow and the next race after this. But 1, 2 and 3 there, Northcliffe Surfers and North Cronulla.
I'll be interested to know what the inboard and outboard are. If you look at the Northcliffe crew, they're getting a much bigger arc on their stroke when you compare them to North Cronulla next to them. They're getting a much longer at the catch. So I'd be interested to see if their oars are set longer or how their boat setup
or if
is.
they're just coming around further
really
at that catch. So, as you said, there's Surfers Paradise. There's the Northcliffe team, and there's North Cronulla. And you see there's a bit of water under them for the moment there on this bank. If anyone's going to be affected, it'll be Surfers.
Good race.
3 of those going through, and as we pan back to this unlucky 5th spot, who's it going to be? Cameraman on Northcliffe there. They're safely through. Getting back to the racing now. Look at this finish. It's Mona Vale Meet. Oh. There's the hand up you've seen in Alley 5 from the Mooloolaba Gorillas. Trying to coax the judges into saying he was grounded, which he quite possibly could have felt sand underneath that boat, but we'll leave it to the judges. And we have just completed the first round of reserve male. That was in sharp time.
Alrighty, I'm going to leave you here and head down to the beach and grab some interesting characters to chat to. And Donnie Cottrell's going to jump in the chair and keep things ticking along.
Finals day, Tash. We appreciate that, and we're looking forward to catching up with you soon. In time for some great interviews over the day. As we've seen the sun's out, so make sure you put some sunscreen on and slip, slop, slap. We'll shout out to our sponsors while we get a chance. Tourism and Events Queensland, Experience the Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Yeah Nah Brewing, the Finns Company, Triple M Gold 92.5, the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and SLSA's major national partners, DHL, Isuzu Australia, Qantas and Westpac. And as we see here, Tate, we're joined by the man of the moment, the all-time great commentator, the voice of surf boats, my man, Mr. Don Cottrell. Good morning, Don.
How good's the Gold Coast, mate? A fantastic vision here on the live stream. The sun's out. We haven't seen it for a few weeks. We've done it pretty tough up here with cyclones and poor weather last weekend as well. But what a day we have here today when the sun's come out. And this is the first of the reserve females. And Tate, welcome to you, mate. You can give us a bit of intel on some of these Victorian crews, if there's any left.
Oh, there's a few left. Unfortunately, none in the reserve female. We did see Jan Jack rowing in the reserve male earlier this morning, as well as some fantastic efforts from the 23s crews throughout this weekend. And I'm sure we'll be very excited to talk about them when they come up.
Good stuff. We've got 3 states covered here, Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland. And have a look at that. What a picture. Currumbin on screen there now. And the lineup in our first heat in Alley 1 is North Cronulla, Currumbin Collectors in 2, Talabudgera in 3, Palm Beach Peace Mode in 4, Bateman's Bay Banshees, look out for them, and Coogee in Alley 6.
Wow, this is a real hot race. Reserve grade female, the best of the best are left on there. And I know Foxy from Currumbin's had a good season with his reserve grade women's crew. The Bateman's Bay Banshees are having a fantastic time. Palm Beach Peace Mode, they've made it through, and I believe one of their more fancied reserve grade women's crew, the Pterodactyls, were cut yesterday, so that's a big disappointment for Pterodactyls. They would have come here with thoughts to win. They've been on the dice the last few years, and getting knocked out on early is just not what it's all about. But the Palm Beach Club's still well represented. Don, you fancied the Peace Mode earlier in the week.
It did, and there's Spency on screen there now at the back of the familiar green boat of Palm Beach, and he's in his striped boardies.
That's his boat, named after him.
What an honour. And we've got Boss Babes on screen there, and Ali 1. They are going red hot as well.
Named after his old man, that boat. So that's good to see. Boff is an absolute champion of the North Cronulla Club. Czech starters are happy here.
Talabudra on screen there now. The double T's swept by Gary Williams, the swoop president of the ASRLQ. Tanya Love in the stroke seat there. She is just watching to see if the gun goes up. You'll see her head turn away and look down and concentrate as soon as that gun goes up. 3 of those ladies have had babies in the last 12 months. Fantastic effort. Back in the boat. This is their first carnival for the year. Have a look at that flag. Phil Stavano.
Who's this guy?
Have a look at that's a cracking flag there.
Can't even see it from where I stand. I'd be protesting. It's bad luck. We'll let the bunnies have it. Still rowing season, Don.
It was an ugly win, but it was a win.
You were going off on the couch. And might I say thanks for having me, Don.
Pleasure,
and to the lovely Peter.
Absolute pleasure.
The full hotel service. Beautiful place and great vibe up at yours.
Mate, my wife even made you coffee this morning. She don't do that for me.
I thought she was going to be making me a bit of fruit salad too. But no, that was quickly
you are special.
Directed to her beautiful daughter Sam. So there's Foxy on screen. And it doesn't matter how good you are and how good you've gone all season because you have to get this race done now.
Exactly.
Oh, the bow girl just struggling to get in there on the Crumman crew. We've just swapped over to Boss Babes. And
chomping at it.
He climbed over the back there as well. Just upset that boat a little bit as he jumped in. And they're bouncing up and down, heading off in a slight left direction as he reaches down and turns the pumps. But in Alley 4, that'll be Palm Beach. They've jumped away to a cracker tape.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see Palm Beach Peaceboat making it through in a race with the Pterodactyl where they got knocked out in the south area on Thursday. As these crews start heading out to sea, it looks like they're putting the pedal to the metal here immediately at the start, sitting comfortably in first, whilst we saw that the Boss Babes had a bit of trouble getting off the start. They rode themselves back into it here.
So one of the problems that you have as a sweep on a beautiful day like this is sometimes as the glare comes off, it's hard to see the turning can colour. So you often just have to pick one of the dots out to sea, try and pick a landmark or an IRB behind there, just to make sure you're on your right colour. But you see, as you called, the Palm Beach Peace Mode, Alley 4, doing a great job, as is Alley 5 and 6. The Banshees and Allura Wilco with Eddie Wright doing a good job. Both featuring on New South Wales State Dice.
I think that's Coogee down there in Alley 6, mate, on screen there now.
Beg your pardon.
Rod Termite Coleman at the back of that boat. He was asking some perplexing questions at the sweeps meeting this morning.
What did he have?
He wanted to know if you had 5 rowers, how you rotate them, and he was shocked as he hits his turning can now. He couldn't believe that some crews are rotating rowers.
Yeah, I'm not for it.
No, he didn't look like he was either. And they are around and on their way home, Coogee, and that's not a bad turn for the crew down on your right-hand side out of Alley 6. Beside them, Bateman's Bay. They've already got gold this weekend in the Masters division. And they are our 2 leading crews, and it's a pretty straight line. Possibly the crew in Alley 1 with the work to do. That would be the crew of North Cronulla, Boss Babes. And we are looking at the crews on our right-hand side here. Fall through. The other 2 will have their campaign done and dusted. And there is Palm Beach. We are riding with them now. Spency letting the girls know. We need to qualify here, girls. Get me to this line. He looks over his shoulder. Is there anything coming? And he's jumped on a little runner here, has he? That's the crew in Alley 3. I'll take that back. That's Talabudra in Alley 3. Look at them go. The mums rowing beautifully here. They are the surprise packet out of Talabudra this weekend. As mentioned, their first carnival. And down the front they come. Oh, they had good form in the qualifying rounds.
Yep. There's the swoop.
Swoops up on the chocks. The girls, nice blade work there. Oars on the water. I like to see that.
As you said, with experience, Don.
Wave in front, and there we go. Good on you, Talabudra. They're going to progress through, and it looks like the crews on the right-hand side there, Coogee, Bateman's Bay, they're going to qualify as well, and Palm Beach are scrambling now to get themselves home in front of these other 2 crews in Alleys 1 and 2.
Well, It is a dogfight. The Coogee girls and the Bateman's girls also getting a Masters medal earlier in the week. So I think Palm Beach might be safe by what we see they have grounded.
North Cronulla and Currumbin may well be out. That Currumbin crew, Davina Finter, is a big name in female surf boats in the bow. She's picked up Aussie gold medals. Spency letting them know.
That's pretty clear what he was saying there.
Mate, he's on the boat panel. Come on, mate.
Was that a dance move? That was like the big fish, small fish cardboard box?
I'm frustrated. I was sitting behind you guys before. I'm seeing these boats hit the sand. We can see it up here. What are the officials doing about this? This is not good enough. And Peter Spence, who is on the boat panel, he's advising the officials from the boat rower's point of view. And this is not the first time we've seen a boat ground before they hit the finish line. Those stands need to be moved out.
Well, hopefully they got the message and they're hearing us loud and clear. If someone is on the beach, you can tell them Mr. Cottrell wants those towers moved immediately. We've got to have fairness. This is the national championships, and
Absolutely.
This is the big dance, and it's what we all train for. We see how shallow it is there. There's Allura. So they were swapped in from an earlier heat to this heat. As we get back on track, I think we can call it out. We're going to have the Mollymook Mongrels in Alley 1, North Cronulla Comets in the Alley 2 with Jeff Floyd, the Allura Wilco in Alley 3. There's Eddie Wright in the Wilco crew. Amazon Headlands, Alexander Headlands, the Amazons in Alley 4. North Narrabeen Sea Slugs with Donnie McManus in Alley 5. And the North Bondi Assets, they've been flying the girls all weekend. Used to be the Shredders, changed names with a few new crew rowers. Steve Larnack, the president of North Bondi, sweeping that crew, but that's Mr. Jeff Floyd going out to sea now with the Comets.
Yeah, Jeff Lloyd, retired now, but one of the highest ranking police officers in New South Wales.
There's Donnie
McManus, 81 years of age. What an absolute legend this man is.
50th year of sweeping, Don.
He is God.
He's good. And that's with Lainey, Lindsay, Carla and Trina. They've done well to get through these divisions. Also rode in the Masters early in the week and got a medal, so they'll have had a taste of the water.
Steve Davies on screen there with his Alexandra crews, and he knows how to prep a crew for these Aussie titles. He can bring a crew up, chatting to the other sweeps. I'll probably...
Marty Fletcher there on the Martin Drysdale on the back of the Mollymook boat, telling us he's got a crook shoulder.
Yeah.
So getting in's going to be tough for Marty, but he's got to do it when the gun goes off.
North Cronulla, Jeff Loy on screen there now.
It's a good line.
Yeah.
Crew's pretty even there.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, they've got a fair bit to deal with here, the officials. They've got a shallow bank here, but they need to be onto it. They need to be adjusting the course as it goes.
We've seen the course change position, I believe, from yesterday.
Yep, we were north and south. Now we're pretty much central area here in conjunction with the boat panel again. Looks like they're pulling boats back here.
Maybe to move those start lines, Donny.
Hello.
Finish line.
Wake up and smell the coffee.
There's Eddie there. She's looking comfortable. As you would with Wilco on the back of your boat.
Yeah, he's a waterman.
I'm glad he's got a new club cap too. The one he used to wear was just washed out, had no colour left. And
might have been his lucky cap, mate, you know, like an Australian baggy green.
Oh, without a doubt, he's won more than most in that cap. But again, it's got to represent your club. It's like high vis, Don. Once it's washed out, it's not void.
That's it, mate. You know all about that. Bisley Workwear.
Keeping people safe, Don.
We'll get a plug in there for you, Phil.
Throw Puma Safety in there and the great company PIP Global, and well, you got the trifecta. So shout out to my work colleagues who may be listening. I've put it on the work chat.
There's one of your
one of our
your
pink vests.
Yeah,
that's great.
Supplied by you to the officials. Good work, mate.
Yeah, and he's got a dodgy flag, that guy. So
he's got a spring in his step, hasn't he?
He's drawn the short straw with his Czech starters flag, filthy Rabbitohs flag. Tate, you probably miss a bit of this with your Victorian influence, but last night one of the greatest grudge matches in rugby league took place, and it was my team versus Don's team. Roosters versus the Bunnies. Don had the last laugh, so hence that yuck Czech starters flag from Frank Schroeder.
The thing about being a Geelong supporter is that I've never had to buy into the Melbourne Storm insurance policy to watch sport in September over the past 15 years or so.
They've set a good benchmark, your Melbourne team. If you're going to adopt them, you're in safe hands with a win there. So, Allura on screen there now.
Edwina Wright in the stroke seat there.
Travels for training.
Yeah, she does. She's based up here on the Gold Coast. She patrols at Tullabudgera and she competes for the Sydney crew. Couldn't squeeze her into a crew up here. They are the silver or bronze medalists from the Aussies last year. Can't remember which one, of which I'll be in trouble for. She's also the vice president of the ASRL. Does a great job, puts in so much to surf both.
See up here in one, right. That doubler now coming under Mollymook, and as that just comes under, the water's deep there now, so when they pull the trigger, you've got to be ready to go.
Alley one is the deepest of those alleys. It's the furthest off the sandbank. Beck Hamilton, you're on to me. What have you given me? The official name is Blocker. He's from Coogee and married to a great boatie in Tracy Ramsey. He used to row for Coogee with Macro. He's actually a Queenslander though.
Yeah, well, he should get a new flag. And there's Eddie. Doublers to get through there. Wilco jumping onto the tuck there now, and he's away too, the Prince of Piha. So, away they go. Looking strong, the Allura girls. They've had a good season so far. There's North Narrabeen with Don McManus, 50th year of sweeping, and that is some sort of milestone from Donny.
Big delay at the start there. We don't quite know what that was about because it doesn't look like they've adjusted the course too much. Nice technique there from the crew in Alley 3. That is Allura. And the bloke we've been talking about, bottom of your screen, Mollymook. They started in the deep water at the end. They are starting to make their move now. We'll just recap there again. The crew positions in Alley 1. We've got Mollymook. In Alley 2, North Cronulla with the work to do at the moment. Out in front, Allura Wilco's, Alexandra Headlands in the mix there. Beside them, North Narrabeen, the Sea Slugs, and North Bondi Assets. You mentioned, Phil, the North Bondi crew is moving quite nicely.
They're flying, the girls, and Bluey's been training them hard. They're a new crew this season. Only raced a handful of times, but they've performed at each of those outings, getting medals. And they would want their eyes on a medal this week, and they're doing a good job about it so far in Alley 6. So setting the early pace there with the Allura crew. Just dropping off the pace, maybe North Cronulla in Alley 2 and Mollymook here in Alley 1, just with a bit of work to do. They don't want to give too much pace away or length away to these crews to come home. First to the cans is first to the runners. So you see going through now.
Yeah, it's like going up and down the escalator, that's for sure. You turn and start heading back down that escalator.
Well, what have we got here? Certain amount of cans. There's 2 sets of cans.
Mollymook has missed their turning can.
Well, there's 2 sets, Don. Behind him, look. Very confusing.
What the?
And it looks like the other... Keep going, Marty, because they've turned the gate cans. Have they?
No. They've turned the back... Oh, I don't know what's going on here.
They're going to have to rerun this. This is the first I've ever seen this.
This is the first I've ever seen this too, having 3 sets of cans out. Mollymook is definitely not going to be happy.
You're right.
The Mongrels might have a few words to say.
You're definitely right about these 3 sets of cans, and I've never seen that. And that's not Marty's fault, guys. I don't know what you think.
Absolutely agree with that 100%. He's focused. As he's coming through that break, he's not seeing those gate cans as he's gone through them.
And there's never a set of third cans.
No, there's not.
So you think you're going to the furthest set of cans at any stage in the race, right?
Absolutely, you do.
So we're going to have to work this out, guys. And we're all looking at each other shaking our heads because this is major. And to have these calamities go on is a bit embarrassing. But, well, there's Martin Drysdale with a beautiful run. And I'm here to tell you that I'll be standing up for Marty on this one. If he gets bounced out of this, that is bad.
Not sure how much. There was a very nice run from Mollymook there. Not sure if he's going to be quite happy with getting that consolation prize when he comes back into shore. As we go back now to the set of 5 coming into the beach here, Allura Wilco and Alexander Headland sitting in 1 and 2 respectively. They'll take out 1 and 2 here as the wave starts to build a little bit under the crew in Alley 2, the
that's North Cronulla there. But they're going to miss out. Well, we don't know.
I'd say North Cronulla's going to miss out here, and you'll get a protest from Mollymook, as it should be.
But we have to move a set of cans, don't we, Don?
Oh, absolutely. It was at the sweeps meeting. They never mentioned anything about, hey, guys, be careful, we've got another set of cans. And they only need to come up and have a look at this live stream footage, or get on their phones and have a look at this live stream footage, and you can see what happened.
I might have to send Mr. Martin Drysdale a text because I don't want to see them bounced out for that sort of... that's not their fault. I've never seen a back set of cans where you just don't turn them.
Yeah, what are they doing there? They just need to be dragged out of the road. Yeah, and he's getting quite animated here as the sweep from Mollymook. And we would be expecting him to jump straight out of the back of the boat here and walk straight up to the officials and let them know.
No, yeah, I'm with you. Don't keep your head up and get up there, Marty. Because that...
He is perplexed, as he should be.
Well, hopefully someone from his club goes and has a word because, yeah, get up there, son.
Yep, just walk away from that boat. Your supporters will grab it. You need to get up and have a chat. You might need to take the $150 cash with you as well, which is what it costs you to put a protest in if the officials don't acknowledge it straight up and you need to go and protest officially.
Yeah, I got bounced out of a protest by 42 seconds or something once. There's a time limit on that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a time limit.
Here he is. He's like, guys.
Yeah, what's going on?
There's 3 sets of cans out there.
Yeah. We are following the sweep from Mollymook as he walks looking for someone to talk to.
I feel like I want to jump out and get down there and help him out, but we'll stay here with the action. But the cameraman's doing a great job here because there they are. There's Dave. There's 3 sets of cans, mate.
Yeah, blowing up. The sweep from
Where am I
Mollymook.
going? He said, where am I going? Point me in the right direction.
Yeah, David Luff to his left-hand side there with the sunnies on.
Dave Hargraves, the official with the hat on there, doing a good job, Mr. Hargraves, and his lovely wife with his daughter competing from the North Cronulla Club. So Donna and Dave always on the officials, but yeah. There's Mick Crow. We're going to sort it out. Mick's a calm guy, but...
Yeah, they just don't want to shaft him here. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong.
And the cameraman is right with us. Shout out to the Big Voice Media. They're keeping you live with the action here. There's Boffinger.
Yeah.
They've in the background of Vorno having a little chuckle.
Telling him to calm down. We're going to look at it.
This is when you do blow up. If they're going to pull a blow up, it's the Aussie titles on your elimination.
Sheep stations on this.
Yeah. It's either back on the trailer and on the drink or through the next round. And...
I'd be heading... My next stop would be the boat panel.
Yeah, if anyone's listening to us from the Mollymook Club, please get down there. Tell Marty straight away that you got to fight this, brother. Because it's just confusing, guys.
Yeah.
And I did think the races were a little bit short so far today compared to the last few days. They seem to be a quicker time frame, so maybe we should take those back cans, Donny.
Starting out on the back bank, that has definitely shorted all day, which we currently are now. You can see these surf boats here pushing out onto the shallow sandbank. But as the tide fills in, and the crews won't be able to stand out there, it will be too deep. Not that the tides are that big today, fellas. They're only small tides.
Getting commentary and text messages from my friends around the country. Shout out to Digger from Mona Vale. Good man, Digger. One of the great rowers from the Mona Vale Black crew in years gone by. Aussie gold medal in reserve grade.
And they've pulled these boats back off the start line here now. I can see an IRB.
Well, look out to sea there.
Yeah.
Look at it. It is...
Yeah, there's an IRB out there. Not sure if it's grabbing those cans and dragging them. They need to lift the anchor. They need to get that spare set of cans.
They should drag them to Coolangatta, right out the way. You see the drone there in the shot, the IRB team.
Great work here from our team from...
The Big Voice Media.
Big Voice Media.
Yep, they're bringing it to us live, bringing it to the airwaves, and I reckon some lucky buggers are sitting at home going to watch surf boats all day around the Strait today, and they're lucky to have us on board, Don.
They
Tate.
are lucky. They are lucky to have Tate here.
Joined by Tate. He's a good asset. There's Dwighty. Look at that big head go across the screen, scaring the viewers.
Tate's a bit wet behind the ears, but we're trying to dry it for him. We're trying to help him out here.
Well, we need sensibleness, and I think Tate brings a bit of
he does.
sensibility to it.
He's the calm voice.
It's hard. It was interesting doing the commentary of Frank Veltman, the sort of the straight man to Frank's antics at the ASRL Open earlier this year at Coffs Harbour.
He's loose.
Frank,
Veltman's loose.
Frank, we spoke to him. Don and I both spoke to him independently over the last couple of weeks, and he's away on holidays.
He's in Vietnam. He faced Facebook, time me, whatever it is.
Is he tuning in, Frankie?
He has been off and on out of reception as he can get it. He's been tuning in. Big shout out to Frank Veltman from the Lawn Surf Club, life member at Lawn.
He'd be mortified about what's gone down there.
Yeah, he's unhappy. They've lost their number one sweep, has left the club, gone to Point Leo. And here we go.
Good crews, so.
Our IRBs, are they onto it? Are they going to lift the anchor here? That is the marker buoy for where the anchor is. They've grabbed hold of that. And they now are going to lift the anchor and drag and take these cans out of the area.
Let's see if they've put that...
You can't rely on live heats, mate.
No,
they are just going to... No, you can't. When there's a protest on, the live heats is just going to show you how they came across the line.
Okay.
It doesn't take into account protests that are happening.
Okay, well, with that being said, in the next race, when we do get to that, we will shout out. It's the Alexandra Headlands Hustlers, going to be in Alley 1. The Currumbin Crabsticks getting through. And that's with Steve Purcell on the back of that boat in Alley 2. The Maroochydore Binks, as Big Tommy was saying, several of those girls from the Maroochydore Chums crew, famous crew from Maroochydore in A grade, step back to B grade. Not done much work this year, but back in the mix here. Queenscliff Reality Queens, they've had a great carnival so far, the girls, with Matt Sheridan, and they picked up a Masters medal this week, and then they picked up silver in the surfboat relay yesterday.
Yeah, good crew.
Avalon Beach Chaos doing well, and then the Glenelg Grenades.
Yeah, Glenelg, a couple of former under-23 Australian representatives in Maddie and Ella, swept by Peter Tinswell. And on screen now, the Currumbin crew. Will, the sweep of that crew, here's a jockey. South Curly, one of their many sweeps, just checking in with our check starter.
There's Oarhead on screen there now. Nath Wilson.
Oarhead, how did he get Oarhead?
Well, I named him Oarhead. His actual nickname's Chocks. I don't know how he got that one, but I named him Oarhead once when I got the call up to sweep the Death Riders, South Curl Death Riders Ocean Thunder.
Wow.
We made the final.
They called you.
Yeah, they
with
did.
All those other sweeps out there.
That's right. I told you. I've got some friends down there. So the Death Riders called me.
Have you got photos of them in awkward positions or something? Or what?
We made the final. It was a 2-lap final, and it was us and Bull Eye Gold. And I had a little run that I thought was going one way, and Julovan thought he was going another way. I wasn't prepared to budge for Julovan, so I held my line.
Yeah.
The bowman, a.k.a. Nathan Oarhead Wilson, hit their boat, and the oar just got a crab and whaled him in the face.
Oarhead. Lost
his oar. Jordan, the stroke, sort of immediately concerned for his bowman. I said, get that oar back and let's keep going. This is the first leg. But no, sadly, we missed that race. There's your mates from Currumbin, Donny the Danger Man.
Steve Purcell in shot there. Sid with a bung shoulder. We were chatting about Sid the other day, saying, how can you complete a George Bass injury-free and then go hiking with your missus in New Zealand and do your shoulder? We think there's more to that story. Dog-friendly here on the GC.
Yeah, so, back to Oarhead. His head's made of steel because that oar shaft hit his head so hard. And he got up and would have kept rowing, but we had to call it. I think Bull Eye got lucky that day that I didn't complete the race with the Death Riders. I'll let Julovan know about it. Yeah. Right. You see Bulgola boys there in shot now. Come back. Good to see Bulgola boats back on the beach, and these boys training hard later in the division for under 23s.
Yeah, a bit of a...
Mr. Bert Hunt there.
Yeah, the blue cap. The bit of a delay here just while they correct this course and remove...
Rightly so.
What we think has been an issue, and that is a third set of tins for those at home. There is a set of gate cans you go through, and then you should be hitting the turning cans, and there should be no other cans further out than that. And in the previous race, the Mollymook sweep has gone straight past his turning can and headed out to the third set of tins, which doesn't exist in our sport, but it was there, and he kept on going and has gone around that. It shouldn't have been there, and hopefully he's been able to successfully protest his way through.
You'd have to think so, surely, if fairness has prevailed. So, we'll just take an opportunity to shout out to our sponsors, Tate.
So we want to say a big thank you to Tourism Events Queensland, the Experience Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Yana Brewing, the Finns Company, Triple M Gold 92.5, the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and Surf Life Saving Australia's major national partners, DHL, Isuzu Ute Australia, Qantas and Westpac.
And we do thank them for their support. This is where the lifesavers train and get fit, so they patrol between the red and yellow flags. All of these competitors are proficient financial lifesavers, and our number one role is to protect our beautiful beaches and to keep the swimmers safe. Swim between the red and yellow. That's the message.
Surf Life Saving Australia are doing a great job. That's like our extended family, guys. We're all members. We've been part of it for some time, and we're lucky to have friends all the way around the country. There's Dennis O'Toole sitting on the starters tower.
We've got somewhere to stay down in Victoria now, mate.
At Tate's place?
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's going to be a very tight room in the one-bedroom apartment.
I'll be comfortable. That's more like what I'm used to.
My couch is quite comfy. So
I don't think Don might be out of place there. Mate, Don's got a lift in his. Fair income. I went downstairs to get my bags. Don said, nah, mate, they're in the lift. And I'm wondering if it was a Sherpa or someone that took them from the car to the lift too. So one of Don's little hired helpers. So I was lucky enough. And Tate, by all means, we're having another party tonight. Bring your team up to Don's.
Absolutely.
Good night last night.
Rick Estridge, centre of screen there in the black T-shirt. His big loaf of a son there beside him. He's a big boy.
That's Peter Rogers in the orange vest from the South Curl Club, from the South Curl Whitebread. They got a gold in the 240 division in the Masters earlier in the week, and you should have seen the wave they caught from the field. They went through them. Don, you were probably celebrating your team's victory by then. But the 240 final after yours, and I will shout out to Mr. Don Cottrell and the Tally Cab Savs, got the gold done.
Nothing like a bit of old gold. 220
There's
Masters.
Purcell. Had an incident with a big crab early in the week.
Yeah, we let loose on them too.
Well, we're not going to miss the action, Don. We've got to keep it real for the fans out there.
Okay, they've realised that they had an issue with their stands as well. That's good. And big shout out here to the Chugan workforce, the old boys here from Chugan. They are a motley crew, and they are our workforce. And that would be Craig Silver McGuinness, the short fella in there with the silvery hair.
Tooley there on the rider screen in the rash vest, working out the course with Peter Rogers. Tooley, an ex-Northern Beaches man, now with Currumbin, doing a good job. His son Jack in the boat. We met them last night. They're pumped up. There's the Alexandria Headlands team in famous colours.
Yep.
Over to Collaroy there, the red caps. So if you're new to Surf Life Saving, we've all got a coloured cap. We represent our club. And
the Cronulla sweep there, mate.
There's Gus Spiteri. Yeah, Cronulla with Gaz on. Gus Spiteri there with Gaz from Cronulla to his back to us. Gussie there, he'll feature this week. He won the relay yesterday with his sneaky nuts, his shakers and his tickles.
He is a current Australian team member in the under-23 team. The South Curly Burley represented Australia, won 3 out of 3 over in New Zealand. They are a super under-23 crew, along with their stablemates, the Thick Shakes and the Underdogs. As the ladies just hydrate themselves while they're waiting for the course to be adjusted here. They need to chill, not waste too much energy here.
You see there, crew practicing the starts there. The Currumbin boys with Lyle Clark on the back.
Yeah, I think that's possibly one of his junior crews there, I think.
Racing today, we have the reserve grade division, the under-23 division, and the under-19 division for men and women.
Bill Gola on the screen there now, and then the guy in the green shirt there, Paul Stinky Davies, is the boat captain of the Queensland Super Club Currumbin. To his left there with his back to us, Dwighty, former boat captain, and then the guy in the hood,
Sir
Joe Fraser, the previous boat captain.
One of the great Queenslanders.
3 boat captains there of Currumbin, something like 20 odd crews at the Currumbin Club. We drove past there this morning, mate. I can tell you it's a different picture there this morning than what it was during Cyclone Alfred, when there was like 3 or 4 foot waves coming through the car park. I don't know if you saw any of the vision. There was a couple of cars parked in there, and the swells just picked them up and dragged them along.
Yeah, we did see that, and we're glad everyone's all right. I'm sure that car's not going that good anymore, written off, no doubt, under salt water, but I've seen a few people walking dogs along the cyclone. Pretty idiotic moves along the foreshore.
Yeah, there was some crazy stuff going on. I don't know if you follow Mika on the Instagram, but he's a bit of a local character. He's actually down the other end of the beach in the Race 1 tent. He's DJing down there, but he's a guy that does a surf report nearly every day and gives us the funny side of the surf report. He's hilarious. Get on him.
Not sure where we're panned over there. It's our cousins down in the craft section.
Distant.
On the screen.
Distant cousins.
Male double ski under 19s. We just need 4 of those guys and you've got a boat crew, so...
Yeah, they need to get a couple of mates, get out of that end and come down to the boats.
Surely the balance is a little bit better in a surfboat as well compared to a surf ski. I've had a crack at a few times at Lawn over the past few years. I can never quite get the balance right. I have to get my legs out and keep them in the water as I'm paddling through.
Yeah.
There's a skill to it. They are the fastest craft on the ocean from Surf Life Saving, the double ski.
And they're south of us, so as you look on the screen on the left, we're facing south. Those ski paddlers are further down into that corner, into the Kira corner there. And, yeah, well, it just looks like a mess, all those skis going at it, but...
Oh, they've got to go to one can too. They don't even get their own can.
It's chaos.
How weird's that?
Yeah, look at it. We affectionately know that end of the sport as a different name. But as we're on the national broadcast, we'll refrain from that. And good luck to all of those competitors in the double ski. We've got no idea who's who there. And well, I'm not going to start getting my head around the double ski competitors tape. You know any of these guys?
Oh, I know that there's a few. We've got a lawn competitor, Jenny and Billy, who will be competing in the mixed double ski in the open. I'll just say, like, I watched a few. We had a carnival down at Lawn earlier in the year where we had the Race 1 came down and held an event. The Sean Partners Series, and that was a really great event for Victoria to have, as well as having a few sort of top competitors from Queensland and New South Wales come down.
Yep.
I think it was like, and I think it's a fantastic as well. But it shows the diversity in sports that we have here in Surf Life Saving. I've done a few cracks around doing a 2K beach run if I'm feeling I really hate myself every once in a while. So
punishment.
Yeah.
Well, you're an athlete, Tate, and Don and I's 2K beach run days are done.
Yeah, they're done. They're over.
Well and truly.
Yeah.
A warm-up run's about the extent of it for me at the moment.
Hey, talking about events in Victoria, what about the RSL Open at Lawn, Tate? That was one of the best.
What can I say? It's pretty good.
It was very good.
Now, they tell me Lawn's not like that every day. The day that we got it, we're warming up, cracking waves from out opposite the wharf there, or the pier. What are they? Yeah, the pier they call it.
Yeah, the pier out there. It's been like, it was great. I had a lot of crews come up to me and said, like, even though they got knocked out throughout the weekend, they were able to go catch waves from the pier, and that was the best. That was probably the best part of their weekend.
Yeah.
It's about having fun. It's got to be fun because it's a tough sport. Surf boats, there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
We're all about ideas for surf boats. We want to make the sport better, fairer, more attractive to new competitors and keep retaining the existing competitors. We know everybody's got ideas on how to do it and what works and what we did years gone by, but it's a new era.
A lot of our good surf boat sweeps have come from the other end of the beach, out of the ski world. Richard Bridie comes to mind, Grant Wilkinson.
Jack Patterson.
Yeah, all guys.
Damien Daly.
Yeah, Read the Surf, Damien Daly. Yeah, he was a fair ski paddler too. Big advantage in being able to figure out how to run along these waves.
To feel it.
And that cap there, is that the Coogee cap, mate?
No, I think that might be
West Beach, I think.
Or Crescent Head, maybe.
West Beach?
West Beach.
Wow.
Looking at it there now, we'll see if they've got Speedos on. A lot of these caps are similar but different. Coogee just having the one single stripe down the middle in dark blue. So yeah, Crescent Head maybe, or West Beach is. You're confident on that one, Tom?
Well, I'm going to be. I'm just going to say that I cheated. It came up. They said that we're the race leader, and I had the 2 black stripes on the
well
light
done.
blue cap.
Using your common sense there. You see there, that's what the boaties have to do once a year in proficiency, getting around the Cairns with the swimming.
Not quite that quick.
It's not a race.
Yeah, that's it. You just need to get to the other end inside a time limit to be proficient lifesaver.
Or have a friend on the clipboard marking down the times.
And we are just in a break while they're adjusting the course here in the boat section. And mate,
Well, I thought it was April Fool's Day with all that stuff going on just before.
That was bizarre.
Cruise bottoming out on a shallow bank, a third set of cans.
Yeah, that's
It's madness gone on down there. The sun's come out and people have lost it, Don.
yeah, poor course management there.
All right, so
Mate, can we get back to the football last night, mate? Do you want to talk about that, or?
yeah, did West Coast, who played in the?
Geelong and Melbourne.
How'd
played.
Geelong go?
Geelong managed to get the win.
Let's talk about that.
I don't see any check starters with Geelong.
It's a national sport, and we want to cover all the codes if we're going to fill time. So the mighty Sydney Swans, they're one of the top teams, Tate.
Oh, they're doing all right. They're doing all right this year. I mean, like, we got the win over them in 2022 in the grand final, and I still probably look back to that to see where they're actually sitting in terms of football. But
yeah, I think the Sydney Swans have stage fright at the MCG.
I think they would too.
They can do it all the way up to the big dance, and then 90,000 screaming Victorians, and they go to water a bit. But
we are crazy for football down there in the Big V.
Yeah.
How did the Melbourne Storm go down there, mate? Do they get much airtime?
Well, they'll get the airtime on Channel 9 as their main sort of broadcaster. But no, when it's like anything, like when you come up here and there's not much, whole lot of football, AFL coverage up here, and then we just get a few sort of. Melbourne Storm competed the other day, and they won, and that's pretty much about it.
There's that cap, Tommy. West Beach. Sorry, Tate, I keep calling you Tom. Tommy's been on my left all week. We were here with Tate, and he was bang on.
He's picked it. Where is West Beach, mate?
I've got no idea.
Yes. Well, he's one of us, Don. He's just proved it.
Come on, you're
Winging it, just like the greats. I'm going to say
You're going to Google this, mate, or what?
I'm going to be having a quick little Google to figure out where West Beach is.
We can tell you they don't have a boat crew. That's how much we do know. West Beach does not have a boat crew.
We've got half a crew right there. They look like they could have a go.
Under 19s, young fellas.
Find two mates.
South Australia.
Okay, West Beach, South Australia.
So we're just looking out to getting this course sorted, Don, and a few things to adjust there. The finish towers.
Yeah, this is a major delay. This is more than just moving the set of cans out that were incorrectly placed behind the course and moving the stands out. You think that should have been sorted by now. There must be other discussions going on here. The boat panel has more than likely been called in to discuss the course and the difficulties that
I
they
wonder
have.
if anyone else in the earlier races, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see those cans.
No, I think that was probably the first time that's happened when the Mongols went out, and they went past that second can that they had out there, and all the other crews turned around.
And as I said earlier, when the sun's on it, you can't really see exactly until you're coming up on it. But what he could see was another string of 7 cans out to sea. And in all the racing I've done, we always turn the further set of cans, unless it's a short course relay or something like that. So, as you see there,
we always knew there would be challenges once this venue was moved from Tugun down to North Kirra. There were always challenges setting a fair course at North Kirra. It's not the easiest beach to get a course right. But boy, some of the basic things, they should be the bread and butter.
well, I think that South Rabbitohs flag's just really upset the apple cart for the day, and everyone's just lost it.
It is a beautiful thing.
Frank, with that flag. Okay, cool. So, just in our ear, we're going to throw down to a beach interview, and we may have Tash or Big Tommy.
Okay, yeah, it's Tash here, guys. Thanks for handing down to the beach. I'm here with Bert Hunt, former president of the Australian Surf Rowers League. You're down here this weekend. You've got your sun sweeping with the Maria crew. Yep. How's the crew going?
Look, they've been going really well. I think they've just hit the wall in that last race. But yeah, I only started to coach them in October, so they've come very well. They're good. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's your role? I mean, you've been sweeping for a very long time and involved in surf boats for forever. What's your role in this crew? Are you still sweeping? What are you doing these days?
Look, I'm just straight coaching. I still take them out, so I go out and catch waves and that sort of stuff. But I just don't have the mobility that I once had in the back of a boat, and it's not fair to a crew. So time for me to step back, and I'm luckily in this case, my son's able to step up and take it for me. But we've got a couple of other sweeps down in Maria. They're also, coming along well. We just didn't manage to get crews here this year. Yeah.
How's surf boats looking down in your region? Have you got new sweeps developing, new rowers? What's happening down in the southern New South Wales region?
Yeah, we held a sweeps course down at Browley a few months ago, and we had about 20 people turn up. So that was good. Both there are really confined to the northern end of the branch, so the Bay, Browley and Maria really predominantly do the boats. There are crews on the southern end that do the bass and the George Bass and things like that. But look, it's travel is one of the problems for country crews. It's just it's such a distance to travel all the time. Yeah. Yeah,
and it's expensive these days as well. It's not as cheap as it used to be. Camping at surf clubs, etc. It's more expensive these days. George Bass, do you have any involvement or any of your crews competing in that?
I haven't been involved in it since about 2016. I used to run it, but I stepped back in 16. Yeah, we had 3 crews in it this year. So we had a ladies crew that won the Masters section. Our Canberra Viking connection from the Canberra boys, who are now all over Australia, they come together just for the bass, and they finished second behind the Curl boys, who were a phenomenally good crew. And then our local boys crew, which is 3 of my fellows from here and 4 from down the coast, they finished third in the open men. So bass has always been big for us. I'm a real fan of it because it gets the work into the rowers' legs in the early part of the season, and then you can concentrate on your sprint work. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to go back to the guys in the commentary box here. We've got in the starters' hands here with I think it's the Resi females, and they're about to go guns up. So back to you, boys.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Tash. And Bert Hunt, life member of the ASRL, president of the Maria Surf Club. Certainly a big name in surf boats. And we are on the line here. We are back going again. And Tate, run me through it, mate. What have we got?
Alley 1 is the Alexandra Headland Hustlers. Alley 2, the Currumbin Crabsticks. Alley 3, the Maroochydore Binks. Alley 4, the Queenscliff Reality Queens. Alley 5, the Avalon Beach Chaos. And Alley 6, it's Glenelg Grenades.
Well, this is another hot race, guys. These crews all performing very well. Some of them across Masters and some of them throughout this season. So.
And the crab sticks made in Alley 2, I think you renamed them the seafood baskets the other day. They had an absolute cracker.
Yeah.
It was more than just a crab.
Mate, it was the whole fish markets down there. Yeah. And that was their sweet Purcell. Thought we nailed that, and there he is on screen. He's not the biggest bloke too, so he won't like deep water on the bank, but his girls are steady there.
Pretty agile bloke though. He's a firefighter and a fairly agile, fit dude.
Top bloke too.
Yeah,
great man. There's the Queenscliff Reality Queens there now. Becoming a famous Masters / reserve grade women crew, and they stepped up yesterday and got a silver in the boat relay. So that's a pretty good effort from the Queensy club there.
Yeah, love that.
They're away.
Hustlers on screen at the moment. Going through a little bit of a jumpy start there. Managed to get over that little bubble, going through out to sea now.
Jamie McKinless at the back of the Avalon crew, and now we are with the Avalon Beach crew. Nathan Wellings at the back of that. Have a look what they've done. They are the winners of the ASRL Open. That crew that you see out in front, they are a red-hot female crew.
So just back on track, and let's get some sensibleness through it. Those cans there are the gate cans. You have to come through those on the way home. There's no way, you don't have to go through them on any side going out to sea, but you have to come through in your right colour. Yeah, Don, you've called this. Look at Avalon powering away from the field. They've got a length on Queensy and 2 lengths on the closest competitor there, the Maroochydore Binks. So
Laura Teagan, Lauren and Sophie swept by Nathan Wellings.
That looks like beautiful water out there, Don.
Yeah, we had a strong offshore breeze blowing yesterday, But she's pretty calm out there this morning. I would imagine as the day progresses, we'll start to feel a bit of a breeze. But at the moment, just the change of colour there, gents, so you can see that's where all the sand from the beach, that's where it now is. It's got removed off the beach and sat out there on the back banks. And that is shallowish water that they're rowing over now. And if the swell was any bigger, those waves would be breaking on that back bank. And on the way home, you'll see them get little runners across that shallower water as the wave tends to build up in those areas.
Well, they must have not moved those cans too far because there was one in shot, but let's hope they're not affecting anyone now because there's Welling's left-handed sweep. Around he goes. There is still that third set of cans there.
IRB is probably just sitting out there, just making sure you're not going past that second set of cans going out. But the Avalon Beach Chaos sitting in alley 5 managed to get through. Maroochydore Binks coming through now.
Good run for the Binks there, Tate. You called it.
Yeah, setting it back as they do. The Maroochydore crew, long and strong, sinking it into the nose here. Oh, runner there for the crew in alley 2.
It's your man, Currumbin.
That's the crab sticks. And they're going to move themselves up into third position here. And as we spoke about, this shallow water here where these runners are, then they drop into this deeper blue water.
Alley 1 and 5 trying to pill down this and bring back to the field.
On screen there, the right-hand side is Maroochydore. To their left is the Currumbin crab sticks. And that Maroochydore crew is a fairly handy reserve-grade female crew. I think that they've got 3 of their rowers from the Open Women's.
So it's 2 to miss out here, 4 going through. Elimination racing in the reserve women, and Avalon have picked back up, and they're about a length ahead of Maroochydore. Then to Currumbin in third, and Alex Headlands, Queenscliff, and the crew from Glenelg all hustling for this 4th and final spot. It's not done yet till the finish line. Those flags have moved in, so we're on deep water. Megsy, there's the first 3 boats there, Don.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, they're safe. We're looking for one more here. We've got Avalon, we've got Maroochydore, we've got Currumbin. We are looking for a 4th to progress. Other 2 crews are going to drop out here as they hit into the shallow water over the finish line. That's good.
Who's it going to be? Rowing across the line, all crews.
Alexandra Headland's bottom of the screen there, and we will have to leave that for the judges.
Can't see that northern tower.
No, it's underneath our drone.
Well,
and one of those crews will qualify and the other 2 will drop out.
Well, I hope the Queensy girls snuck through there. Tash would probably hope the Glenelg team snuck through, and Donnie hoping Alexandra Headland, the Queenslanders, got through, but someone's got to go, so we'll bring that to you. And it's great to be back racing, Tate. We've got one more of the reserve female quarterfinals to get through.
Another 6-boater here as well, Phil. The Dicky Beach Dreamers in 1, the Collaroy Cobras in 2, the Palm Beach Popsicles in 3, the Southport from South Australia Swell in 4, the Palm Beach Platypuses in 5, and the Wonder Wildfires in 6.
Well, Palm Beach, a strong club there represented. There's the Dicky Beach team. Don might know a bit more about the Dicky Beach guys. And, well, it's good to have a representation from around the country. South Australian teams doing well. Southport, there's
Dicky Beach crew there, swept by Ben Thompson. Susan Estridge is in that crew. She is a journeywoman of our sport. Husband Rick Estridge is a sweep, and her son is a quality rower as well as a quality football player. They're at the bottom of your screen there. That is the crew from Dicky Beach, the Dreamers.
There's Collaroy on screen, going all right this season. The Collaroy Cobras, swept by Gavin Scott. A strong club, Collaroy.
Yeah, good man, Gavin. He came up and did an interview with us and had a chat to about the McWilliams sponsorship that Collaroy has had for many, many years. If we get the opportunity, we'll grab him again. But it had something to do with a rescue on Collaroy Beach. It might have been someone out of the McWilliams family. Was rescued at that beach by lifesavers, and ever since the McWilliams wine has been associated with the Collaroy Club.
So shout out to Mr. Aaron Tannehill, who's checked in again today for his daily update, and he reckons we might be up to a repechage row for that reserve grade division from previous with those can debacles. So we'll bring that to you as we know more. But
how does he know that?
He's got connections.
He's well connected.
He knows things.
So there's Southport, South Australia. You see sponsors all over that boat. If you've got some cash, we'll take it. Please sponsor the sport. Always looking for new and excitable sponsors. Takes it Takes money to keep us volunteers going, so we appreciate it.
Great opportunity as well for local businesses. Down at Mordialloc, we've been sponsored a lot by the Bendigo Bank branch at Parkdale.
It's a fair sponsor. They'd have a few bucks in the kitty.
You would hope so.
Hey, probably.
Nothing like Westpac, though, boys, sponsoring Surf Life Saving Australia.
Super grateful there, as are DHL and Isuzu. So, away we go, Don.
Yeah, on screen there, Southport, South Australia. They're going to whip it off the beach here. And Palm Beach on screen there now.
Charlie Trotter on the back of that. One of your boys, Tate.
One of my boys used to row with him many times back when we were back at Port Campbell rowing juniors. His crew, the Platypuses, have done a power of work to get up to here, and they're looking to try and get a little bit further, going a little bit off the pack. Yeah. It's like in Alley 1.
Yeah, must have been some mishap there in Alley 1, Tate, with the Dicky Beach crew there. They're better than that. They've had something go wrong off the start there that we didn't catch on camera as the other crews boom out through the gates.
Southport's well.
Yep.
In front at the moment, 5th in the ASRL, and made the state final in South Australia.
Very good intel there, Tate. We love it.
He's been doing his homework.
He makes us look bad. He's brought a full A4 sketchbook of notes.
Yeah, but he can't sit here and make stuff up like we can.
He tries. He had a crack with West Beach. He's 1 from 1. So we look here. It's 5 boats in this race with Dicky Beach just out of shot. On the right-hand side, it's the Wanda team there, swept by Nathan Spinner. And you wouldn't say any of these crews are out of it, with 2 Palm Beach crews in this race. In this division, there's 3 Palm Beach crews left, but the top Palm Beach crew got knocked out on Thursday, so they're all trying to fill the gaps into these later rounds.
Yeah, Wanda Wildfire's top of screen there. There's Alex, Hannah, Molly and Elisa in that crew. Nathan Spinner, as mentioned, he is the sweep. They're approaching their turning can now. He's come in pretty tight on that. He hasn't angled in too much at all. 1, 2 strokes and around they go. Oh, it's tight racing here. All 5 crews all in a row. And
there's Dicky Beach.
Yeah, Dicky Beach having a mishap at the start there. They've got some ground to make up. And that's going to be tough to do here. They're going to be looking
for a big swell in 5 there for Spinner, Don.
Yep.
Getting it right out of the cans, and look at them go. Look at it. He's sitting in pretty there. Still there. Look at it. Pulling up on the sweep, or for those not sweeps, pulling up helps the nose stay down, and they're going hard here, Donny.
They're just about to drop into the deep water here, coming off the back bank, and it is a crew there in Alley 4. That is Palm Beach. The Platypuses. They've got the best out of the runners.
Absolutely. You see there Charlie Trotter on screen with his girls, managed to stay on that wave with Wanda and just kept staying on it to put themselves back into the equation to get into 4th spot here. And they're sitting high in front at the moment. Southport start to pick up a little bit on this wave here. The Platypuses from Palm Beach will also start to pick up.
God, it's quality rowing, isn't it? It's really good to see. The technique and the timing of these crews is exceptional. One of them is going to miss out here.
Sadly. Only room for 4 to go through on this race.
Yeah.
See Charlie Trotter on the right-hand side. Some of the best hair in sweeping that you can offer. Fancies those shorts. He's going to take his crew across the line first too.
Bit of dead water there for Southport. They're getting sucked back as the other crews are going to get the shootout.
Coleroy in trouble down here in 1, Don.
No justice there for Southport. They have gone backwards. They're going to just start pushing forward now.
Wow.
Very,
don't know where
tight.
that finish line was. Yep.
Safe to say, Charlie Trotter's crew from Palm Beach, the Platypuses, getting over in first air. We'll wait to see on live heats for the results.
Has he got a nickname, Charlie?
I know him as Plugger because when we played footy at Timboon, we gave him the whole forward 50, so we known as Plugger's 50.
Plugger's 50. Handy football player, was he?
He was a very handy footballer.
Okay. Well, something we didn't know.
Plugger, that's a famous name in AFL, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Tony Lockett. One of the great Swans. And St Kilda.
St Kilda, and then South Melbourne and Sydney.
Yeah.
And they moved over.
Kicked 1 million goals. So, Plugger. It is.
Unfortunately, Dicky Beach just off screen there before. That is the end of their campaign. They'll be putting it on the trailer. And there is one more to join them out of that last of the female reserve grade heats.
We're going to go back to... we'll get you more information on the reserve grade male racing for those joining us just now. Bit of controversy with the course early in the piece. A few sets of cans out there causing confusion. The finish line also not great on a shallow water. So potentially a bit of reprieve for some of those early crews that had a bit of trouble. But as we look across the beautiful Kira Beach there, sun shining, see this great sport.
Yeah, the water looks pretty good, doesn't it? Sitting at about 26 degrees. You Victorians wouldn't understand that. That's like your bath.
A little bit up.
Sorry.
26 degrees. Yeah, it is a bit like a bath, and the one day a year that we get that's over 25 degrees down in Victoria.
There you go, it actually gets that far.
We've actually had a pretty good summer weather-wise, especially as the carnival's down in Victoria.
So we think we're moving into the under-23 male quarter-final number 1. And Tate, as we see here, a team from New Zealand should be in Alley 1 to Tahi Bay. Top crew, there they are on screen. They've got a boat over here in Australia that they leave over here. Serious club with some serious crews that have made the journey. A couple of those crews representing New Zealand in the trials or the rep team shootout earlier in the season, the national event, this time hosted in New Zealand. So this is a hot race, under 23 men. So Tahi Bay in 1, the current Australian champions, South Curl underdogs in Alley 2, the Allura Brumbies in Alley 3, North Cronulla Blueies Colts in Alley 4, and the Marcoola Maxi Bonds should be in Alley 5 if our draw's correct, but right now it just looks like one boat out on the start line waiting for his friends to get out there to Tahi Bay. So maybe set for a little delay again, maybe some tinkering with the course, Tate, but we've got time and we want it to be fair for all of these clubs. Travelled a long way.
Especially the crews to Tahi Bay in the under-23s, as well as Pihar as well, who's also been rowing in the under-23 women's as well over this weekend. It's fantastic to see our New Zealand cousins come over and have a crack at these events. They've
Yep. No, it is good to see him. We're going to throw down to the beach for one of our great interviews, please. We think so. Waiting for Tash or Big Tommy for a beach cross, and we're excited to see who will join us for this interview. Fortunately, Tom's mic's not working there. He's with Graham Hugel. Unsure if you can hear us, Tommy, in your earpiece. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yeah, we couldn't hear you, so we're going to have to move on to that. Unfortunately, Tom, for you, we're going to make your debut. He's a big man, Tom, isn't he, Tate?
Yeah, he is a big man. I'm not sure how he feels about you mistaking me being all 5'7".
Yeah, so he's 6'8".
Hello.
We do hear some feedback in the background from the beach mic at the moment, so you let us know if you want us to throw back down to Tom. But for now, we're looking out to see. We will get back to Tom in the moment. But yeah, 6'8" he is. 100. His rowing weight's 115. His rugby union weight's 130. He can't have it either way. And he buggered his foot up and had to have an operation this season, so he's off the water. So we're joined by Tom now.
Guys, sorry about that. Debut for me on the commentary. I'm here with Graham Hugel, Hughes, as is known in ASRLQ. What are your thoughts on the surf so far?
Well, first of all, Tom, mate, we've got to organise a sandbag, mate, so I can come up to your level. But surf-wise, thanks, mate. Surf-wise, well, it's nothing that I'm after, but like they're still tricky. There's a lot of there's still a bit of water moving around, and there's little runners pop up everywhere now and then. So I'm just got to take what you can get, as with all surf carnivals, mate.
Yeah, perfect. And we've seen quite a few of your crews representing over the weekend. Do you have any particular favourites, or is that just like your children there?
Oh, mate, they're all my favourites. I can't really comment on all that, so they're all equal best.
No dramas. I might be getting you in jeopardy there. We've seen some of your crews doing really well. The Surfers Sharks moving into reserves there. Obviously, a shout out to Johnny Munro and the Munro family. He's going through a tough time right now. So, are there any thoughts from the boys there?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, we're doing it's very much forefront of our mind, and boys are racing with a lot of emotion. We come off the back of course, Johnny, but we've also got TC Alfred and just everything that the world's thrown us this year. There's a lot of motivation in the boat, and the boys are putting it in the oar. And holy, that was a great last race that they rode. Yeah, they're going well.
Absolutely, and it's just good to see. We're all kind of getting around as a surf boat community there, really backing the Munro family, and it's good to see everyone from nationwide just getting around them. So good luck to your crews, good luck for the surfers, Paradise teams, and we'll have to see how you go through the weekend.
Absolutely, Tom. Thanks, mate. Johnny.
Yeah, great words from Tom, and we're thinking of the family, Don.
Yeah, it was an emotional Graham Hugel there.
So we're back on screen there now. And that was Big Tom. He was looking for a date at ASRL. I'm not sure if he's filled that gap, but he's a beautiful boy, Tommy, and
he's a lovely boy.
He's a big boy.
He's a big man, 6'8". Incredible. He's been joining us here in the commentary team. But we've now got the other bit of youth up here is Tate from Victoria, and we thank him for joining us. What club are you with, mate?
I've been with Morty Alec this year, but I've been part of Paul Campbell and Lawn for a very long time, so I've gone with Mr. Victoria, I think is the club that I go
very
with.
Good. Well, Morty Alec Euros were racing earlier in the season.
Yes, they were.
This carnival, they're a famous old crew too. I've raced them for a few years.
Absolutely. I had the luxury of taking them out for a sweep a few times this summer.
So here we go, boys. Under 23 division, Tahi Bay in Alley 1. The current national champs, the South Curl underdogs in 2. Allura Brumbies across from them in Alley 3. North Cronulla Blueies Colts in Alley 4. And the Marcoola Maxi Bonds up in Alley 5. And this will be a tough race. You see current defending champions, the South Curl underdogs. There's the North Cronulla team on screen there now.
Yeah, we're into the under 23 quarter-final. 5 crews here. Guys, don't quote me, but I think there is only 3 through here. You might be able to might do some research and get back to you on that, but have a look at this. The underdogs out there in front, current Australian champions.
They're rowing beautifully, Don.
They led the New South Wales State back into the gate. They were in their awkward end in Alley 6, which was pretty tough to win their state title out of there. But they have had a cracking season, have the underdogs. They were the Australian representative team a couple of years back in the under 23 division.
They got to shoot off for it again this time round with their stablemates South Curly Burley winning that event, but Big Tommy's crew from Maroochydore were in there as well. So
yeah, really strong division. This under 23 is one of the most competitive divisions around. The racing in it has just been fantastic over the last couple of years. There's been 3 or 4 crews that have just gone ding-dong battle against each other. And this South Curly underdogs, they've been in the mix.
They sure have. And you just look far down the screen, look to be some skydivers of sorts or parachuting in there. So here goes the South Curly underdogs. Current national under 23 champions swept by Rob Lowry in their famous boat, the War Daddy. There they are.
That was hilarious. You thought that was a mark on the screen. You reached up and rubbed it to figure out it was a parachuter in the background. One of your best, Stevano.
Yeah.
The underdogs, here they come. They're a couple of boat lengths clear, and you'll watch the turning technique here of Rob Lowry. He leans back over the bow, gets as much boat out of the water as he can. Stroke digs in, and away they go. I don't know.
Very tight turn as well.
It's unique to him too. I wouldn't recommend it as a new sweep trying that. It takes years to perfect, and he's worked it out. But there's charging away, but to Tahi Bay, Don. You'd be familiar with some of these guys perhaps, and you see their length there. So the New Zealand team representing their club beautifully, and they're up on the run. You see the rate come up there now, back on shot with the South Curly underdogs.
Yeah, South Curly on screen there now. They're leading along with the crew from New Zealand, Tahi Bay. They tell me that boat lives in Australia. They come onto the shallow back bank here, and they're going to get a bit of a lift here. That's going to bring them up, is it, to South Curly? It certainly brought them onto their tuck. Now South Curly's opportunity. South Curly's opportunity here, but it's dropping into deeper water here as we go through the gutter.
And there's a second one behind Tatahi Bay, which should hopefully pick them up and keep them safe in this race. But it's the underdogs pushing away in this early Colts race. That's with Rob Lowry. He's no stranger to the front of the field. He's got several good crews here this weekend.
Signs of things to come for South Curly. You will see them feature at the pointy end of the carnival tomorrow, and they've made it through this first one, and barring incident, we would expect to see the underdogs in the under-23 final, and that's a good win for the underdogs.
Well, there's a commentator's mock if ever I've seen one. Called them into the final early. Let's hope they get there now, Don, otherwise Rob's going to...
I'm going to stick by that one, mate.
Yeah, anything can happen, though. That's the beauty of our sport, Don.
I'm backing them. They're good boys, the underdogs.
Sure are.
Along with their teammates as well. We quite often don't mention the Thick Shakes, the third of the under-23 South Curly crews.
Sprint finish to the line here, trying to pick up third place. We think it's going to be the all-important third, and it was North Cronulla pushing along there with the Allura. And the team from Markula in the back on the right there, just getting through there now. There's Sweep with his hand up in the air. The boys' hands up in the air. I guess they didn't like the start they were given on that one. So sadly, we think their day's done. But there's a current Aussie champs right now with Zach Lowry stroking that boat and his father Rob at the back. So their boat's got a name. It's called War Daddy. And there's the Aussie team, Donnie, as you called it.
Yeah, the South Curly Burley. There is I don't know if there's pressure on them. There's certainly expectation on this crew. Current Australian team, current New South Wales champions. They finished fourth, I think, in the Aussies last year, just off the podium. And we would expect big things out of those guys.
They won the George Bass with their A-grade crew early in the season, while a lot of crews were having holiday Christmas cake and pork sandwiches. The Burley were rowing a 200-kilometre rowing race down the coast. There's Spency, and his 23s crews are always in the mix too, Don.
Yeah, they've had a great history in under-23 racing, has the Palm Beach, New South Wales club. Spency in the familiar hooped board shorts. He's a big bloke, that second stroke in that crew as well, mate. There's some tall timber out there.
An ideal rower that you would want in your engine seat of 2 and 3, respectively.
Yeah, it's landed the Giants down there sometimes. There's Tooley on screen with Currumbin.
Currumbin Druckars.
That's his boy Jack in the bow.
Hamish, Jack, Luke and Elliot in that crew.
Wanting them to do well. Tough race though. Very tough race. 5 in. The Point Leo Windies. Nearly won. Tate?
Yes. The boys there, Liam, Baz, Angus, Will and Riley. Barry Hill, their sweep. Fantastic boys in Alley 2, the Currumbin Dracars, Alley 3, the Palm Beach Thins, Alley 4, South Curl Burley, and Alley 5, the Wanda Pins.
So the Fins versus the Pins. We had it earlier in the rounds. The Wanda Pins against the Palm Beach Fins. There's the South Curl Burley on screen. Young Alan Perry in the white is the stroke. He's the boat builder, son of Nathan, brother of Natalie, son of Kelly, grandson of Kim Marsh, and a rowing pedigree amongst that family. So a shout out to Pez and the boys. Good luck. See there, one rower usually keeps his eye on the gun. Depending on which way they're facing, he'll let his mates know the gun's up. 2 bowmen there, the job of them is to keep that nose straight. You see him stance now for the guns up. Away they go. Pretty even start there, a little bit on the nose for the Burley. I think the check starter just wanted to test them out. They got a little bit more to go through, getting through and over the first and the second, now going through the third. Catching over the back of that. There's Spiteri now, and he'll get down into that crouch style. There's Spency, Peter Spence now with his Palm Beach Fins also away there. They'll be there or thereabouts for the week. They've had a good opening campaign, and they're doing well off this start in the middle of the course.
Windies in Alley 1, Point Leo just dropping back a little bit, but they'll be able to pick up these runs. They've done a fantastic effort, rode up in opens at the state titles in Warrnambool at Victoria, put a power of work against the Point Leo Edge and the Fairhaven Angry Otters as well.
Yeah, so Point Leo picking up a handy sweep
Yeah, Jeff Matthews, one of Victoria's finest, moving the Lawn Club and going over to Point Leo.
Look at Palm Beach, getting away from the Burleigh and getting away from Currumbin Dracars with Anthony O'Toole on the back of that boat. And you see there's good run coming through the course, guys.
Yeah, that's a great row there from the Palm Beach Finns. They have been there or thereabouts all year, just with South Curly just seem to be taking the spotlight off them. And here they are in this elimination race with their nose in front. And Spency, one competitive bloke.
He loves it. And Palm Beach are in a great position, and he's done a mountain of work over the years, and you see him there now turning the red can. There's the Burleigh to their right turning the blue can, and Currumbin Dracars turning on the green. So it's the boat from Point Leo on the bottom of the screen, and the boat from Wanda there having to do the work. We think it's 3 through. 4 through though, confirmed by Tate. 4 through.
4 through to bring it down to 16 and then bring it down to 12 in the quarter-final 2.
That's why you're here, mate.
Good work, Tate.
Well done, son.
Windies now start to pick up. My boys from down in Victoria picking up a little bit of swell, trying to get a little bit of separation from Wanda in alley 5, but still sitting in third as we see now in alleys 2 and 3, Currumbin and Palm Beach.
There's Tooley on board with his son Jack in the bow. They're looking very good. They've been a junior crew, grown up into the under-23 division there now. Tooley keeping it nice and steady. But Palm Beach and Currumbin doing a great job here. They've put a bit of a gap onto the Burleigh, Don.
Yeah, they sure have.
Don't see that too often.
No, a little bit of an upset here. We've commentators curse again. We were talking up the crew from South Curly Burleigh. They're going to be in the mix, that's for sure. But Palm Beach Finns, they've given notice here. They are going to be one of the crews to contend with.
Little bubble for the Burleigh to bring them back onto the front wave, and they're going to want to chase this. They don't want to lose the field by a wave because, well, Palm Beach and Currumbin, they were going to get away from them, Don. Great rowing there.
Yeah, as mentioned, 4 through here. So it is the 5th crew. It's either the crew at the top of your screen there. It's either Point Leo or the crew from Wanda. They're going to be the crew to miss out. Point Leo underneath us here. They'll come into shot here shortly as our drone zooms back.
It's going to be very tight here as we sort of look out. We saw Wanda just about to pick down on the wave. We'll hopefully get a bit of a view here. But Wanda's gone over, and the Point Leo Windies, I apologise, have made through.
And Tate's excited.
Yeah.
Victoria's got one through, and that's good stuff. And that's unlucky for Les and the boys from Wanda. We know how that feels. That's it. They know they're on the trailer. You see the disappointment.
That body in the background there, that's our cameraman, Malcolm Trees, getting some action shots out in the water. And that is disappointing for the Wanda boys. That's their campaign over.
Well, it has been great racing. And there's the thick shakes, Don, with Orhead on the back. Mr. Wilson. Great bloke. Good bunch of boys, these fellas.
Heat 3 of the elimination round for under 23s. Tate, what have you got for us, mate? Question without notice. Apologies.
The North Cronulla Weapons in alley 1, the Monavale Comrades in alley 2, the South Kelko Thick Shake in alley 3, the Corrimal Blackjacks in alley 4, the Malulabar Dusties in alley 5.
Good call, Tate. There's the Dusties on screen there now. From Malulabar, it's a beautiful place. Seeing a Perry boat there.
Yeah, great surf club, the Malulabar Surf Club, if you've ever been in there. One of the better ones here in Queensland. There's a few to choose from.
Well, we had a good afternoon in your club yesterday, Don. The Tallabudgera Surf Club.
Yeah, and just had
after us.
Just had a $9 million renovation in Tally Surf Club.
They couldn't afford the Tui's Old on tap, though. Bit disappointing.
Mate. I'll have a word to Dermot in regards to that, mate.
If you don't mind. Can he fix that by the Savo, you reckon?
We could certainly get some stubbies in for you, I'm sure.
Good stuff. All right.
What about Nah Brewery, one of our sponsors? I'm wondering if they do a black. We need a little bit of intel on that, I think.
Good point. We should really have some product up here to test.
We should. We should even.
Tate's looking at us a bit concerned.
Yeah.
Stay with us, buddy. It's okay. Stay with us.
If you can produce your ID, mate, we'll let you have one as well.
connoisseur of beer.
Yeah, no, Brewery, one of our many sponsors of the Australian Surf Life Saving titles. As the flag is up, check starter ready. Just waiting for the gun to go up here. You see the two flags in the air.
See the crew's trying to creep it forward, just trying to get a little advantage against your counterparts. Doesn't always work for you though.
No.
Because you're creeping towards getting hit or deeper water. So you want to be sweet, steady as the gun goes.
Bit of backwash as well. That's something you'd love to jump in on as the gun goes, a bit of backwash. Bottom of the screen, North Cronulla. Mona Vale next to them. South Curl Thick Shakes, the third of the South Curly crews. Coral Black in alley 4. Mooloolaba Dusties in the blue boat, top of screen. Have a look at this backwash.
Well, that awful flag's still there, being used by the check starters, so we will let Frank off. It's his birthday today, Frank Schroeder, turning 72 today. And
72, did you add a couple on there, mate, or is that?
Might have guessed.
Yeah. He doesn't look that old, mate.
Are you sure? Actually, get back to that. So Coramal on screen there now.
Guns up. In they go. Coramal in neatly, as with the Dusties from Mooloolaba as well. Their sweep climbs over the back and they are away. They've got the rating up here. Shorten the strokes as they try to get the boat speed up. You will see them lengthen out. Oh, crew bottom of the screen. North Cronulla off to a flyer. And that is a pretty good start from all these crews. Super powerful here, the under 23 men. The only division quicker than these guys is the open men, and sometimes that can be discussed as well. Generally a little bit lighter weight in these under 23 men's crews, and they can really motor in these boats.
I think that's Vaughan on the back of the North Cronulla boat, Vaughan Meldrum, and he's done a good job with the boys. They were at the George Bass as well, and he's been sweeping a few years now, and just coming off an injury. He had a bit of a groin tear, which is awful as a sweep, because you do have to move those hips around depending on what you're doing in the waves, but they're going well, North Cronulla.
Yeah, the weapons have certainly fired out of the guns here to try and get there.
Oh, good play on words, mate. Well done.
I had to sit there for a little bit to try and pick that up. Sitting alongside the Mooloolaba Dusties as well.
Is that one of your notes that you'd written down there, mate? The weapons
it's the thing is just been sitting in my head, I think.
Keep an eye on that book, Don. You might have to grab that book off him later and steal a few of his notes. He's doing an awesome job as taking.
Yeah, they're awesome lines, aren't they?
Yeah.
But a very clear 1, 2 and 3 between North Cronulla, South Curl and Mooloolaba.
Nothing in it really dropping back to Coramal as well. Half a length to them. So 4 boats going through here, guys.
Mona Vale Comrades probably going to be the last to turn here. North Cronulla are going to have to get right around to get out of the road of the Mona Vale crew.
Up and out of it they are in 2.
That is a great turn there from the North Cronulla crew in the DKG. Nice work there, and they're going to get the first opportunity at running down the escalator, which are these little runners, and here it is. Rating picks up. You see the boys throw their shoulders into the bow. They try and milk as much out of this as they can.
See that wave building behind them, not the one that the North Cronulla crew is sitting on at the moment now, but it's going to be the one after one, the one that's currently where Mona Vale is sitting on it at the moment. As these rates start to pick up, Coramal's making a bit of play here. Look at them go.
Good run, good lift on the back of that one. They've gone past Mooloolaba.
Thick Shake, centre of the screen, still in the mix. Mona Vale crew at the left-hand side of your screen with the work to do. North Cronulla going on with the job here in Alley 1. And have a look at Mooloolaba as well. Their opportunity to run a few now. They are into the deeper water here as they've come across the back bank.
Coming back into picture is trying to be Mona Vale on a runner, but it's North Cronulla and Mooloolaba in alley 1 and 5.
Yeah, good work here, North Cronulla. They've still got the rate up here on the way home. They're still running along the top of it, and they've just stretched that lead out there. There wasn't much underneath them, but what was there they used. And they're going to get another lift here. Let's just watch this rating. They're digging in the hole, and as the boat speed picks up, you'll see the hand speed pick up, the slide speed pick up, and here they go. Can they turn this into a wave? Can they get down the front of this one?
Oh, you betcha.
Nose is sufficiently down there to get it running all the way home.
And that is a good row out of alley 1 for the crew from North Cronulla. They will tap it along now. You've qualified through, boys. Well done.
Braver in as we now look.
Pat on the back from the bowman there to his second bowman, so they're safely through, but this is no man's land now. You see South Curly and Mooloolaba should be sweet.
Corrimal Black over there now, and it may well be Mona Vale. Not an official result out of us guys up here in the commentary, but it looks like Mona Vale may be the crew to miss out here.
I think I might have to correct myself. I had a look over to quarterfinal 2. There will be 3 heats of 5, so it's a top 3 from the 5 that we've got. So you were right the first time, Don. 3 votes going through here.
Wow.
Oh,
Mate,
this
will be a written warning.
Yeah, well, we've just called 2 crews thinking they're going through the next round.
Yeah. Tate. Take yourself outside and have a good long talk to yourself, mate. No, good stuff. Yeah, as suspected, I thought there was 3 only going through.
So we're going to go down to the beach now. Let's see who we've got.
Alrighty, so I'm on the shoreline here with Trav from the Underdogs. We've had a bit of rivalry over the last few years, but it's all smiles today, especially seeing as I'm out of competition. How are you going today, Trav?
Yeah, good, mate, good. It's changed up a bit today. It's a bit smaller, not as many runs. It's a bit harder coming in, but you know, it's still same thing as before. They've moved the gates out a little bit now, so it's a bit longer, which suits us pretty well. Suit you boys as well if you're out there. But yeah, no, it's good fun. It's good.
Yeah, and we were talking before about how some of these Queensland beaches are a bit more open, a bit more flat. You don't really get that down in New South Wales. Has that altered your game plan at all?
Oh, a little bit. It's a bit harder up here, you know. You come up here, you boys are a bit more used to it, where you're a bit used to like the one break out the back and it's, you know, massive, whereas here you got to beat the shorey and then beat out back. So yeah, navigating that's been a bit different, but still the same game plan, like just rip it and go. So yeah.
Rip it and go. That sounds like an absolutely flawless game plan. It does look like a bit of a lung buster out to sea there, and we do know that the Burleigh seem to really enjoy some of their ergs, training with those Death Riders as well. Are you guys able to keep up? Who's better on the erg score?
Look, I'm going to have to admit here, the boys, they've got us on the ergs, unfortunately. We've been pretty close, pretty similar, but they come from flat water. They just know how to erg, they're used to it. But yeah, it's a bit different out in the ocean. You got a bit of a wave to compete with, so I'd say it's a lot more closer out there.
And it does look like the ASRL, with you guys winning, it might not all be that stillwater skill. It could be a little bit of passion as well, and you guys seem to show plenty of passion. So thanks very much for a little bit of a brainwave there. Any final remarks?
Mate, I wish we could have you out there. You've been our competition for the last, 4 or 5 years. So it's been unreal competing with you boys. Obviously a bit devastating you couldn't get in the boat, but is what it is. I'm sure we'll see you in Opens in a few years or whatnot.
Absolutely, and the best part of this sport is the longevity. We saw the Masters getting battered around, and there's rivalries that have been around for at least 20 years, so we might see you in the future. Hey, thanks for your time.
100%. Cheers, mate.
Good stuff. A couple of good young men there. Tommy from the Maroochydore Force under-23 crew. They've had battles for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's good to see those guys having a chat.
So heat 4 here, Don, of the Colts under-23 men. You see in alley 1 we've got Bilgola. In alley 2, North Cottesloe Moose. The North Cronulla Iron Lotus in alley 3. The Palm Beach Pentatokos in alley 4 with Stephen Coxie Cox on the back. And then alley 5, the Currumbin Buccaneers with our man D. Dwight. And they're off to a flyer, Dwighty's crew up in alley 5. And you see them powering away from the field here. So that's a great start there from Currumbin Beach.
Good start there from Dwighty with Elliot, Joel, Nath and Darcy in that crew. And Nathan in the second bow seat, I think that is the son of our mate Chook, Shane Chook Thompson. And I did notice his mother on the beach earlier on cheering them along. Great supporters of surf boats.
Good kids, those boys, and Dwighty's got them all camped up at his, and they'll be hoping to stay all the way to the finish. So you see, though, there now, no one's getting away from it, and it's good to see Bilgola right in the mix here. Long strokes. You see North Cottesloe Moose. There's 2 good Colts crews come out of North Cottesloe. Sadly, only one of them could be here this week. So, and there's the North Cronulla boys, the North Cronulla Iron Lotus. So yeah, there's Tommy put it on the Underdogs, the national champs, giving it to them about the erg scores. And the Burley got the national champs on the ergs, and well, it's a good thing as Trav said, ergs don't float.
That was a bit of trash talk. I'm not saying they came from Stillwater. I don't know if he said that in a favourable way or not. And here they go into the cans, and it's just going to be the crew at the top of your screen, Currumbin, that are going to spin around first. But boy, North Cottesloe right there with them, and a good turn too from the North Cottesloe crew. They're going to come out equal.
From Bilgola, Don. Just dropping off, as you said.
Yeah, 3 of these crews going through here, we think. And we're riding with the crew from Currumbin there now. David Dwighty at the back of that crew.
Son of Danger Man champion Chook. Gold medal winning your crew, Donnie, earlier in the week. But here comes Bilgola, the length. They're going to pull down a little run here. They're working that nose with those round rollicks and that long lean back, and they're going to get over the front of Moore here. Great road from Bilgola up in alley 1 here. Still on the top of it.
Didn't that runner come through at the good time over the shallow back bank?
Sure did, and they're powering away. Once you get that little motivation and you can see the field disappearing, you just want to keep going to the finish line.
Sitting there from fourth now into first in this heat here, Bilgola, as they're sitting a wave in front, and that nose will start to go down as the wave picks up underneath them. Feeling very comfortable in first, but now look, Currumbin, Buccaneers sitting in alley 5, starting to pick up a little bit. Northcott as well from WA, powerhouse club from Perth.
Second through the gate cans would be Currumbin, and they're going to hope that they can stay there. North Cottesloe, who's this crew here?
Palm Beach trying to get over the top, Don, trying to upset the party. Only 3 going through, but Bilgola's dropped down the front of one. That's a very good row from Bilgola, and they're going to be happy with that. Pretty casual sweeping there from their sweep. He's even taking his hands off the wheel to blow his nose, so he's comfortable.
That might be our top 3 there. Currumbin, top of screen. North Cottesloe in the white and blue boat, centre of screen. And Bilgola, as we've mentioned, we think it is 3 through.
Look at that sandbank, as we said earlier. It's quite pronounced.
Beautiful water here in Queensland.
Nice and warm, nice and cool. All the weather
Sure
up
was.
here.
It was beautiful water in your shower, Don, this morning. Mate, you've got some sort of tricky shower going on, my word. Had all sorts of jets and...
Yeah, we're spoiling you.
Aren't you just? So, we think 3 going through. And that we think that'll possibly bring the under 23...
One more to go,
One to go.
Era Buck, yeah.
Doing well all week. Sorry, Don.
Yeah, no, all good. Era Buck, yeah, in 1. Cronulla Stingrays in 2. North Cronulla Purds in 3. Coogee, the Filthy Oars, in 4. And Chiton Rocks, the Monsters, in 5.
Yeah, Tash is all over the Chiton Rocks boys. Had a bit to do with them and their sweep Hocko. So, but Era Buck, yeah, there they are on screen from Sydney Branch.
Yeah, father-son combination in that one as well. I'm assuming Shane Howe is the sweep mate. Can you help me out here? And Lachlan may well be his son in that crew.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. And young Kai Featherston in that boat with Archie and Liam as well. So Featherston, a famous name in boats. Mark, his uncle, is a prolific rower for North Cronulla, doing a lot of coaching, and his dad Adam is a top swimmer, so they're a life-saving family, and they're doing really well. There was a spring in their step, the Era team, when we seen them the other day back at Tugun. It's great to see these smaller clubs starting to knock on the door with good young crews, and there's the father-son combination. That's Kalen and his dad Darren. Kalen's stroke. They're in the under-23 division. There's not much of him, Kalen, but he's got a heart of a lion, and he has a big go. Look at him trying to fill out into this division. They're a young crew just coming up into under-23s from juniors. So they're giving away a few years and a bit of muscle to their competitors, but they'll be there if they have a go, Donnie.
Yeah, well, they've got a few years in this division, and we'll see some of these more well-credentialed crews move out of the 23s and up into the open division, so that their opportunity will come.
There's Chiton.
Speaking of opportunities, I've got one right here to progress further through, deeper into the event. Darren Hocking at the back of that boat, Hocko.
Beautiful looking, pretty new Perry boat there.
For those that don't know, that is a South Australian beach.
Gun goes up for these crews.
Coogee boys on screen, in and away. Good start there from Coogee, and Williamson on the back there doing a great job getting in, and he's going to bark his orders out to sea. Kite and rocks now, trying to get it moving, trying to get those legs moving. Can force a habit sometimes of just shortening up. You need to try and get into some longer rowing as quick as you can. Don't have those legs getting stuck. And looking across the field there, Tate, it looks like a pretty even line.
It's a pretty even line. We see the crew that's sitting in alley 4 just getting a little bit of the push away. That Coogee crew coming up from under 19s to 23s this year, sitting alongside them. North Cronulla Perds Colts as well, starting to get a little bit of separation from the field. But also in alley 1, the Yera Buckier from the Sydney branch. Yeah, New South Wales starting to get a bit of separation here as well.
Yeah, good start there from alley 3 from North Cronulla, the Perds. They have got their nose out in front. Possibly with them would be the Era Buckiers. And that's them on screen there now. As mentioned, father-son combination in that boat as well. They had great support around them the other afternoon. Plenty of family there to support them.
I think their reserve grade crew was through as well from the week, from the earlier rounds. So see how they go later in the day.
Yeah, as this wind just starting to puff here as we've gone through the low tide about an hour or so ago. Incoming tide now, and it appears to me that they've got rid of those set of cans that were outside the course, which was confusing to some of the reserve grade crews earlier on today.
Still waiting to hear about what's happened there with that. I believe there might be a few crews getting through, so we'll wait to see the draw.
But it's from Aaron Tannehill is there's going to be a repechage. You're going to take all of the reserve grade crews into a repechage.
Do or die. So back on screen there now, Era Buckiers with a very good turn in one, and the North Cronulla Perds in the middle there, probably setting the pace, and they are one of the stronger crews there. Adam Purdy's boys, big boys. Perds always has a top crew on the water, and they're doing a good job in their white boat on screen there now.
Yeah, the North Cronulla club just suffering from their renovation not going quite according to plan. Their builder went broke. They've been clubless for a couple of years now, and we know that they do a lot of training out of Boff's house, the boat captain, and they've done a great job to be as competitive as they've been, still patrolling their beach and still showing up here, and they are in the front here, centre of your screen, North Cronulla.
No crews out of it though, Don. You see Kyneton on the right with a run, and then you see in alley 2 the crew from Cronulla. So they're not giving up yet. 3 to go through here, Tate.
It is very, very tight racing here. There's a little bit of a wave building you can see behind the Cronulla crew here now. It's not that one that they're sitting on there, but it might be the back one. We might see a bit of a party wave coming through to the start. These crews can't utilise this runner quite well, as these crews are now starting to head towards the Gaycan Kyneton Rock Monsters as well. Making it work. Their nose goes up. They're going to be sitting in prime position for the wave that's just building underneath them. But sitting in alley 3, North Cronulla, Perds Colts getting through, as well as the crew from Coogee as well.
Dropping over is Coogee and Kyneton Rocks on the top, and it's Era down here, and Cronulla are also coming on. So you called a party wave. It's only North Cronulla ahead of the field by a wave, but the other 4 are going to have a shootout.
It's going to be an absolute battle to try and get over the line. Kyneton's gone over that little wave there. You can't quite tell from here. As the cruise goes over the line, it'll be very interesting to see the results from there, but very tight racing, and it'll be very unfortunate for the 2 crews that miss out.
Lucky for someone that their day's done and their season's over, but as we churn through these races now, searching for the pointy end of the sport, all these crews aiming for national victory at our big event of the year, the premier event, the Aussie titles. And we can't do it without our sponsors, the SLA's major partners, DHL, Isuzu Australia, Qantas and Westpac. Also shout out to Tourism Events Queensland. You should experience the Gold Coast, guys. It's beautiful down here, and we're here for a few more days. Kellogg's Nutrigrain, the Yarnar Brewing. If you're listening, Yarnar, we want to know if you've got a dark beer, and we want to know if you can find the commentary compound. 2 important questions. Triple M Gold, 92.5, bringing it to the airways. the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission. And, yeah, well, we're excited to be bringing you these races. There's Claypan on screen there now, one of the great, well, if not the GOAT of the sport, according to the medal bank. You see his crews on the splashboard there now of the wins they've had and the years they've won.
Yeah, we're now entering into the under-23 female division. And Tate, don't know if you've got the line up there in front of you, mate, but if you can run us through it.
Sitting in Alley 1, it's Damien Claypan with his crew, Northcliffe and Lightning. And Alley 2, it's Grant Wilkinson with the Allura Fancy Pants. Alley 3, Collaroy Chargers with Mark Reese. Alley 4, Freshwater Freaks with the big man, big boat builder himself, Nathan Perry. And Alley 5 from Victoria's the Williamstown Waps with Tim McFarland on the big stick. And Alley 6, it's the Palm Beach Pistols with Charlie Trotter.
Great call, Tate.
Well done, mate.
Future's looking good in the commentary box there, Don.
Are we going to ask him how many threw?
I'm too scared to answer now.
Back yourself, son. We think it's probably going to be 3.
6 in this.
6 in though, 4 maybe.
Yeah, 6 in this. I can't imagine them cutting the field in half.
So,
top 4 for this race, 16, cutting it down from 24 to 16.
That's
over
gospel.
4 heats.
That's gospel.
That's how the math works out in my head.
How'd you go at maths at school?
Well, I'm work as an economist, so I should be okay.
Good,
I should be
good,
okay
good.
with
Wow.
maths.
Geez, you're lifting the IQ in this room.
Wow. Yep.
Left-hand side of your screen. Oh, gun goes.
There's your
gets him
boy.
away.
Charlie Trotter.
Plugger. There he goes.
Palm Beach Pistols, and they are down there in Alley 6, and they've got a few bumps and lumps to get over here to get themselves into some clearer, deeper water. And the wild man himself on the back of the stick gets them through it. Timmy McFarlane, you mentioned him as well, from the Victorian club of Williamstown.
He's got the Okanuis on there, going for the switch, getting rid of the bit of water that's come up over the bow.
Great crew from Williamstown, building a fantastic boat section over the past 3 years under Timmy McFarland, as well as Nathan Waddell, who we'll see later in these rounds as well.
Yeah, strong representation, 3016.
Absolutely.
The postcode there.
Yep.
And over on your left-hand side, the current Australian champions in this division, Northcliffe. They took the title out last year. They've had a couple of changes from the crew that won the Aussie title. But as you can see over there on the left-hand side, still super competitive. Damien Claypan there on screen. Hardly got the sweep oar in the water there. And he'll just give it a tap every now and then just to adjust the course and just keep himself headed out for that turning can that he's aiming himself for.
Speaks to the pressure that's happening. There's a very even pressure for Damien not to have his sweep oar in. He's just letting the boat row and then just only adjusting it slightly here and there to bring it back on course.
Well, that's a benefit if your crew rows with even power and is well balanced, and you don't have to. If that's the sort of balance you've got as a sweep, you are laughing.
If you talk to Howard Croker, he said that you should take the sweep oar out or have the minimal amount of sweep oar in the water. It's drag. N.R. Perry on screen there now with the cleaver blades.
Yep, and only half his sweep oar in the water, and he's a one-hand man when you need it too, Donnie. I called earlier in the call that some sweeps like to have a bit of inboard, as we call it.
Yep.
But we see them turning there now round, and
that is the Freshie Freaks. They have turned along with Northcliffe Lightning, who are down in Alley 1. And they're our two leading crews. There's not much in it. The crew down on the right-hand side, Palm Beach, probably with the work to do. We are looking to take 4 through here. 2 will drop out. We are elimination racing here. And they're coming across the outer bank now, looking for a bit of a run, a bit of assistance out of the ocean.
Northcliffe Lightning on screen there with Claypan in Alley 1, searching for the line.
He is barking the orders out at the girls here. Get me through here, girls. We've got bigger things to do later on in the weekend. And there's a little runner comes underneath him here now. Crew on the left-hand side, Northcliffe Lightning. They're going to improve their position by a boat length or so with that runner.
Fancy Pants into closer to the field as well. Collaroy just behind them, in a line with Freshwater and with Williamstown. And Plugger's got his work cut out in Alley 6, Tate, because his crew's dropped behind and we think it's taking 4 through. So, Northcliffe in Alley 1 setting the pace here.
Yeah, as they come back through the gate cans now, Northcliffe All they need now is a wave and it'll be game over for the leading crew here. Northcliffe Lightning. Beside them, the Allura Fancy Pants. Wilco at the back of that. Bit of a lift under him now. We're riding with Northcliffe there. They're within striking distance of the finishing line here. Just need to get down this little ripple. See what the girls can do here. And there it is. They're going to get across, wave in front of everyone else without much assistance. They've won the rowing race and they've run the surfboat race as well. But it is on here. Two crews dropping out. There's possibly Coleroy in the black and red boat just climbing onto a wave now. And the Palm Beach crew on the far right-hand side in the green boat. They may be the two crews to miss out here, Tate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Coleroy and Palm Beach to have missed out there. They've had a fantastic row. Coleroy were up throughout the entire race with the other three boats that went through, but just sort of dropped off a little bit off the back there. Just couldn't utilise those runners coming through. Charlie, with his girls from Palm Beach, had a lot of work to try and do. It was a credit to them to try and get back up there, but unfortunately they'll pack up their boat and be done for the weekend.
Yeah, they'll wrap it up and no doubt help support their club, Palm Beach, still with several crews still alive here. So it's great racing, guys, and it's what we've come to expect at the National Championships. This is for all the box and dice. See crews just tapping it over that bank to get out, or that gutter to get out to the bank.
And it'll be an interesting call when they do make it to start these boats back on the shoreline rather than out on the sandbank. We are around about an hour and a half into the incoming tide. Not much of a high tide this afternoon.
Nah, it's on the way up now. And you can still see there, though, it's very shallow.
Yeah, only getting to a high of around about 2 o'clock this afternoon of 0.9 of a metre. That is a very, very small high tide. So not a great deal of movement in the ocean today, tide-wise. And Tate, run us through it, mate, from the right-hand side.
So Avalon Beach HCMFs in Alley 1, the New Brighton, the Boomfers from New Zealand in Alley 2, the Mona Vale Black in Alley 3, the Coleroy Crusaders in Alley 4, the Currumbin Cherries in Alley 5, and the North Cronulla Boffs Babes in Alley 6.
Well, there's one of the goats on screen there now. He's had a good time of it. My old Northern Beaches landlord, Mr. B. Munro. And it's great to see him back on the water.
3 in a row for him in open men, if memory serves me correctly, with his Mona Vale Black crew.
Trying to be eclipsed this year by Bulleye, I believe.
Bulleye have got 4. They've got 3 in a row, though. They will be going for 4 in a row. And I won't do the commentator's curse on them.
Oh, so you'll pick and choose who you want to mock?
Yeah.
All right.
No, you've just got me thinking about it. Yeah, nah, the brewery.
Yeah, nah. So this is a New Zealand team borrowing the South Narrabeen boat. I know I've seen Torch Haven, and he has connections in New Zealand, and I know he would have brought this boat up and given these guys a loan of it, and that's very generous. And I think these guys, some of them, the New Brighton team, were they at the George Bass, some of these guys?
No.
The yellow and black New Zealand team? No. Was another club starting with P.
Paikakariki.
Pakawaki.
Paikakariki.
Well said, guys. Hey? Say it again?
Paikakariki.
And where's that?
It's in New Zealand.
He's on the... Well done, Tate. So, we're having fun up here. We hope you are too. Please, if you know us, give us a message. We'll give you a shout out.
Don't know if I can say everything Bruce Zillman's sending me. He wants me to name my rugby nickname. Sorry, Zillo, can't help you out there, mate. Avalon Beach, HCMFs in Alley 1, New Brighton in 2, Mona Vale Black in 3, Coleroy Crusaders in 4, Currumbin Cherries in 5, and North Cronulla in 6.
Just getting a message through from Mr. Martin Drysdale that he's got through. So that was the mishap going from to the back set of cans for Molly McBee. So come back to you with those races. But is there a better sight on anyone's TV than that, Don?
There's nothing more Australian, mate, is there?
Aussie titles, the apex craft in surf life saving. And this is where we have the most fun, the best team sport.
Speaking of Kiwis, at the back of that Currumbin boat is Will. He's an import from New Zealand. Great little sweep he is. quiet-spoken guy. They tell me he has a bit more to say in the boat. They don't get away to one of their better starts.
He's chopping it away there.
Yeah, he slips over the back though. You wouldn't even know he's in the boat, that fella. Nose goes up, down into the next one.
Bouncing away is Munro too in the green Monavale boat, but sending it with some momentum is Coleroy, and alongside them is Currumbin. So we see there Avalon at the bottom of the screen. There's your man Pete Carter. Look at him stepping around.
Yeah, love Peter Carter.
He's an energetic sweep, looking across to the New Zealand team in the South Narrabeen boat, across to Monavale, and then Coleroy, Currumbin, and a North Cronulla boat on the far end up in alley 5.
Yeah, pretty even start here across the line. Monavale just dropping back there, but Bryce Munro, he is one of the great sweeps in this country. Good to see him back at the back of the boat. He had a few years out with kids in nippers and things. I think he might have even been the president of the club there, the Nipper Club at Monavale. But he's back into surf boats now, and it's good to see.
It is good to see, and his boys are racing as well. They're loving it too. And he's got a third boy still not old enough to row boats, the little Grommet. Shout out to him. He's a mad surfer and cricketer. So there's Brycey and his girls.
Yeah, fairly handy surfer himself, Bryce Munro.
Another South supporter too, could you believe it?
Oh, he's coming up in my books.
It's gone down in mine. Bad income.
Just talking about rugby league, Peter Carter in the Avalon Beach Ball at the standing up the back there. If you see the Manly mascot running around, that's him inside the suit.
Speaking of mascots, I know the South's mascot found himself in trouble. He was bashing up a 9-year-old Don.
Is that right? Was it a Roosters supporter?
No, it was a Sharky. He got away with it. Here we go. Going into the turn. On the blue can first is Coleroy. Then on the green can we have New Brighton from New Zealand. And with them just behind is Avalon. So there's nothing in it. We think 4 going through here, Tate.
4 going through here as those first three crews start to build a bit of separation. Avalon have a bit of unique sort of looking stroke here where when they're coming back up to the catch, they're rolling it forward, then placing it in. I'm not sure if they might be rowing in round backs there to make that a little bit easier for them.
Definitely are in rounds.
They're sort of sitting now in third, had a good turn, got a little bit checked on the start. The beginning, a few rowers couldn't quite get in, but they've managed to put themselves back in the equation here. As the runners start to go now.
Yeah, runner in underneath them here now. Rating comes up, but none doing any better than the black boat there of Gavin Scott. They're a fairly fancy crew here this weekend as well, and the Kiwis, aren't they in the mix?
Run for Avalon underneath us here, Don, as is the New Zealand team from New Brighton. But there's a run for the back markers now for North Cronulla and for Monavale, so everybody's trying to get through this race. Sadly, 2 will miss out.
Yeah, leading 3 here at the moment, Coleroy, the Kiwis and Avalon Beach. Another little run there for Coleroy, and that might just get their nose in front as they approach the gate cans here. As mentioned, Gavin Scott just looks over his shoulder just to see what's there, just brushes inside the blue and white can.
Yeah, you see the rower's blade smashing the back, shaft smashing the back of that can, not really impeding their style. So they're getting through those gate cans. You have to stay with the gate can on your right. But there's a bit of a push here now for a few boats trying to find the finish line. Coleroy's in dead water.
I'm loving the light and shade of this New Brighton crew. They really pick the rating up as that swell gets underneath them, and they will get down this one along with Avalon. There's your top 3. 1 more to come here.
Will it be Currumbin up in the alley 2 position? Looks like it, Don.
Yeah, it looks like Currumbin coming across there to grab the all-important 4th place. That is Will. Congratulations to them. Your 4 leading boats over the line. North Cronulla missing out along with Monavale.
Monavale, they'll be disappointed, the girls. They've had a pretty good season, training hard. I know Bryce will be proud of their efforts. And looking forward to the future at that great club. And there's Gavin Scott with the Coleroy team. There's the Kiwis doing well in that South Narrabeen DKG. So he's going to legs over and out them here, and it's quite deep. So just trying to find the edge of the shoreline there. Now they get. You see now there in the background. We're getting through these races, guys.
Yeah, a bit of a delay there, but on screen there now, Surfers Paradise, Samantha Downey in the stroke seat. Maddie Colker, the sweep of that crew, former Victorian Tate.
Big man, part of a resurgence down at St Kilda, and then went to Fairhaven, and now is at Surfers Paradise.
Yeah. One of the best sweeps in the country right there. Maddie Colker, Surfers Paradise. The girl with the sunnies on, she is out of the Northcliffe Lightning crew from last year. She is rowing for Surfers this year.
Shout out to Sam. Thanks for having us at your house, Sam, as a flatmate. I've appreciated that, and we're wishing you guys well.
Yeah, they're in. They've got a pretty tough heat here at the Surfers Paradise girls, and they've only just sort of pulled their crew together in the last month or so, having a lot of trouble, uni work and other commitments, to get 4 rowers together. But Matt has managed to do that. They are a Brisbane-based crew. They're up in the dark training on the Brisbane River, and they are in the centre of your screen in the white boat. Avoca Beach there, and I'll just run you through it. We've got Palm Beach Pina Coladas in 1, North Cottesloe Glossies in 2, Surfers Paradise Sinners in 3, Mona Vale Motorboats in 4, Avoca Beach Zephyrs in 5, and the Lawn Flakes in Alley 6. North Cot on screen there, and we've said it all weekend. There are no dud crews coming out of North Cottesloe. Check starter's happy. He's got that good South Sydney flag up in the air. There's that Dr. Matty Giblin there at the back of the Palm Beach boat in the Pina Coladas.
Well, I was distracted by that awful flag.
Cameraman liking the flag too. He might be a Bunny supporter as well.
That's the Avoca Beach team in the boat named after the great Mike Tamblin, commentating on the beach with us this week.
Backwash there for the Palm Beach crew.
Yeah, Silka with the Surfers Paradise girls in the Perry boat and the Cleaver oars. You see different type of blade.
Has his niece in the bow of that boat. She was previously one of the Currumbin Chili Peppers. Got herself a couple of Aussie gold medals in under-19s. Moved up now into under-23s and rowing with her uncle at the back of the boat.
Great to see the family connections across this sport, and it's good for Sam. She's loving the new sweep.
Yeah, yes, she is. She mentioned to you this morning over the breakfast table that she thought he was even a little bit too quiet. Didn't flog him.
Sometimes.
Didn't flog him enough.
Doesn't get into him enough.
Yeah.
She did say she likes those Cleaver oars, so that's a good addition from Silka that he's famously known for. I remember back in the day, as you said, in St Kilda, they were the St Kilda Angry Otters and then the Fairhaven Angry Otters. So, again, they always use those. And
Avoca Beach up and away, North Cottesloe as well. There they go. They've got a wave. They jump up and over, down into the next one. They've been able to maintain their boat speed there. Oh, none got away better than Dr. Giblin here in the Palm Beach boat in the bottom of your screen. North Cottesloe beside them. Surfers Paradise sitting in around about 4th position at the moment. Mona Vale didn't get the best of the starts there. Maddie Mitchell, I'm assuming, in the Mike Tamlin green boat there, the Peas boat. And at the top there is Lawn. Any intel on Lawn for us, Tate?
They've had a fantastic season. I will talk them up as much as I can. They got state gold at the Victorian state titles and came 2nd in the open female. And this show is a power of work that Jackson McCaffrey has done with his crews. Meg's been there for a while, as well as Eliza, Mia and Hannah jumping in the crew this year, coming over from Jan Juck, and they've just been putting on a power of work, and they're really rapt to be up here, and they're looking to try and take it further and get into Sunday.
good call there, Tate. And you see, this race has got crews from around the country, so this has been sensational. You've got a couple of New South crews, a couple of Victorians, a couple of Queenslanders. Mona Vale on shot there now.
The motorboats from Mona Vale riding with them there now. They're making their way out, and Surfers Paradise just dropping back out of the screen there. They're in a bit of trouble. They're going to need something with only 4 through here. And we've got our leading crews on the screen there now. Surfers Paradise and Mona Vale with the work to do. Matty Colker had to jump out of his boat. There was an issue with it. His boat got DQ'd earlier on in the carnival, and he's had to hop into one of the other Surfers Paradise boats. It's a Perry. He's hopped out of a DKG, and he's not overly happy about it. Can't seem to get it going.
Well, that's pretty hard for the rowers too, to be fair. Like jumping out of a foreign craft just for this one carnival after training in something that you're familiar with. But Palm Beach are familiar with the climber mould, and they're doing a good job here in one. And that's Giblin on the back there from North Cottesloe in two.
Aren't they just? Good row here from Palm Beach. Out in front here, Maddie Giblin at the back of that. They're going to come across this back bank now. Little runner comes underneath them. They're finishing nicely into the bow. You see them throw the shoulders back there.
Yes, good call.
Yeah, good stuff there, milking it. And here we go again. They're going to get another run here. This is a dominant performance by this crew. They're going to run the top of that one again. And look at them just sit it back, hands away. Would like to see that bow to keep leaning back. She's just pulled herself up a little bit there. North Cottesloe going with them in the white and blue boat, the Western Australian crew in the familiar white caps, and they've separated themselves from the rest of the field.
Let's get a bit of a wave dust there for Surface now, up the middle. Come on, Sammy, pull them down it. Let's go, Colker. Here's your one. Get up there, guys.
Lift this stroke rate up, Samantha Downey. Get your crew going. And we are taking 4 through here. Surface Paradise still in the mix.
So, looking at the screen there now, it looks like 2 are comfortably safe. But Sam's not done and dusted yet, Don, because there's a few there that bunching up for third, fourth and fifth place.
Yeah, they were. The crews from Palm Beach and North Cottesloe look like they're safe at the bottom of your screen there. Top of the screen there, that is the crew Lawn Flakes, Victorian State Champions. They look like they're pretty safe as well. The battle is on here now.
Surface pump back up into fourth with Avoca, Don, so this is a real dogfight.
They need to lift here. Little runner underneath Surface Paradise. We're looking at the back markers here because the race is won at 1 and 2. It's done. We are looking for the top 4 here. Surface Paradise and Lawn. They've got their noses in front here, but they've left themselves exposed from the crews coming from behind.
Palm Beach first. Waiting to see back to the field how we're going to go. There's the North Cot also safe.
Lawn will come in third here. The Flakes have finished off a great race here. And
Get on there.
Now.
Here we
Maddie
go,
Silka.
Surface Paradise, over they go to take that all-important 4th spot.
You see that stroke falling down there, she had a big go.
Hard enough, Princess, come on.
She's done the house proud there, Don. She's done her mum proud, your beautiful wife.
Yeah, her mother will be very excited for her.
And there's Mr. Calm himself, just getting about his business, and he said, yep, never in trouble. There they are.
Matty Solka, I had a chat with him this morning. I asked him about the name. It comes up as Jan, Solka, and I said, what is that? And it's Czechoslovakian, and he said translated into John, but it's...
Is it Jan or Jean?
Jan, yeah, Jan Solka.
Yeah, big in Europe, the name Jan.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What about in Italy, mate? What's big in Italy? Stefano, is that big in... Yeah? Filippo.
Yeah.
Well,
I won't tell you what Stefano translates in Italian. There might be some Italians listening. Shout out to my paisanos. We're all with you there. The beautiful country shaped like a boot. Some of the greatest food of all time. And maybe we should have the ASRL over in Lake Como one time. Looked like a good venue if we had to race in the lake.
I'm going to jump out of here and I'm going to leave you with the boys.
Yep.
Oh no, he's putting some big Tommies at the back there, mate.
I might have a 2-minute break.
Yeah,
and then I'll take over from you in a sec. And Tate, don't go anywhere. Keep us on track, mate.
I do enjoy
that
being
little black
inside
book.
here today.
Run through these races here.
Alley 1, Glenelg Gunners. Alley 2, the Currumbin Vixens. Alley 3, the Williamstown Wasps. Alley 4, the Piha Piranhas of New Zealand. Alley 5, the Palm Beach Pythons. And Alley 6, the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Girlies.
All right. So where are we here, mate? Am I looking at the same thing as you?
Quarterfinal 1, heat number 4. Of the under-23 women.
Under-23s, or have we moved on to reserve grade female here?
Under-23 females, last heat for them.
Don't think so. Oh, sorry, mate. I'm looking at the Tullabudra boat. That's the one that's throwing me. That is the the New Zealand crew. Thank you. I'm going to jump back onto the correct screen here now.
There you go, guest appearance. I'm going to slip in for Phil while he's on his break.
Big Tommy.
I missed the fellas.
Great interview down there with one of the underdogs, mate. We love that.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Good to talk to them like actual people. Bit of a rivalry there. And, Williamstown struggling off the start.
Unfortunately, their two rower Bridie just having a little bit of trouble getting in the boat for the Wasps there, as these crews start heading out to sea, going over these little lumps.
It's about the 100th time today for Peter Spence out and around the tins. Williamstown, mate, Victorian crew. Any mail on them for us?
Had a chat to one of their rowers, Tilly, yesterday. They were pretty happy to make it up to here. The boys sitting a bit behind the WAPs, and there's their A crew and 23s, but they're really keen to have a crack. They've got nothing to lose here, and they'll be sure to put it up with these crews to try and get through to the next round.
And they're in a super hot heat there. They've got the Currumbin Vixens Queensland state team. Beside them, they've got the New Zealanders, the Piha crew. They were dominant winners of the Trans-Tasman development team. They beat the Aussie girls 3-0 and then went on with the relay to then win the relay also. But we're riding with Foxy there in the back of the Currumbin crew.
4 boats to go through here as the separation starts to begin between Currumbin, Piha and Palm Beach, with Glenelg, Williamstown and Burleigh Head sitting a little bit behind to try and find that fourth place. That's ever so important, fourth place in this race here.
Yeah, assuming that's Maddie Smith in the black boat there from Burleigh Heads, doing a great job of rebuilding in Burleigh the last couple of years, along with Brooksy there also. And bottom of your screen, Glenelg, Pedro there. He has a bit of work to do to catch these leading crews. 4 going through, and we're looking at Williamstown and Glenelg as being our 2 trailing crews, along with Burleigh. As they approach their turning cans, it will be the Currumbin Vixens. We're going to just touch on the tin now. Foxy has been doing a lot of work on his starts and turns. Let's see how he goes here. He's whipped it around. Williamstown just in front of him there. He's been able to clear them. He's going to bump back over the water. But he's got a better turn than the Kiwis. You can see he squared up and started heading home. And he's taken a boat length off the Kiwis there in the Tullabudgera boat. And they are a good crew, that New Zealand crew. They were the winners of the ASRL Open in Lorne, I'm pretty sure.
That's correct. And then they backed it up with a third at Coffs Harbour. I was just chatting with them before on the beach. They've said they expected to finish their season with the New Zealand Nationals 3 weeks ago. So apparently they haven't let off, but they were surprised to hear they were coming here.
There you go. And Foxy at the back of the Currumbin crew. He's just coming over the shallow water of the back bank here. A little runner coming up here behind him. And Piha running. Sorry, I take that. Yes, it is Piha. The Piranhas. They're going to row into the deeper water here. But they're looking pretty safe, taking 4 through here. Currumbin out in front. Piha in second position there. Then we go over to Palm Beach. The Pythons there in the darker green boat. Coming into screen here now, mate. Is that Williamstown?
Williamstown sitting in alley 3, looking to try and build a bit of separation from Glenelg sitting in alley 1, who is just sitting a little bit behind our screen at the moment. It's going to be a battle between them for 4th place as Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park sit in the wave behind. These crews start to go through.
Glenelg sitting in the hot seat. You can see Burleigh putting on a good surge there, but it might not be enough. They're right out the back.
Put an asterisk down next to the Currumbin Vixens for the pointy end of the carnival tomorrow. That's an impressive row with the company that they were just rowing against.
Nathan Waddell from Williamstown calls his girls forward, sitting on this wave that they've managed to catch in, to sit a little bit behind Palm Beach. Can't quite see Glenelg. They might be sitting on this wave as well, but they'll be able to get through.
Yeah, certainly will. There's our 4, and the crews to miss out. It is going to be Glenelg. That is their competition over. And we have JP there, the sweep of the Piha crew in the Rob Mills boat.
They just look pleased to be here at the moment.
Yeah. And mate, Stefano gave a shout out for you, mate. You're looking for a date for Mad Monday. Were you with the Piha girls having a chat, seeing if there's any single girls in the crew, mate?
I think Phil's shopping around to support his business as a wedding celebrant. And that's all I'm willing to say on that matter.
You're the marrying type, mate?
Eventually. I may be in the under 23s, but I'm only 21, so I think I've got a fair bit. I've got to find someone first. That's a good start.
It's all about building a crew for later generations, mate.
Goodness gracious. Super crew.
Mate, I loved your interview, Tommy, with the South Curly underdog rower there, and you mentioned about rowing against them in 20 years' time, and the rivalry will continue, and it has been a cracking rivalry in the under-23 men's. You coming out of the Maroochydore Force, and it was the underdogs that were, South Curly underdogs were the Australian team previous to you guys, and it was Maroochydore Force, your crew, to be the Australian team, and then South Curly Burleigh this year, the current Australian team. And you guys have gone hammer and tong each other for a number of years now.
Yeah, plenty of turnover in the under-23s division, and it's just really good to see. Plenty of competition. Hopefully they can stick around into the Opens. I'd love to have a chance duking it out in the Opens with them. We just have to wait on Bulleye to retire.
Yeah, there's one boat here that spoils the party for a lot of A-grade crews. I think Wanda would be thinking the same thing, the Wanda weapons in the Open men. Bit of tactics going on there on shore from the Evoca crew, just looking where they should start, where they should sit their boat. As the black South Coast boat, JDB, Molly the boat builder of the Burleigh Heads boat. And there is the Maria Viking red boat there. These boys might be in this repechage. I don't know if you can find this for me, Tate. This might be the reserve grade repechage here.
Having a look now. I haven't got the schedule up, but if you're basing it on yours, we will be looking at the repechage for the reserve grade male. 9 crews competing over 2 heats, 1 of 5 and 1 of 4.
Yeah, we are looking possibly at the reserve grade repechage here. And we may see that black boat that we were talking about from Burleigh Heads moving into Alley 1. That's the slow brew from Burleigh Heads. We're looking for Mona Vale meet in Alley 2. Alley 3, the Maria Top Dogs. Coffs Harbour, Devon Sangers in 4. And the Palm Beach Peppers will be in 5. And this is cutthroat. There is 5 in, and I think they're only taking 2 through out of each of these repechages.
Now's the time. Step up, boys.
Yeah, we had issues with the course earlier on this morning, and this repechage was not part of the schedule that we were looking at as far as the format of racing goes today. But the officials, along with the boat panel, have come up with a solution, and that is a repechage in the reserve males. We had boats grounding on the sand before hitting the finish line. We had boats sailing past the turning cans, going to a third set of cans that was sitting out the back, which confused the sweep. And there's Gavin Hunt on screen there now. Sweep of Maria. Michael Brooks on your right-hand side there, talking to Gus. And that was Avoca Beach on the screen there before, getting ready for that next race.
It's a good day for it, isn't it? Glad the Goldie weather's opened up for us. Shame about the surf, but
first time we've seen the sun in a couple of weeks. It certainly feels even longer than that. Avoca on the line there now. I'm not sure they're in the first heat. They may well be. Yes, they are. They're in the second. That'd be the Cheese Dogs. Matty Mitchell there with the cool sunnies on.
what a hectic name.
You mean the Cheese Dogs?
Yeah, the Cheese Dogs.
Not Matty Mitchell.
Yeah.
The Mitchell name, synonymous in the Evoca Club, is a very famous name, big family in the Evoca Club. And they are in the Mike Tamlin named boat. What an honour, gents, to get a surf boat named after you. And Mike Tamlin, our beach commentator, our fellow commentator, has earned that. And he will be coming up at around about 12 o'clock with the moment of reflection, where we take the opportunity to acknowledge our past surf boat rowers who have passed away in the last 12 months. Vikings on shot there. Maria Vikings. Trained by Bert Hunt, these lads, and his son Gav at the back of that boat. Picked up second position in the George Bass did Gavin Hunt with his open men's crew. But these are the reserve grade boys, and they're going to take that boat out onto the bank now. while you're down on the beach, Tommy, did you hear much about the debacle at the start of the day with the course and what have you?
I didn't. I missed that. So you could get me up to scratch if you'd like.
Too busy handing your phone number out.
Oh.
Burley Heads, bottom of the screen in the yellow boat, approaching the start line.
Rowing through the channel.
That looks like Brendan at the back of that boat to me and the Burley Head crew.
Well, Scott in the stroke of that Coffs Harbour crew. He's got a good voice for commentary, that fella.
Scotty in the stroke seat there, about to jump out. Out he goes. He's one of our vice presidents. And the rude man himself at the back of the Coffs Harbour boat. Mona Vale here on screen. And this is cutthroat racing coming up here. Slowly getting deeper on that bank. I wonder how much longer the crews will be starting out on this bank. And have a look at that ocean. A little puff of breeze. Classic conditions here. As the check starters get them lined up here, lads.
And it's looking straight for the
Yeah,
first time in days.
Yeah, that is a good straight start. Check starters happy with the line. The flags go up.
What a flag.
It's a cracking flag, mate, isn't it? It's glad to see someone fresh into the commentary team that appreciates that flag as well.
It doesn't matter where you are, you will find a Bunny supporter somewhere.
Burley on screen here now. They are a handy reserve grade crew. I'm imagining them to be featuring well and truly in this, especially if they can get away in the northern end of this field. The Swede just popping the bow up, trying to avoid getting any water into the boat. Getting a bit deep there, fellas. He's asked them to come back a little bit. Oh, I don't know if it's getting any shallower that way either. Let's see how the big fellas from Burley spring themselves over this bow, over the gunnel. My apologies. Guns up. Starter gets him away, lumps in front of the Mona Vale crew as the sweep springs over the back, gets the nose up and over that. Not too much damage done there. Riding with Maruya Vikings there, Gavin Hunt. The country boys looking to go deeper into this event here. Reserve grade repechage, only 2 through. And it is a cruise down the other end. That would be Coffs Harbour, the Devon Sangers and Palmy. Good start there from the Palm Beach Peppers. In the far end of the field, Mona Vale starting to hit in their straps there in alley number 2 in the green and white boat. And Burley, they need to be pushing along here to stay with these crews. As mentioned, 2 only coming through, Tate.
Yeah, Mona Vale mate getting a nice pressure out of the plate and going straight through, but they're sitting alongside Palm Beach Peppers, sitting in alley 5. The Burley Heads Mowbray Park Slow Brew had a bit of a rough start there, and they're sort of sitting behind the pack now, but we saw in that first race earlier today, they were able to pick it up straight out of the cans and be able to catch up with the back of the field. They're just trying to limit that distance between the other 4 crews as they're heading closer out to sea and closer towards the gate cans, turning cans.
Great shots coming out of the drone now as they go over that back bank. They'll be looking for something to give them assistance on the way home. You can see the swells just pick up as they come across that shallower bank there as they move now into deeper water and approach their turning cans. Right hand side of your screen there, that looks like Mona Vale to me. They are sitting back in around about 4th position, 2 through. This is desperation times here, Tommy.
Yeah, Palm Beach in prime position at the moment coming into this turn. They're usually pretty sharp on the turns, and you can see the angle of the wave as well positions them to catch it first. So if they can make the most of it and hang on, they might just be in a prime spot.
Yeah, they've gone around just with their nose in front of the Maria crew. Maria, good acceleration out of the cans there. Camera angle a little bit tricky there. I thought Palm Beach had more of a lead than that. All these crews still in the mix here. And it's going to come down to who's got the power on the way home. You need to be able to run the top of these runners. If the crew beside you takes 2 strokes on the runner, you need to take 3 or 4. As they come back into this shallower section here now, let's see who can run these swells. There is one there under the Devon Sangers, the white boat there, top of your screen. Oh, there's not much assistance there for these crews. Maruya, nice row from them. Good body swing in that Maruya crew. And they're doing the hard yards here, realising only 2 through.
Whoa.
Yeah, the run to the beach here, Palm Beach, out in front with the crew from Maruya as they come through the gate cans here. Can barely make a charge here. They've run the top of that one in the yellow and green boat there, bottom of screen. Through the gate cans they go. It is Palm Beach, Maruya, and it is Coffs Harbour in the white boat coming through now. Mona Vale and Palm Beach, top of screen. Down they go. They're going to run over the top of this one, and they're going to be safe. And it's the Maruya Vikings. They're fighting now. A little bit of backwash coming underneath, and they're jumping up and down a little bit in the one spot. Looks like they can push through now, but it is the crew from Palm Beach. They're through the repechage there. That's Coxie in his classic white sunnies. And it looks like the Maruya Vikings are going to live to fight another day. They're going to take the second qualifying position out. And I'm pretty sure it's only 2 through in this repechage. The rest of the boys will be putting the boats on the trailer.
Wow, they weren't saving any bickies there, were they?
Nothing to lose there.
Big effort for Maruya to turn around and go into the final.
And I'm looking at this next heat, Tommy, and it's got the Maroochydore Force in there, Janjuk, Avoca and South Curly. I'm surprised the Maroochydore Force is even in a repechage, mate.
As are they, to be honest. They were fully clothed last I spoke, and then they got changed. They didn't expect to make the repechage.
Okay, they thought they were out.
They thought they were out.
Yeah, so there's the Devon Sangers.
But yeah, Force, I don't know if I can say this, but not typically the name you'd expect in a repechage.
No, we are used to seeing the Force from Maroochydore getting their way through, not having to row in a repechage. So the repechage, they've taken all of those crews that did not make it through in the first round. They've grabbed them all and they've put them into a repechage to give them another go. There was issues with the course earlier. They've attempted to rectify that by putting these crews into a repechage. And there's your boys there, mate. Can you run us through the crew, the Maroochydore Force in Alley 1?
Yeah, so you've got Matt Eggins in bow seat, Will Sparrow, my replacement, 2 seat, Sean Cawley in 3, and Mason Luff in 4, son of David Luff, one of our coaches.
Yeah, Luffy, I've raced against him for many years, mate. I actually broke him. You probably won't see him back in a surf boat again. Absolutely crushed him at the ASRL Open. The boys thought that they had it over the Cab Savs. Wasn't to be, mate, and he hasn't been able to get back in a boat and race again. I saw him on a video training with your boys during the week. He must have been filling in for someone. He still looks like he's got it to me.
He's still mentally there, mentally 21, I think. He's gone bionic.
He is a big kid.
He has had an implant in his back, something about giving electric surges to his back muscles.
Really?
Yeah, so good luck dealing with that next year.
Yeah. Okay, reserve grade on screen here now, lads. Maroochydore, bottom of screen, Janjuk. Give us a bit of intel on them, mate.
This is a crew that has been evolved from the bow ties last year. Pat Spinazzola went over from Lorne and did a bit of sweeping with a open women's crew and a reserve women's crew at Janjuk, and he's been rowing in this crew as well. On top of that, you've also got their Finn Drips and Freddie Drips, the brothers, and Polly, who came over from the Fairhaven reserve crew last year under Solka, and Brett Missouri sweeping them as mainstay of the Janjuk Surf Club.
There we go. Some good intel there from Tate, our Victorian commentator on the Victorian crew, Janjuk. And we've got Avoca Beach in the green boat above them, and above them South Curly from the Sydney Northern Beaches. Check starters, one of them sort of happy, the other one not. Flags not all up in the air. They're trying to get these boats lined up. Look at the backwash just coming out here now. It's going to hit behind the Maroochydore boat. Michael Brooks, left-handed sweep. Oh, gun goes off. That was quick. Boy, the flags just went up and the gun went. Might have surprised a couple of the crews there. In and away. None better than the South Curly crew on the top of your screen. They've really rated it up here. They're powering along. I reckon there's a bit of backwash behind those boys. I've never seen those boats go so quick off the beach. Pretty sure they are surfing the backwash here, and it is a pretty thing to see.
Absolutely. I do remember at the Scarborough Aussies, there was a bit of backwash as well from that beach there. He was able to get a quick start off the beach, and basically catching a wave straight from the start. We see these crews utilising that really quite well, and now heading out past the gate cans to the turning cans.
Yeah, and doesn't that feel good when you time them? At the start of times that right, he pulls the trigger just as the backwash is coming off the shallow bank and gives you a bit of a surge out. Crew from South Curly and Avoca getting the best of that. Maroochydore just dropping back here, Tommy.
Yeah, I'm not too sure with the angle of the boats there, but I have to say maybe it's Janjuk out in front from what I can tell. I might be corrected as we come into the gate cans. Maroochydore slipping off a bit. They're trying to sit to sea, as you can see there, but it's just not working out for them. A bit more of a rate style working out for these other crews here. And I could really just throw a bag over the first three.
Maroochydore not out of it yet. Going to be taking 2 through here. They're still within striking distance if they're good enough on the way home. As a matter of fact, I think they've moved up a seat or so on these crews. We are going to see a very tight turn here, and if anyone can turn a boat, it's the bloke at the bottom of your screen there, Michael Brooks, left-handed sweep, bang. Oh, have a look at that. We've been fooled by the angle of the camera. Maroochydore force around first, and have a look at them go. Janjuk beside them. It's on here, fellas.
The turn and run. Now look at this sit back as they go. Janjuk neck and neck with Maroochydore at the moment. Avoca making a surge as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stroke. Young Luffy there, and the way that he throws his head into the catch, I don't know, it just goes against every rowing rule that I know. But it works for you guys.
Yeah, it's about getting the weight in the nose, lifting that aft.
Here it comes now. Runner for them now. The 2 crews here, Janjuk in the blue and Maroochydore. And Maroochydore going to throw themselves into the bow here. Look at that bow, and his head's just about hitting onto the splashboard. And let's see if they can run it a few more strokes into the deeper channel here. They've managed to separate themselves here, the crews from Maroochydore and Janjuk. They've separated themselves from the crew from Avoca Beach and South Curly. Some nice rowing here on the way home from our 2 bottom crews here.
Is that something more under Maroochydore? You'll have to see him right up. Janjuk pulling away on something.
Yeah, there's not much there, but Janjuk have been able to milk that. Come back through the gate cans here. Rate comes up. Look at him lean back here. Fair dinkum. Is that a call that comes from Meggsy?
That's usually the bow pair, actually. Meggsy will call the wave as it comes, and you can really feel it for the other 2.
Yeah.
You need some time from the stroke pair there. Their job is just to send it under you and give you time.
So they're just sitting it up here. They're not
but
throwing
Avoca
themselves.
Pulling through on something right now.
Might not be enough for them.
Too little, too late.
And Janjuk make it through.
There you go.
Yeah, too little, too late there from Avoca. That's going to take a few bickies out of the tin for those 2 crews. That's an extra race that these crews have had to do to qualify through the repechage.
Bonus round there for them.
I'm going to step out and I'm going to hand back over to my co-commentator Phil Stevano. And just to let you know, mate, that bunny's flag is still flapping in the breeze beautifully.
Hard battle for these crews. Janjuk, somewhat a little bit Victorian boys unfairly getting knocked out in that first round, but now have had a proper crack, and they'll live to fight another round for these crews, alongside my co-commentator's original crew, the Maroochydore force. As we now look as Phil Stefano jumps back to the commentary booth with me.
Yeah, thanks, Tate. And well, it's heating up now. Repechage racing.
It's massive. Those are the 2 repechage races we've had, and they're both electric.
Yeah, and that's giving a bit of fairness back to the earlier races where there was a bit of a issue with a few parts of the course. So the officials got together and worked out what we call a repechage, which is basically for the crews that got cut, a bit of a do or die race, and that'll make the numbers in the following rounds just a bit hotter. Extra crew in each of those next races, but that's fair, Tate, and we think that that's just, and yeah, those crews that got through there will be breathing a sigh of relief. And to win the Aussies, you need a bit to go your way. Absolutely. You need a bit of luck along the way, and sometimes you know, things happen, and call it dodge a bullet. You dodge a bullet in one of the races and sneak through. You use that as your lucky pass on the way to glory. And there aren't many Aussie champion crews that can't say they haven't had a bit go their way through the 6 or 8 races to get to the final. And that's what we're seeing today. So
it's interesting. We've been chatting about when they're moving back, and it looks like they're starting properly back now.
Yep, it looks like the tide's come up enough and over that bank.
And it's going to be very interesting here as we look now to the under-19 male quarter-final, Heat 1, Alexandra Headland, ABBA Rustlers, the Port Elliot Flying Chopsticks in Alley 2, Bilgola Beach Team A in Alley 3, South Kirkhill Tickles in Alley 4, the Palm Beach Parentes in Alley 5, and the Coleroy Rowdies in Alley 6, as these crews make their way out, going out to sea.
Starting well in the yellow boat in Alley 3 was the Bilgola team. And that's made up of Dane, Fletcher, Neil, Liam and Miles. And they've done a good job. And there's the Alexandra Headland team. That's the ABA Rustlers. And that's with Justin Stewart on the back of that boat. Top bloke, top sweep, was going to have a season off. And then one of the sweeps got injured and he was called back in. But Tato was just outside and had a look at the course. And you can see, as I thought, it's become a bit more choppy out to sea, a bit more wind on the course. As one of my old coaches, shout out to Mo, he used to say a bit of ruffle on the water. So it is important for your blade work, and obviously catching chops or crabs along the way with uneven surface is part of the sport. Clean blade work.
You can see there, perfect example of Bilgola using the round back oars. You see those oars start to cave back in before coming up to the catch.
Yeah, they roll over the forward hands and go in at a different angle to square blade rowing, where the pitch is set by the rollick. And the rowers on the round rollicks have to set the pitch themselves. So there's always been an argument on the beach as to which is faster, which is better. I think traditionally using the round rollicks, there's a lot of purists out there that think that's the way we should be rowing, and certain clubs are geared for round rollicks and round oars, and a lot of the clubs now move to square oars. And if you ask the Croker family, they'll tell you square oars are much better, and it's a science. But there's plenty of good crews that have rowed rounds, and some of them featuring this weekend. And you see out to sea there now. It's Alley 5 turn first.
So Alley 4, I think, turned first to South Kirkhill.
Beg your pardon, it was 4, yep,
and
good call.
Following alongside Bilgola, sort of a little bit off the... Bilgola's also gone around as well in Alley 3. We also saw the ABBA Rustlers from Alexander Headlands going around. They're a little bit behind the pack, but sitting as well in Alley 5, Palm Beach Parentes, swept by Peter Spence. He's going to be he's always very, very busy at these types of carnivals.
Very, very busy, but it's the South Kirkhill Tickles there in the blue boat. And they're the boys with Spiteri on the back. They're the boys that won the surf boat relay yesterday. And they'll be being in business in this junior division. They're probably at the end of their time in juniors this season. One last chance to win junior glory. And they're going to give it all they've got this weekend. And there's Spiteri marching ahead in his blue boat. Beautiful looking vessel named after him. It's a great honour to have a boat named after you, and they've gapped the field. So barring an absolute disaster, they should get through this race. There we have. What a great shot from the Big Voice Media team. The drone's in the air. You see Bilgola now in the middle of the course going through that red can. They're in third place. Up in Alley 5, it's Coleroy trying to hang on to this fourth spot, Tate. There's Bilgola with another little wave, and they should be good enough to pick this one up, and they have, and they're sitting on it now. So South Curly crossing in first, then Palm Beach Parentes, Spencer on the back in second. Bilgola boys doing a nice job there in third, and we think important fourth spot here, Tate.
I think it might be going towards Coleroy based on the fact that we can't quite see where the ABBA Rustlers have. I think they'd be sitting a bit of dead water here as they sort of see their boat stop. And then Port Elliot from South Australia down near Horseshoe Bay wrapping us out.
There's the Tickles with Spiteri, and And that's the thing with junior division, right? You could be competing against kids that are 15 in their first year of juniors, against the big boys who have turned 19, are under 19 at the start of this season. And they're a bit more developed, so even in the junior categories, there's a bit of a pecking order.
Absolutely, there is.
But we're having a good time here, Tate, and absolute pleasure to bring the commentary with you. And as I look down to my phone, I can't take the call, but we'll shout out to one of South Maroubra's biggest fans and best mate of the Maverick sweep, Jules LaRosa, the Maverick sweep, his best mate, Mr. Bradley Dunn. He's a champion bloke, Dunny, and he's given them all the support he can from the couch, and he's excited to be watching this from his lounge room in Sydney. So shout out to you, Dunny, and good luck to the Mavericks. For the rest of this carnival, I just seen Jordan and Julius up the top here, and they're focused. So good luck to them. But there's the junior boys from Queensy. Picked up a silver medal yesterday, Tate, in the reserve in the relay. And that was a good effort with their A-grade men and their reserve grade women, with Cheryl on the back of those reality queens. So
it is a fantastic event. The relay gives an opportunity for crews across the whole board.
There's the Kite and Rocks Monsters under 23s on screen now with Hocko straight up and in on the back of that splashboard, and they're away.
Sitting now, looking down, Queenscliff Double D's in Alley 1, the Kite and Rock Critters in Alley 2, South Curl Carnage in Alley 3. It's currently on your screens at the moment, the Coogee Terminators in Alley 4, the Avoca Beach Wolfpack in Alley 5, and the Wollongong City Waterboys in Alley 6.
Another great race here in the junior division, and these are the futures of our sport. And it's great to see healthy numbers across the juniors, with the sport growing for boys and girls. And if you're listening and you're not part of a surf club and you like what you see, get down to your local surf club, become a lifesaver. There's Termite on the back of his Coogee boys, doing a good job. Mad Southman is Termite. So you see left-handed sweep there. And as they go out to sea, there's not much in this race, with Queenscliff down here in Alley 1, Kite and Rocks Monsters in 2. We're looking on screen to the Wolfpack, and that's with Matthew Mitchell. Also a very good sweep, and Avoca team doing a great job with this campaign, having a heap of crews and several sweeps on the back of various boats. That beautiful green boat named after Peas, that's Mike Tamblin. Shout out to Mike, he's doing a great job, and he's one of the voices of the sport. There's the Wollongong team, so it's excellent to see Wollongong back on the water, Tate.
It absolutely is. We had a fantastic event up in Bulli and Sylvia Wollongong last year for the ASRO Open. I think it's really put a resurgence back into their city to try and get surf boats up through there. And it's just great to see some of like these clubs that you don't usually, like we talk a lot about, you know, your clubs like, you know, South Curl, Palm Beach, Currumbin, who are doing here, but it's great to see these clubs who are also having a red hot crack and making it really deep into the finals here.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see, and of course the powerhouse clubs make up the numbers, but it takes all of us to fill the field. And you see Avoca there now going in on the yellow can, just ahead of the Queensy boys up here on the black can as it disappears under the boat. Kite and Rocks going around now. Coogee there. And the South Curly boys getting stuck on the turn there, losing a bit of time. So there's the field as we look across. And it's Avoca leading the way from Queenscliff, but up in Alley 6.
Wollongong making
doing
a
good
bit
job.
Play here. They're sitting in Kite and Rock Monsters as well. There's a bit of a clear separation for your viewing pleasure of 1, 2, 3, and 4. But coming up in Alley 4, the Coogee Terminators are trying to get back into the pack here.
They won't give up, Coogee, Tate.
They will not. As Avoca Beach, you see them sending it back all the way, followed closely by Queenscliff. These little runners are going to be utilised really well by these crews coming through and trying to pick up all that little extra length of these waves as they're coming back into shore.
So there's Matt Mitchell on the back of the Avoca boys there now. Staying calm and steady. See the wind around him there now. It's come up. Little lift underneath Queenscliff now, and a little lift up for Wollongong in Alley 6. Avoca going through their can sweep on the yellow. So they're streaking ahead of the field. These crews coming from behind. Queenscliff and Wollongong pretty even going through the cans. And then Kyneton Rocks down here and alley 2 or 3 is doing a good job. There's Wollongong on screen.
See these crews desperately trying to keep their nose down so they can stay on the wave a little bit longer. It's going to be a bit of a battle here, but Queenscliff are going to be picking up this wave that Kyneton Rocks have just fallen off.
And that might be costly for Kyneton because Coogie's not out of this yet, but here goes Kyneton. A little one reforms underneath them, and that might just be enough to keep their nose ahead of Coogee, sadly. And it looks like the Coogee boys might be packing it up for the day. Not through lack of trying.
The Terminators, unfortunately, will not be back.
They've been terminated, and that's the end of their day, so well done. But there's Mitchell, just regrouping. He'll get his boys calm. It's quite hot out there, Tate, so the boys are going to have to get back in under the tent. Stay out of the sun, stay warm. Crews I've swept before will get sick of hearing put a shirt on as a sweep.
I'm a merchant of the long sleeves.
Yeah.
I got burnt at my very first carnival, and I said, nah, it's got to be a rashi or a long sleeve rashi for most of it, and it's been a staple, I think.
Makes sense. The sun's dangerous, and we want to cover ourselves up. We're on the beach all day, but as a coach, you want your rower to be feeling as best he can, and spending the whole day in the sun today, they might say I've had sunscreen on or whatever, but they've got tomorrow to think about as well, and some of them might have been in the sun the last few days, so it does zap you. We see there now the edge of the... It's a bit chaotic on the edge there as we've come back to the shoreline. So we may have to get some of those boats moved back as this tide comes up.
You can sort of see there in the blue shirt tomorrow, Braun, telling the officials to move boats around there. There's commanding presence on the beach.
Great job Tamara's doing, and shout out to all of our officials. They're all wonderful and they're all doing a great job. Many of them here for decades of service. The unsung heroes of the sport. There's the Currumbin Beach team with Lyle Clark on board there. There's another Clark name in that boat. Dare say could be his son or a relation.
Max and Lyle and the Currumbin Erics crew in the under-19s.
The Erics. It's a good name, the Erics.
Fitting their motif as the Beach Vikings as well.
Well, this is going to be a hot race because there's some good sweeps in this one, and as we run across the field, let's have a look at this this next heat. In alley 1 here, closest to us on screen, you've got the Currumbin Erics. In alley 2, the Allura Floaters. In alley 3, Tugan Team A. In alley 4, Bryce Munro and his Mona Vale Black team with his son in the boat. In alley 5, I've been talking these boys up, the Mollymook Blues Cannons.
Fantastic.
They've had a good carnival so far and they're charging ahead, so watch out for those boys. And then further up the coast in New South Wales from Mollymook is the Collaroy Black surfboat team. In alley 6, Red Caps. Spency giving a bit of competitive advice to his counterpart there, Lyle Clark. You see the check starter in the background trying to get an even start and bringing crews across just so that there's not an advantage off this edge. And this is one of the tricky parts of the course where as the tide changes, we try as hard as we can to get a fair start. And we've got time and we want to make sure it's all as even as we can. So there's the Tugan boys on screen. Boat named after David Mitchell there. Tugan team made up of Riley, Russell, Nate, Levi and William. There's the whale in the background, one of the Rogers brothers in the orange vest. You're always going to know you're going to get a fair line when Pete's on the line, and he's a proud South Curly man and a great official. So it's all pretty even here. You see the Erics closest to us with Lyle Clark.
Very typical. Lyle Clark's going to be swinging. He's got his oar back. He's sort of got his sweeper all the way back. Once he jumps in, he'll be swinging that around so he can catch it and get those photos. Has a different way to sort of start from a sweeps perspective. Yeah,
you'll watch the momentum pull that sweep oar around. At this point, it just saves him from having it back up and potentially snap if the wave grabs the boat and shoves it backwards. So Lyle there, you'll see him in alley 1 holding that gunnel level, and as it comes around now, You'll see it folds around and ends up in his hand, so he's done it a million times and he knows how to do it, so that's his style. And they're away here, Tate, and there they are, the Erics. Lifted the rate. They're trying to power off this beach and set up an early lead for the nice row out to sea. But there's nothing in it there. You see the Mollymook boys, the loose cannons. There they go, through another one. And there's one or two more bumps to get over for the field here. Getting over, negotiating it, no problem. It's probably just Chugan dropping off the pace there. But all other 5 boats are all in a line. There's the Allura crew on screen.
Floaters with Michael McBain as their sweep here, looking to get out, probably sitting a little bit behind the pack because Mollymook has absolutely shot out here after having a fantastic start, picking up the rate and shortening their length as they were going over that sandbank just to try and get the boat moving and get the boat momentum going.
Yep.
Chugan on screen at the moment, falling a little bit behind the pack, but they'll be able to work through it and they'll be able to try and get back into the shore here.
So Chugan on screen now, but it's the Mollymook loose cannons going stroke for stroke against Collaroy Black. And the Collaroy Black crew, highly credentialed New South Wales rep team, done a good job at the New South Wales States. And you see Mollymook, the loose cannons, they've been improving all throughout the year. And Mollymook made up of Tom, Jacob, Hugo and Oscar, swept by Paul. Son's in the bow, Jonesy's son, that's Jacob. And there they are, the loose cannons. And they are a beautiful bunch of boys, well-mannered, always coming up for a handshake, and it's good to see they've been coached well. Jonesy stepping over the front of that quarter bar, but Collaroy staying with them and just edging closer to the front of this race. So you see the 2 leading crews coming from 5 and 6 at the moment, just a length on the crews inside of them. We're on shot with Collaroy now. Not far off them is the Mona Vale team or the Currumbin Erics here. So it's Collaroy and Mollymook going round first. Then it's Currumbin, followed by Mona Vale. And then making up the field, it's Allura and Chugan. So they're with the work to do, Allura and Chugan, because they're stuck on the can and the other 4 crews are away. And it's Collaroy that's got the best of the turns on the right-hand side of the screen. You can see them. So they're all pushing now hard. There's run for everyone if you can take it.
One's building up behind underneath Currumbin here at the moment as they're going to try and build a little bit of separation between the 2 crews at the back of Allura and Chugan. As we see it here, Mona Vale drops off a little bit of the back, but now it's going to be a bit of a top 3 battle here between Currumbin, Mollymook and Collaroy. Collaroy is starting to pick the rate up a little bit more here, trying to utilise that runner for as long as they can. Mollymook starts to pick up the rate as well, but it's a pretty clear separation. Chugan's going to come in here, back here.
What a call, Tatey boy. Chugan's back into it, and so is Allura. So this junior quarterfinal's not done yet, and you can see the pace on Allura compared to Currumbin. And here's the leaders now. It's Collaroy on the right. It's Mollymook on the left of shot, and you see they're both pushing hard, both working to the front of the field, and the Erics are in 3rd place up here in Alley 1.
Allura starts to pick it up once more and now setting through. Mona Vale sitting now as well. Chugan's going to have a little bit of work to do as they fall off the pack, but now we have gone into 4th has now gone. So Allura sitting in 4th and Mona Vale sitting in 5.
3 boats across the line. It's going to be all important 4th place to get through here, Tate.
Chugan's going to be sitting here, sitting ready to row again.
Great camera work from our team at Big Voice Media, and there's up and about is Mona Vale pushing for the sprint. They've got to keep it moving, Mona Vale. Wow, that was close, and I don't want to call it from here, but I think it was Chugan to miss out, Tate.
Unfortunately, I think so. I have to agree with you. Allura just got caught a little bit in that dead water there that Chugan and
Mona Vale were charging along.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. We think to the naked eye it did look like Mona Vale, but we're not the camera, so we won't call it. If you're supporting either of these clubs, don't take our word for it. But the Chugan boys there now, bit of a resurgence on at Chugan Surf Club, famous old club from years gone by. Our former commentator, or our co-commentator, sorry, he's a former A-grade gold medalist at Chugan, Donny Cottrell. So there's a synergy there, and they're great people at Chugan, and it's a great place to be. Have you visited the surf club yet, Tate?
I have not, no. Might just have to come up.
We'll take you up there this Savo, mate. We'll take you under our wing. Some delicious drops up there, and it's at a good price. So It's all happening, and there's the Coogee boys on screen there now, getting through these races.
Crusty Demons with Darren Williamson as their sweep, I believe.
It is.
And their son and his son Darby as well.
Yeah, and if his son's Darby, then I dare say his son's the stroke too, because it's the familiar body shape of his brother Kalen. There's not much in that. Boys real lean, strong rowers, well taught. Got a bit of pedigree and a family connection up at Crescent Head, Kempsey Crescent Head. And yeah, I was lucky to coach Kalen for a season at South Maroubra. But I can see South Maroubra and the juniors next to them in that black boat. So let's go through this race. In Alley 1, we're going to have Coogee Crusties there. In Alley 2, the South Maroubra Salmons. In Alley 3, the Marcoola Mad Hatters. Alley 4, the Currumbin Cartel. In Alley 5, North Cronulla Funky Fresh and the Palm Beach Prophets in Alley 6. And well, this is going to be a red hot race, Tate. I don't know who to call here. I like South Maroubra. They're my old buddies. Used to coach a few of them, including their sweep. So young Malik on the back of this one, and they're away. All boats away there now and getting in nicely. South Maroubra. Great jump in from Malik, and he's away with the black boat there. So as we see out to sea, they're racing across this shallow bank. There's the Coogee boys. Williamson and co. Luke. Definitely got to be his little brother in the stroke seat there, father and son.
The Coogee just falling a little bit behind the Crusty Demons as the Currumbin crew, the Cartel and the Marcoola Mad Hatters make a quick dash out here. South Maroubra sitting in third, as well as followed closely by the Funky Fresh of North Cronulla in 5. Palm Beach, the Prophets and Coogee having a little bit of trouble getting off the start, but they'll have to do a lot of work to try and get back into it. But as we saw in that last race, you might be turning last, but you've got to really, if you can catch those runs coming back home, you might be able to just sneak in a fourth. Yeah, that's it, Tate. You just got to stay within striking distance, because the runs are there if you're lucky at the right time. You don't want to give too much away, but you can't drop your bundle if you're behind, because the race isn't done until the very last stroke. And on a lot of these occasions, that's when it'll be decided. So you see now, there's the boys on screen. Beautiful team, beautiful boys, brand new boat. Boat captain Malik, been sweeping, this is his second season, and he's getting the hang of it nicely. And that South Maroubra team's made up of Finn, Kai, Pete and Jackson. And they're going okay in this one, but it's not safe for them because North Cronulla are right there, and the Palm Beach team up in Alley 6 are not going away. So it's just Coogee dropping off now. Good size run coming through the course. Coogee going over one there now. But it's the Currumbin team, Tate, the Cartel. Cartel doing really well to try and sit through here. We sort of saw those little runs. It's going to make for a very interesting run coming back home as the swell starts to pick up a little bit more and the sets start to roll through. Marcoola Mad Hatters on screen at the moment, sitting in third at the moment, coming into the turning cans. Currumbin start their turn. North Cronulla start their turn. South Maroubra as well.
South Maroubra going in now. North Cronulla just ahead of them. So a good turn will soon come out, and up and out of it they are. So all crews on screen there now. Still a chance. You see Palm Beach in the background with a pretty wide turn. That won't help them, and they haven't got stuck on the back. So that might work out okay for these four crews, because at the moment there's a bit of a gap to fifth. Top four going through. But like you said, Tate, it's just never over till it's over. And you see Currumbin there, Cartel surging ahead. A good run here for all the crews there now.
Maroubra getting their nose down. They're going to be sitting on it. Unfortunately, they're going to drop off it now. It's Marcoola getting to sit on it now. It's going to be a 3-boat party wave.
They're a long way home from home yet, but they are getting the best of this run, and they're absolute squeezing the most out of it was the Currumbin Cartel with Will McDowell. And North Cronulla have done a good job because they've come up to knock on the door at second place here. So South Maroubra just got to keep on the tail of this Marcoola crew and stay with them. We can't see the Coogee boys out of shot. We can see Palm Beach a fair few lengths behind into fifth place there. So all crews look to have gone through their gate cans okay. You see the boys, they'll be tired now. but they can't drop off. As Will's saying, it's not done. We're in front, but it's not done. He stepped back over the quarter bar just to be safe for a wave. You see these front crews are going to catch this wave.
1, 2 and 3, Markula, Currumbin and North Cronulla finishing off. South Maroubra just sort of little zone. Palm Beach is making a bit of a play.
Late charge from Palmy, but I think South Maroubra Salmons are going to be safe, the Silly Salmons. So they're sweet, and that's a good sign. And there's Funky McDonald. These young juniors are spent. Good effort from the young fellas. So great racing through the junior division here, and it's set to continue.
They'll look to do one more race later today. Cut it down from there, 16 to 12.
Yeah, we're taking 12. Very exciting.
Now look, completing that race, we now look to the under-19 female surf boat quarter-final. Number 1, Collaroy Cannons, Coffs Harbour Fruit Loops, Coogee Nutcrabbers, South Maroubra Sapphires and the Noosa Head Birds.
Well, let's have a look at these teams. Under-19 female. Cutting to 12 today. See, wind's a bit different to yesterday. It was offshore yesterday. It's turned around onshore. Which gives a little bit more chop, but it's given us a few more runners too. So there we go. No, they're just moving the boat. It's the Coogee boys there. It's a replica of his brother, young Kalen, with his dad there. So healthy genes in the family. As we look across the junior girls division, and you called it, it's Collaroy Cannons. They've had a good season so far, state champions, and New South Wales rep team. Sorry, state places. I think Monavale Menace with the state champs for the junior girls in New South Wales. So yeah, Collaroy in 1. Coffs Harbour Fruit Loops. With our man Scotty Edwards on the back in alley 2. Coogee Nut Crabbers with Smithy on the back in alley 3. You see the Coogee boys there moving the boat for their girls. Coogee team made up of Tani, Elizabeth, Samara and Gemma. They've had a good time of it. They're having fun. Smithy's a great coach. And in alley 4, in alley 5, we're going to have 4, South Maroubra Sapphires in alley 4. There with Harvey Barrett sweeping, and you've got Chantel, Mia, Ciara and Tyler. Then in alley 5, it's going to be the Noosa Heads Birds, swept by Stewie Cooper. Looks like he's got his daughter or relation in there, Lottie Cooper. Shout out to the Cooper family and the Noosa Heads Surf Club. Got a lot of friends up there. One lunatic named Michael Gardner springs to mind. Mad Raiders, man. He would have gone off the other night in the rugby league result against the Sharks, but Noosa Head's always putting up a good team, and Stewie's done a good job learning to sweep over the last few years and coming up with some good results in Masters and in these open competitions. So in good hands is Noosa Surf Club. There's Mark Reese with his Collaroy Cannons. You see the Fruit Loops there. Got an injury, you see. I think one of the girls might have ripped a toenail off or something like that. I think she had a foot injury, Scotty was saying. So starting in the boat with the official blessing. And that's a great shot there for the start. There's Gemma Morrison in the second stroke seat, really getting it going there. She's a strong girl, and she is the power of that crew. So we'll see them get out to sea now, navigating this shallow bank. These boats are tough to move for these young girls. Tatey boy, as they get across the shallow bank because they're heavy.
Absolutely. You sort of see Collaroy Cannons had a little bit of trouble getting out and start. They're falling a little bit behind the pack at the moment, but they'll be able to pick up. We'll have to see them come through. They're a strong crew. They'll be able to come through, as we sort of see Coffs Harbour with Scotty on screen at the moment.
His crew doing a good job, the Devon Sangers.
Absolutely.
So, you see out to sea now. 3 boats sort of setting the early pace, and it's Coffs Harbour with Coogee and Noosa, and then it's South Maroubra and Collaroy with some work to do. Collaroy, one of the fancy crews in this division, been competing strongly all year. New South Wales rep team. Mark Reese on the back. So set out to sea there now. You see Smithy with his Coogee girls. Young Leisha in that boat. Her dad Joe's a mate of mine. He's a great boat, his dad to have around. And from all reports, they're loving it. So that's great to have a new competitors at Coogee, the next generation coming through the ranks. Strong boat club, probably the strongest boat club of the Sydney Eastern Beaches, for sure. And then in the Sydney branch, so South Maroubra there now, setting a long rate. Got young Stokes in that boat doing a good job with her mates. And I know our man Mumbles Morrison will be listening. We hope you're doing well, Darren. And we'll let you have your moment with your bunnies last night. Another South supporter, they find me everywhere. So, there's Reese. He'd be saying to the girls, stay calm. We just have to pick up one place. We don't need to win the race. We just need to qualify.
Absolutely. These crews are just going to be pushing now into sea.
You can see the wind on their course now, Tate. Sorry, mate. You see it's getting choppier. And that's a skill you've got to master. Rowing into the wind, and it comes from all directions. So they've done a good job, Collaroy, getting back up into this race, and they've come past Noosa, so it's Coffs Harbour and Coogee turning slightly ahead of Collaroy, then Noosa, and then Harvey Barrett with the South Maroubra girls. So a bit of work to do for South Maroubra. There's the captain of the Devon Sangers, Scotty Edwards, been on the commentary box, doing a good job with us as well. The ASRL committee, and there's a good run up here. Look at this go for Collaroy. So Coogee, Collaroy and Coffs doing a good job to separate themselves from 4th and 5th. Coogee in the middle there, working hard up in alley 3. Coffs and Collaroy. Great row from Collaroy, given they were starting behind her there. And there's Reese, and he said to them, just stay calm, and now they're chasing the run. What do you know, Tate? They've gone from 4th or 5th to 1st now.
They've got that sense of certainty now where they put in the hard yards in that second quarter of the race to try and get back in, and now they've said, like, you know, this is going to be what we describe in footy as the premiership quarter, this third quarter of the race.
Yep.
To try and push in here. And they're setting the rate, setting it really quite well. As South Maroubra starts to make a little bit of play, but Noosa Head is currently sitting a little bit forward in 4th at the moment. The South Maroubra's wave starts to go. They're trying to get that nose down on that little runner, but they'll drop off it as these crews start heading towards the gate cans here. Collaroy sitting in 1st.
There's Mark Reese on the back of Collaroy. See the girls in the all red caps. Collaroy on the Sydney Northern Beaches. The host of the Young Guns Carnival. For any junior rowers, you've got to get there once in your career if you're from around the country. It's a beautiful carnival for kids, 23s and juniors. And they host it so well, and they're doing a good job, the young girls from Collaroy. They've got a big team of supporters here, so they'll get a cheer at the end of this race. And there's Scotty. He knows he's safe as well. He's knocked them off as they come across the line. 1 or 2 to get through, a little backwash. Coogee still there and Noosa's still there. So I think sadly for South Maroubra, I think they're going to have to put that boat away. And that might be their day done, and they've had a real good go making it through to Saturday quarter-finals. And that's Tyler, Ciara, Mia and Chantel for Coogee. Chantel's brother Cooper's rowing, or has rowed in the Colts for the South Maroubra team this year, and their big old man, Bilko, Chris Stokes. Passionate daddy's jumped back into the training mix down there, and he's been flogging them on the ergs. So sadly, the South Maroubra girls are knocked out, but they can hold their heads up high because they've had a real good go, and this field is red hot. And as we say, someone has to get knocked out, unfortunately, Tate, and we'll wait for the official judges. But it was a great row from Collaroy there, and you see the Coogee girls there just getting their boat back to shore through that deeper gutter. You see Gemma Morrison with her head sticking over that gunnel on the other side. She loves the sport. So they're going to be stoked to get through. And that was great racing for the junior girls. Coming up for Heat 2 though now. We don't muck around. Let you call them out, Tate.
From the bottom of the screen, we've got the North Cottesloe Calypso coming out from WA in Alley 1, Palm Beach Prosecco in Alley 2, the Warhope Bonny Hills Bota in Alley 3, the Mona Vale Machicks in Alley 4, the Avoca Beach CCs in Alley 5, and the South Curl Cruisers in Alley 6.
Another good field there. Tommy advised us of the Warhope Bonny Hills named the Bota. Reckons it's the best of them all.
I think that's a fantastic acronym.
Yeah, so the Bota, we'll call them. They want to be the best of them all. They're not there yet. They can't claim it. Definitely the best what Bonny Hills has got to offer, so we're stoked for that. Shout out to the beautiful people on North Coast, New South Wales at Warhope and Bonny Hills. You see the Point Leo boat there now, just getting moved on the rollers. And that's how we move these 200 kilo vessels around. We roll them around. You see the wind on that check starters flags there now. We call it onshore wind. It's coming from the sea to the shore. And you can see the bounce on the course that it creates. Usually gets stronger through the day. So, negotiating the start here now. Footage is just paused, but we're back on track now. And there's nothing in. That's a great start from all crews there, Tate.
Especially, you noticed there a little bit before the camera froze, a little bit Northcott's second rower had a little bit of trouble jumping in. Great thing about being a bow rower, it's not usually about your first stroke getting in, it's about the second stroke where you want in time. First stroke, just get in the boat.
Yeah.
And go, and they've managed to recover really quite well to just pick up that extra length.
See a few of the girls in sunnies there. Were you a sunnies man when you're rowing? Or?
No, I found that it just got a lot. I wore like the Team Navy sunnies, and they just got a lot of like salt backwash, and it was just like, just wasn't fun.
Nah, I don't know about rowing sunnies in surf boats. Unless you've got a set of windscreen wipers on your glasses.
Yeah.
But each to their own, and you see there now North Cottesloe under us now, doing a good job. But it's the crew from South Curl with Chris Fleming, and they're flying out to sea. That's Peter Spencer's girls right there on screen there now. This is Heat 2 of the junior girls. And we think we're up to the second race of the day, or maybe their first race of the day.
It will be their first
race of the day, beg your pardon. So it's the South Curly girls. Look at the gap they put on this field here, Tate.
And there's a fantastic effort from the crew out in Alley 6, the cruisers of South Curl, to separate themselves there with Christopher Fleming as their sweep.
There's the Bota, the best of them all. The Warhope team, and they're sponsored by, they're made up of Lily Brook, a couple of Lilies, and Dylan sweeping them. Charlie on the back.
From the South Curl crew, just absolutely making a statement here to say we're here and we're ready to have a crack.
And that boat is getting a real workout because that's featuring in all the divisions. You've got this boat being used by the junior girls, and they're leading this race. Their junior boys, swept by Spiteri, had a good win the Tickles. Boat's also used by the all-powerful South Curl Shakers in the A-grade women, and also the Sneaky Nuts, the A-grade men, and also the South Curly Burley in the under-23 men's division. So only knows how to go fast, that thing, and good luck to them this week. They're the surf boat relay champions, and they're around up on the white can in Alley 6.
It's not putting out. The Mona Vale Matrix managed to catch up a few boat lengths in that little section there. They're sitting about a boat length behind, but have a really good turn as the other crew start going around. Northcott had a very, very wide turn there. Not sure if their sweep, Andrew Pope, has had a little bit of trouble trying to line it up a little bit.
Yeah, and that can happen with the wind, right? So as this wind starts to hit the nose, you just got to be in the right place at the right time, and sweeps attack the turns different ways. But you see Ribs Fleming on the right of shot there with his South Curl team. But there's a run for the field here if you're good enough. Little lift for Warhope, a little lift for Palm Beach. Sliding under North Cottesloe, but a big lift for Mona Vale. And they've come back up on the top of South Curl. So this is a great row from the Mona Vale girls. And I think that's Kai Cooper on the back of that one.
Absolutely. We could sort of say they're getting the benefit of the onshore wind coming through here, but Mona Vale just absolutely putting pedal to the metal here as this little wave's going to build out underneath them as the South Curl nose starts going up. This will take them all the way through to the gate cans here. 1 and 2 sorted out, it's going to be 3 and 4 that we're going to have a look here once we get back to the field.
That's Kai Cooper there barking his instructions to the junior girls from Mona Vale. He's saying it's not done, stroke for stroke, let's keep it going. You've got about 10 or 15 to go. Up we go. Here comes South Curly again. Now with a bit of run, and Mona Vale in dead water. So you see the leading crews having to work all the way to the finish line. See the sweep stepping back up onto the chocks. And he's safe there now as they cross the line for Mona Vale in first and South Curly in second. Unofficially, of course, we'll wait for the judges. But behind as we look to the field now, who's going to go, Tate? Who do we think's going to have this finish? We got Warhope right there. We've got Northcott. Warhope got stuck. Avoca up the top. Late takeoff for Warhope. Northcott squeezed through.
Very, very tight here. I think Northcott managed to get the best little shoot of their Palm Beach right next. They might have been able to pick it up there, but I think
you're right.
The provisional results from the commentary booth here.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think Northcott is low and Palm Beach, to the naked eye, squeeze their noses ahead of their counterparts. We will wait for the judges and the finish line technology, so unsure of that. We'll bring you those results, but yeah, we hope you're having a good time listening to the surf boats. It's a Saturday special. It's the finals day, day one. All hoping to get through to tomorrow, the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. We're racing at Kira Beach, North Kira. Originally scheduled to be hosted at Tugun, but after the cyclone, the decision was made to move down here, and it was a great decision, Tate. The beach is no longer at Tugun. We wouldn't have had tents. So we do encourage everyone to support the Tugun Surf Club. A lot of people will be staying up that way with accommodation booked, so courtesy buses and all that run by the SLSA keep us moving. Shout out to our sponsors, the major partners, DHL, Isuzu, Qantas and Westpac. So shout out to Finns, Yennar Brewing, BRP, Kellogg's Nutrigrain and Tourism Gold Coast. Guns up in this second race. Tate, who have we got?
On your screens, the Newport Nessies, the North Cronulla Gunettes, the Woolgoolaa Whales, the South Curl Runaways, the Wanda Wedgies and the Currumbin Chaos as these under-19 Heat 3 quarterfinal 1 go out to sea. North Cronulla.
Determination on the face of those rowers, and got to get the legs moving. They're sort of just chopping at it, not getting those legs up the slide. Rowing quite short.
Rowing quite short as they're going over that sandbag, just about getting that 1-2 punch to send it through.
Speaking of getting punched, it was Will Goolga and Tim Smith, and he got stopped dead flat. So that's not going to help the Woolgoolga girls. They're on a bit of a rebuild, the Woolgoolga club. They have a big team here, great people, but this isn't going to be how they'd like to envisage this race. And it's going to be old Nate Wilson, our man, leading the charge, and I think, what's his crew name called?
The Runaways.
The Runaways.
Zoe, Nikki, Molly and his daughter, I believe, Abigail, in that crew. Once again, setting out the pace and going in first. Bit of deja vu from the last race as well.
Deja vu, all right. South Curl at the front, surprise, surprise. But they work hard at it. And the reason they're one of the best, if not the current best club on the beach, is because there's a big bunch of team. They all train hard. They all stay together. They all help each other. And there's not much bluing in that under that tent. They're all mates.
Absolutely. It's part of the building up a fantastic club culture at South Curl, as well as any other club across the country and across the ditch over in New Zealand as well.
Yeah, and it's just great to see so many clubs on the water. You see a bit of a staggered field there. Bit of a diamond shape, but it's South Curl in the front of this one into North Cronulla. Doing a good job. Currumbin up there in 6, dropping back to Wanda and Newport, and then the Woolgoolga guys. And joining us shortly will be the Mr. Devon Sanger himself. His girls just got through. Scotty Edwards just getting himself right, adjusting his speedos, and he'll be right on the commentary box with us, Tate. So we're looking out now in the junior girls, and that was that's the Currumbin crew, and it's the Chaos. Welcome, Scotty.
Yeah, g'day boys, and what a fantastic day it is today. A little bit more life on the water out there after a couple of races and a sweep.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, a little bit of life in there, mate. A little bit of chop keeps it nice and lively. Sometimes when you're a heavier crew like the Devon Sangers, mate, when it's glassy, she bogs down a little bit more for you.
Yeah, and it's just made the course that little bit more technical, but that little bit more alive. So there's windy, choppy water. You've got to watch your blade work, but the wind has pushed the runners onto the beach, and they've been coming from everywhere, Scotty. You would have seen this throughout the morning.
Yeah, similar to yesterday, mate. There's no one favourable alley. They're popping up here, there and everywhere. In our race before, Noosa got a beauty that come back up on us and sort of made me worry for a little bit there, mate. But
we knew you had it covered, didn't we, Tate?
Absolutely.
We were cheering you on. You go watch your replay. Speak highly of our fellow commentators. But it's South Curl with Allhead Wilson on the back of this one. And he's streaking away, the Wilson.
He's not moving at all. Look at him, very composed at the back of the boat.
He's been watching Gus and Termite for some time, and he is doing a great job there. So you had Ribs Fleming with the other junior girls in the last race. Now you got the Carnage. So the Runaways in this one, and true to their name, Tate.
Running away with it.
They're running away with this one.
Sitting through, they're starting to go through gate cams, building a little bit, using that wind coming through, but looking out at the back and seeing Woolgoolga, who was sitting a little bit behind, had managed to pull themselves back into the race here, trying to find that fourth spot.
Another run for them there, Tate, good call.
Absolutely, starting to build up.
Timmy White at the back of the boat there from Woolgoolga, but look at Nathan, pretty sure that's a father-daughter combination too in the Runaways, which is always good to see.
You called it. What you might have missed coming up to the box, Scotty, was Woolgoolga got absolutely smashed to a dead stop and were last. So if they get through this one, this will be their get out of jail, and they've done a great job. But there's Nathan Wilson with the Runaways, and they're safely across the line there now. See that finish flag's right out to sea. Some point soon we'll bring those in. But here comes the
party
field.
wave. Party wave for the minor positions.
We taking 4 through?
4 through for this race here. Looks like 1, 2, 3 and 4 here.
Great effort from Woolgoolga there, guys, in the middle of this shot. The red boat, North Cronulla, closest to us and looks to be missing out, will be Newport and Wanda, junior girls. So you're eyeballing your competition there, Scotty.
Yeah, checking them out, mate. I'll tell you what, though, in our race, Reese's Cannons, who have been the form crew all year, they got snotted at the start, I think, and for them to row back through everybody and win the race was pretty impressive.
That's an ominous sign for the competition in that division. To be fair, though, they will have their work cut out because there's a few fast blue boats in the South Curl team, and there's plenty of good junior girls crew out here. Your girls aren't out of it either, mate. They're going all right.
Yeah, they're going okay, mate. They're going okay, considering we've got one in the Sunshine Coast and one in Newcastle. So we're a bit of a FIFO junior crew.
FIFO rowing. It's becoming a bit of a thing.
It is.
But it's great that they can be all together for this carnival and spend time with you under your guidance. Great sweep. You see there now one of our other country New South Wales clubs, Bateman's Bay. I have to shout out and apologise to the Banshees. Shortchanged them on a few of their results for their Masters and Reserve Women's crew. Current back-to-back New South Wales State Reserve Grade champions. So they'll be in the features later. But as we look, I think it's Nick Jones on the back of that Bateman's boat. Who we've got in this one?
The Skipjacks.
This is going to be this is the last heat for the quarter-final round one of the under-19 female. And Alley 1, the Alexandra Headland Abba Stingers. Alley 2, the Stockton Sirens. Alley 3, the Bateman's Bay Skipjacks. Alley 4, the Metropolitan Caloundra Missiles. Alley 5, the Mona Vale Menace, and Alley 6 from Victoria is the Jan Juck Jets.
Well, the Mona Vale Menace in 5 are the New South Wales State champions. So they're going to be one of the ones to watch this weekend, as would be Collaroy and South Curly, but don't discount any of these other faster crews. And let's cheer on the Coffs Harbour team with Scotty Edwards on the back later on in the day. So we see the wind there still not dropping off. And it looks like the check starters flags. Oh, they've just turned this up. Look at this ridiculous starting flag now. The check starters have gone up. It's awful. Bunny's flag, can you believe it?
I know you can't protest the start, but can you protest the flag they use for the start, mate?
I want to know about Rule Book 37 edition. Like, there's got to be a proper flag, I'm sure.
Stepping away there for the Sirens, getting their rate up over this little bit of a channel here before this shallow water. They'll be feeling it here for the next 10 or so strokes over here, boys, I tell you.
This is where a race can sort itself out from the good crews to the not so accomplished, because this is the hardest part of the race. Real shallow, bouncy waves coming at you. The sweep screaming at you. There's alls going everywhere. You just want to get out the back and clear. And there's waves coming up here for Janjuk, sorry. Aaron Tannehill will be screaming. And it's good to see a few more waves breaking a bit further out now today. And these crews have to get over them. Janjuk getting belted.
Stockton could be in trouble.
Stockton's scraping over the top.
Safe over the start there. It's probably the first time we've sort of seen a wave of that size come through today.
Wave of the day, you call it, Tate?
Wave of the day. Great opportunity for some photos from Malcolm Trees and all the other photographers on the beach here this weekend. But this is going to be a very red hot heat as these crews go out to see Metcalandra sort of sitting in second, following behind Mona Vale sitting in first, and Janjuk as well in LA6 pushing up here.
Yeah, that's the Metcalandra missiles. They're made up of Mia, Ellen, Evie and Sarah, swept by Walter. That's the Schwab gang, Walter and Sarah. They had a few crews in this division early in the week. Jason Bean's crew got knocked out, but they're on the rebuild at Metcalandra, which is great to see. And there's young Jimmy Meadows on the back of the Mona Vale boat, the current New South Wales state champions. So they're going to mean business here today, and he's doing a good job as a younger sweep coming through the ranks. He stands so steady between the quarter bars with his feet together. Everyone's got a different style. You see his oars just popping in and out of the water there. It's a bit hard to steer with the sweep oar hanging out of the water, but it is faster if you don't have much drag on it. So
I guess for every problem, there's an advantage for it there, Phil. But I
that's a school teacher in you, Scott.
I wouldn't recommend going without the sweep oar in the water, mate. But James Meadows certainly got the girls rowing well, though, and look at him taking probably a boat and a half-length lead coming into the turning cans.
I reckon they'd be feeling good too. He's a young physio. Helped me in the early season with a bit of a shoulder complaint. Thank you, James. He's a good guy. So you see there now it's Janjuk, and we won't forget our man Aaron Tannehill. He'd be screaming at this telly going, "Go my girls." And the Janjuk team made up of Molly, Eliza, Daisy and Sophia, with Brett Mazuris on the back of them. Simona Vale turning first. Janjuk in second, Metcalandra in third, back to the Skipjacks in fourth. And who else have we got, boys? Because
just out of shot there, we'll have Alexandra Headland and the Stockton Sirens.
Missing two, so they must be a long way out of it, but we'll get back to the field here, and there's the four leading boats.
A little bit of life coming on the tuck of the trailing boats here. He goes nose down for Bateman's Bay. Not a lot out of that, though. Will it build for James's crew out in front with the Mona Vale boat, their distinctive green and white hull.
Yeah, famous club colours, green and white for Mona Vale, and their little lifters, you called it, Scotty, and there they go, Tate. You see them spinning the rate up.
Looks like one here for Matt, though, boys, building in the back of the screen. That's just going to stand for them.
Perfect timing for them.
He's sitting as well for Janjuk and LA6 as well. Those girls know how to run. They came second in the ASRL Under-17 final and took out the state championships at Victoria a few weeks ago.
The first one filled up, but this second one's reforming now, and if they've got enough power, the Metcalandra crew will get a little lift out of this, and as will Janjuk on screen there now. Aaron Tannehill screaming, "Get down it, girls. Go, 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 go." And they're lifting it. Look at this, Janjuk.
Oh, nice chasing. Nice. Drop that nose, girls.
Right back up on the Mona Vale, and they're still on the top of it. This is a great race from Janjuk there.
Absolutely, Janjuk putting it back to Mona Vale to sit now in second and very comfortably in second as Brett looks behind him to see this wave that's building underneath him.
Late takeoff for Janjuk. 2 strokes they're on. Mona Vale just should keep rowing here across the line. These positions aren't as important as the ones later in the day. You just want to qualify. But Mona Vale there leading from start to finish, the New South Wales state champions. That's a good effort there from James and his young girls. You see there coming across the field after that was the Metcalandra team and Bateman's Bay, we believe, also qualifying. So, sadly to miss out, the Newport and Stockton. Yep. Thought it was April Fool's Day with that South flag around, Scotty.
Yeah, mate, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. You got a Geelong flag handy, Tate?
I do not have a Geelong flag.
You should bring one next time, mate.
Tate, I don't think we want to fly it after the fourth quarter last night, do we?
Oh, listen, 4 points is 4 points. I've lived many a time as a Geelong supporter waiting to see the third quarter collapse, so all's right with the world, Scotty.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Well, we're getting through I'm just going to get back to some of those fun facts for Shanjuk because my text went through. But Eliza Campbell, her father Chris, is the Victorian Surf Rowers League president. He's watching from home. Daisy Drifts, her brother Rose with Janjuk, Fennel Hellmen, who are still kicking in reserve grade male. This young crew from Janjuk have 2 years left to go.
They are an ideal crew that we're sort of looking to in Victoria to sort of build up our division in under-19 male.
Building it up.
Female.
Looks like we're pausing for a moment of reflection here, team. So we will just put some background music on. I'm not sure if we can get the live stream for that, but a very special time we have here at the Aussie Titles where we go through comrades that we've lost throughout the season, and it's a really good tradition that we keep alive here today.
Righto, well, we're getting good cooperation here from athletes. We need the officials. I know you're busy, people. I know we've got a lot to do, but we really need you to start forming up on the line of the boy marker signs, please.
I'm just going to do one at the start it all. No, after I've read them all out. Nick said you could shoot one to start the ceremony. Oh, you can do that? Yeah. Nick wants one shot to start the whole thing. Yep, and then one at the end, and then one at the end of the minute. Yep, that's it. So just do a thumbs up with your ring. Put a thumbs up with your ring.
Come on, officials. The officials are good at getting everyone else to do the work, but we need you up here, please, to line up. We've got a few lined up here with the old mates boat, but we need you to come and join in this very special moment.
Good morning. For those who don't know, my name is Rod Costa, and I have here with me Mike Tamlin, who instigated this Moment of Reflection Memorial. Together we are going to deliver this year's Moment of Reflection. Each season at the Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships, it's been our practice in the boat area to pay our respects to past members of our boating fraternity who have passed away over the previous season. We call this our moment of reflection, and we pause to stand together in unity with our oars raised to remember all those who are no longer with us and listen to a brief CV of each. In front of us there is a memorial boat purchased by John Ellington and Ron Trembath. They have called the boat Old Mates. It bears the names of the deceased friends over the years. If you know of any missing names, please let the boys know. Gone, but not forgotten. Today at North Kira we honour 26 past boaties, and the tributes will follow. A bell will sound at the conclusion of each reading. A traditional minute's silence and music will follow to allow us to remember our great mates and clubmen, and also to think of those loved ones of our own who now are no longer with us.
Thank you, Rod. Those reflections, the first in no particular order, Malcolm Barnesy Barnes from Mackay, Talabudra, aged 72. He was a dedicated boatman holding many positions in the club, including boat captain and club president. Also a few terms of Point Danger Branch. He was awarded life membership at the Talabudra Lifesaving Club in 1999.
Okay. Bruce Barron, age 79, from Tugun. Bruce joined Tugun Club in 1961. He was a very prominent in club administration and was awarded life membership of Tugun and also of the Point Danger branch. He competed in surf boat racing for some years and was a member of the winning Queensland Reserve Grade Boat Championship crew in 1967.
Our next one is Bill Mitchell from Avoca Beach, age 62. Billy was a multiple New South Wales state and singles Australian double ski champion before turning to surf boats, where his crew won the Australian 160 Masters Championships. A much loved member of the Mitchell family, he was a competent sweep and life member of the Avoca Beach Club.
Clive Selby, aged 74, from Burnie, Tasmania. Clive joined Burnie in 68 and was a boat sweep in Tasmania for nearly 40 years. He placed second in the open boat at the 85 Australian Championships. Clive represented Tasmania as a boat sweep for 10 occasions.
Barry Basil Dukes from Palm Beach, Queensland, passed away aged 85. Basil has held many positions, including president and boat captain. He was a long-term rowing athlete from Palm Beach Club.
Jane Stacey, age 42, from Williamstown. Jane joined Williamstown and patrolled for 25 years. She competed in surf boats on the local and national stage with Williamstown, St Kilda and Lawn Surf Clubs, meeting her husband Marcus on the beach at a carnival. Jane passed away after a battle with cancer and achieved her final wish to fulfil a beach patrol with her two sons.
Max Sydney, Ballina Lismore Club, passed away aged 89.
An outstanding boat sweep and mentor, his open men's crew achieved 3 consecutive Australian championships in 67, 68 and 69, plus a silver in 1966 and 1970. He was a member of the 1969 Australian touring team to South Africa. Max was a life member of Ballina Lighthouse Lismore Club, and in 2007 his crew was inducted into the Surf Life Saving Hall of Fame as the first surf boat crew to be ever recognised this way.
John Brown, age 88, Collaroy, North Bondi. Initially a boat sweep was North Bondi before moving to Collaroy. John instigated a resurgence in surf boat rowing and swept the Junior A crew. He brought them up to speed with the latest rowing technique. In 76-77 he swept the Senior A crew and represented the branch, winning the interbranch title as well as back-to-back New South Wales titles. In 1983 his service was recognised and he was the first recipient of the Distinguished Service Medal.
Michael Hammersley passed away 21st of March, only last week, aged 78 from Bulli. In fact, his funeral was held yesterday. He was a staunch member of the Bulli Club for over 30 years, who rowed and achieved silver in the Australian Championships and reserveman in 1979. He became an official, obtaining 10-year certificate and 30-year long service award.
Ron Watt, aged 92, from Coolum Beach, life member and long-term sweep. On Boxing Day 1948 there was a triple drowning at Coolum, and the following season the only club at Coolum had only 2 members return. Ron recruited new members and saved the club.
Billy Cooper, aged 79, from Yamba and Mooloolaba. Bill was a long-term life boat official for many years and was a favourite boat starter in the North Coast Series and Queensland State and Australian titles. He was instrumental in establishing the North Coast Surf Boat Series and was awarded life membership of the Queensland Life Surf Rowers League.
Mick Stratford, age 85, Dicky Beach, life member and long-time surf boat rower at Dicky Beach, Queensland.
Lenny Dittmar from Mooloolaba passed away aged 74, was a life member of his club and a long-term surf boat rower.
George Best, age 83, Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, Club Foundation member in 1959 and their very first life member. Devoted to his club, and he designed the club competition cap. A long-term surf boat coach and sweep, winning the Australian Championship in 1996.
Cole Butch Muller, aged 87, from Palm Beach, Queensland. Butch held many positions in the club, including club captain, and he rowed with distinction for many years, starting back in the 1950s.
Peter Jones, aged 79, from Tugun. Peter was a successful rowing athlete in surf boats at the Tugun Club, including winning gold in the Queensland Reserve Grade Boat Championship in 1967.
Richie Lythen, OAM, was an integral in Collaroy running the 1992 Australian Championships and the New South Wales Championships in the 1990s. Richie was past Deputy President of Surf New South Wales, past President of his club and Sydney Northern Beaches branch. He was boat referee for 5 seasons at both New South Wales and Australian Championships. Richie was awarded life membership of Collaroy Club, Sydney Northern Beaches, Surf New South Wales and Surf Life Saving Australia. He was awarded the Australian Sports Medal in 2000 and was a Warringah Shire Council Citizen of the Year in 2000 and 2015. He was awarded then the Order of Australia Medal.
Grant Blake, age 58, Collaroy. Grant was a member of the Collaroy boat crew family who passed away suddenly at the age of 58. Grant, Snake, GB or Blakey to his many friends, rode for Collaroy as a teenager and competed with great success up till his late 20s. His crew won 3 consecutive New South Wales boat championships with Collaroy in seasons 1989 to 1992.
Kevin Cooper from Mackay and Alexandra Headlands, passed away aged 87. Kevin was a long-term surfboat official and starter at Queensland and National Championships. He was awarded life membership of Mackay Surf Club and North Barrier Branch for his contribution to surf sports. Following his move south, he became a dedicated member of the Alexandra Headlands Surf Club. And we also today acknowledge his wife, Jean Cooper, as one of our long-term surfboat officials.
Paul O'Brien, age 82, Tweed Heads and Coolangatta, long-term surfboat athlete for Coolangatta.
Brian Voller, passed away aged 82 from Cairns Currumbin Surf Club. He was a dedicated club man, competing on many sporting disciplines, including as a rower and sweep at branch level in Queensland State and also Australian Championships. He also coached juniors and cadets.
Barry Housey Howes, aged 82, Palm Beach, Queensland. Dedicated clubman holding many club positions. He was successful as a long-term surfboat rower and sweep. Awarded Palm Beach Life membership in 78.
Jeff Starkey, passed away 80 years of age, from Mollymook. Jeff gained his bronze medallion at South Maroubra and rode as a junior before moving to Mollymook, where he dedicated his life to the club, serving in many major roles and was awarded life membership. He was a highly successful rower and sweep, finally rowing in the 260 division.
Alan Stumpy Laurie, aged 81, from Woolamine, Victoria. Alan gained his bronze in 1965 and was a very successful rower in the late 60s. Represented Victoria in Ocean Grove, where they won the interstate, and also the following year at City Beach. Stump was elevated to life membership of Woolamine and later a life governor.
And lastly, Sean Adams, aged 53, for Williamstown. Sean was a member of the famous Willy Wonka's Masters crew and was known for his outgoing personality, endless compassion and willingness to help. I would now like everyone to pause for a moment as we fire the gun to commence our moment of reflection.
To the start of your head up high, and don't be afraid of the dark.
Thank you everybody for your participation today for this very special moment in memory of some wonderful people.
Tate, how good was that, mate? That's one of the special things we actually get to do in surf boats this year. Or every year, sorry.
Every year.
Every year.
It's a fantastic initiative that's been set out by our cohort across the country to recognise the people who have passed away in the 12 months leading up to this event. I think that to have that opportunity to do so is fantastic.
Always find it quite moving when you're down on the water's edge with the oars up in the air like that too, mate. You always get a little bit of a well up in the eyes.
Absolutely.
And joining us back here is the great Donnie Cottrell. How are you, mate?
Mate, I'm loving these introductions. Probably need to write a few for Tate. How to introduce me correctly, like Scotty just did.
The illustrious Don Cottrell.
That'll do. Yeah, that was well done. And the boat is the only section on the beach at the Aussie Titles that does this sort of thing. It's such respect, such a family is the surf boat rowing fraternity. And well done to Mike Tamlin, who drives the moment of reflection each year. Time to gather ourselves here now, boys. We are heading into reserve grade, is my understanding.
Yes, we're looking at the reserve male quarterfinal number 1. After an elimination final to start us out today and a repechage a little bit earlier this morning.
And they're tuning in up at Mackay, mate. We're getting a call from Horry. Good on you, mate. Great to have you joining us. And I had the privilege of talking to the voice of summer just previously there. Alan George Griffiths was on the beach and up in the beach commentary area for a quick chat. And it's always good to talk to Griffo, 89 years of age. I joke with Griffo that he called the surf boat race that Noah was in with the Ark. He's been doing it forever.
I must say, I did make the comment when I heard his voice, those dulcet tones coming through the speakers, Donnie, was like walking back in time. Just reminded you of the surf boat carnivals of yesteryear.
He was the best.
Tell you what, though, between you and Phil, mate, you guys are giving him a run for the money for the new-aged voice of surf boats.
Oh, he's a whole lot smarter and a whole lot smoother than us. A bit of banter with me and Davina and Stefano. He deserves everything he cops too, that bloke. He's not here at the moment to defend himself, so I'll unload.
Mate, he might be small in stature, but they're broad shoulders. He can cop it.
He's got the skin of an armadillo. Yeah, when I was talking to Griffo on the speaker, I said, mate, I love your classics from over the years. Griffo would have so many great calls. Some boat would go upside down or something like that, and he'd go, ho, they're in more trouble than the early settlers. And he was full of them. He reckons that there should be more than one Sunday in the week. That was another one of his favourites. Like the boy with the barrow, he got the work in front of him here. He had 1,000 of them.
All right, coming up in this race, we should have the Mermaid Beach Rezzies, the Currumbin Krakens, the Mooloolaba Gorillas, Queenscliff Major Rays, Palm Beach Peppers, and the Northcott Charmers. I'd assume they're taking 4 through out of 6 for this elimination race of the reserve grade.
You would think so, but we can't trust Tate. He got it wrong earlier this morning. We're calling all these boats getting through, and it's only to find out they were taking 3, not 4 through.
That sometimes just doesn't quite work out.
We're not going to let you forget it either.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
Mermaid on the screen here, swept by Marty Fletcher. Luke Taylor in that crew. He's been around for a number of years. Good-looking man, Luke Taylor. He's a handsome bloke.
One of the better-looking men on the beach, you reckon, Donnie?
He's up there.
Yep. Maybe we could do a surf boat rowers calendar, mate, with just one rower for each month.
You and I don't have to worry about it,
mate. We wouldn't even make the back cover.
We could do one of those, those ones that are completely wrong. The fat people getting. See me them we could sell. There we go. Surfers Paradise Reserve crew on screen there in the celebratory 100-year cap. And we've got Heat 1 of the reserve grade coming up now, quarter-final number 1. Mermaid Beach Rezzies, I'm expecting them to feature highly in this out of Alley 1. Currumbin Krakens, they've only just got back together in the last month. They're an under-23 crew, then an open crew, and they've been overseas doing their thing and what have you. They're all back here now and they're into it, the Krakens. Mooloolaba Gorillas lucky to hang on in that last race, but we do love the Gorillas. Queenscliff Major A's in 4. Palm Beach Peppers in 5 and North Cottesloe in 6. And there they are, the Kraken. And Zach, the big tall blonde second stroke. There's Damien Claypan and his Northcliffe crew there.
I was going to say a couple of tall boys in the Kraken crew there, mate. They should be able to get a fair bit of length going to sea once they get through this little shallow bar and a few little waves that seem to be just popping up in the last couple of races.
Yeah, Jock, Jesse, Billy and Zach, the rowers, swept by Tooley. Anthony O'Toole, former Bill Gola, A-grade rower, Mermaid.
With Marty Fletcher sweeping there with Elliot, Ben, Luke and Alex.
Luke is a stroke. And yeah, expecting them to go well. And they've moved back off the shallow bank. Scotty, did you start every race this morning out on the bank?
Yeah, with when I was rowing, mate, with the Reggies, we had all our starts out there. But once I jumped on the big stick, mate, with my little girls, we were back on the bank. Back on the edge there.
Guns up.
Heading away here. Everyone from this angle looks like they're away clean. Queenscliff beating it up there nice and quick off the edge with those cleaver blades. Chop not worrying them with those extra bits of volume on the blade there.
Yeah, Damien Daly there gets the rate up with the cleaver oars, as you can do. You can certainly wind them up, and he might be the first one into open water here.
Northcott and Palmy copping a little bit there just on the edge of that bank. And one more to get over here.
Northcott on your right-hand side, they just motored through those. They smashed through there like an A-grade crew. And I'll be assuming they're not far off them. Have a look at them go down the right hand to end their tape. The crew from North Cottesloe.
Yeah, the Chalmers, Tex, Ben, Mark, Angus and Harry. They're getting out to sea at a very nice stroke rate and going through. Like we've seen many before, going over that sandbank, just shortening up their stroke a little bit just to get over that sandbank and then really lengthen out once they're past it.
We had cracking glassy conditions this morning, but the sou'easter has come up. And it's a little bit stronger than it appears on the camera and the screen in front of you.
It's still pretty nice to row in though, Donnie. It just puts a bit of life on the water. You do have to be a little bit sharp on your catches. Like stroke side will be affected going to sea, and then bow side just need to watch where they're placing their blade on the way home. But it just allows a bit of life under the boat. Like in those glassy conditions, sometimes, when you're a bigger crew, you can sink and get stuck in the water. So it sort of at least puts a bit of life in, brings it back in everyone. The race back in for everybody here.
Mooloolaba Gorillas on the right-hand side of your screen there. Pretty sure they rode in the Masters and did fairly well at it as well. And they're here now backing up in reserve grade.
Yeah, looking at that rate there, mate, just sitting back, it looked like a Masters stroke rate there.
Yeah, it's pretty tame. Even across the field there, Damien Daly on screen there now, as we mentioned, with the cleaver oars. Let's see what he can do with this turning can. He's going to start angling his way in here shortly.
Northcott going around in one, cementing themselves.
Yep, there's swung in around. Coxie's Palmy crew going around there now.
Geez, didn't he have a look? Big look there from Coxie. Grabbed hold of the strokes all, dug it in and gave it a bit of a yank and had a look at the same time. See where he is across the line.
Probably sitting fourth, I reckon, just looking at this angle, mate. Looks like Marty Fletcher down in alley one with Mermaid. Northcott coming home strong. Looks like a runner.
Yeah, Northcott just able to lift there as they come across that back bank. There was a little bit of energy in the ocean there, and that's lifted up for them. And the North Cottesloe crew have run that nicely. They had their nose in front anyway, and this has done them no harm whatsoever. I'm looking down the left-hand end at Mermaid as well. I'm expecting them to feature in the top four here. Two crews to miss out, but North Cottesloe, go you good thing.
Probably just Currumbin and Mooloolaba with a little bit of work to do if they want to hang on here and go for another round this afternoon. Like also one more elimination for the Reggies coming up in the program today, boys.
Gorillas from Mooloolaba on screen with the work to do. We think they're sitting in possibly last position here. Crew in the centre there, that would be Queensy. They're looking good. North Cottesloe to your right, Queensy in the centre. Good run there for the crew from Currumbin, the Krakens. And there we go with Mooloolaba again. It just seems dead there for them. They're going to run the top of this one, but it may be too little too late here for the big fellas from Mooloolaba. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see them there. Krakens racing for the line. Northcott over, Queenscliff over, and Palm Beach Peppers. They're going to come through here as well, and it's the Krakens from Currumbin who are possibly going to feel, we can't see Mermaid. They're on the left-hand side.
It's going to be a drag race for the final fourth, mate. Mermaid there on the far left of screen. This is going to be tight. It's going to be the angle of the wave.
We'll leave that one to the judges. Marty Fletcher just revving at the finish line here now. You can see him rating it right up. Currumbin have stopped rowing. Not sure who's going to get that one. One of the two Queensland crews is going to drop out there as we wait for the results on that one.
We're looking the first of 5 heats in the reserve grade male for their first quarterfinal of the day. Looking at the program, the quarterfinal 2 will be 3 heats of 5. Looks at 4 heats of 5, so there will be 20. So they're looking to take the top 4, as we've said. So unfortunately, one of the Queensland crews will be missing out in that race.
And they don't get any easier here as Tate is about to jump out and Phil Stavano is going to jump back in onto your commentary team. With this next heat of reserve men, Allura on the line there in front of you. That is Grant Wilkinson at the back of the Allura Wilcos.
In Alley 2, it's going to be the Gerringong Naps. They've been around for a while, had a little bit of a hiatus, a bit of a break, and they're back. Good to see the boys back on the beach with Mal Dunwoody.
Had a cracking elimination race last time around, did really well to get themselves through the crew from Gerringong. And the freshwater Welsh Dragman, I think our mate Phil Stavano knows something about that, swept by N.R. Perry. But the freshwater Welsh Dragons, mate.
Yeah, the Dragons. You have a look at their second bowman. He looks one of Wales' finest. He's just got his back to us there in the black rash vest from the N.R. Perry's crew. And well done to Tate. Thank you, mate. You've done a beautiful start this morning and it's a great addition to the commentary team.
Just to round it out, in Alley 4 is the Maruya Top Dogs, and in Alley 5, Warhope Bonnie Hills.
The Nightmares, swept by Steve Monahan. One of the true gentlemen of the sports. We're in and away here.
And there's the famous crew from Gerringong, the Naps, I believe. And they've been around for about 15 years, those boys, at least.
Mal Dunwoody at the back of that boat. And we're riding with freshwater there. N.R. Perry's got the big Welshman fired up in the bow there. He's finishing hard into the chest. Lean back, son, and pull that all through. He's aggressive in the boat. And let's see if that's going to pay off for him as we hopefully get the drone in the air at some stage here and get you some shots side on. Maruya there in the red and black boat on the right-hand side of your screen. They look like they've started well also.
Probably just Allura Wilco with a little bit of work to do. They just might have got hit by a little bit more off the edge. We're on board here now with Maruya.
Gavin Hunt at the back of that boat. Good country lads, these fellas. And we mentioned before, they got through the Thursday. They were pretty happy. They went and celebrated Thursday night. And they were tapering last night at the Tallabudra Surf Club. They were on the Diet Cokes.
They're looking good and they're full of beans. The boys from Maruya with Gav on the back, but we see Warhope there with Matt Mono setting a tempo. And as I stepped outside, you guys would feel the winds come right up and it's blowing a bit harder now onshore. So it's coming from right to left and you're rowing out into the wind there. There's the big Welsh Dragon. I think they're a pretty new rower. So they're doing a good job with NR and the cleavers there, as he explained yesterday on a beach interview. He's a bit of a scientist, NR. He loves
he's a thinking man's surf boat sweep.
He's a great boat builder. That is without a doubt.
Geez, you talk him up. I'm going to keep talking up the DKGs. Scotty, you're in charge of the South Coast. We need a fair playing field here for the boat builders.
So, yeah, we've all got our favourite boats, and the good thing is all the boats are featured in the results. So
no, they have, and I think they all have their little intricacies, which is better. But I've always said they're only good as the spark plugs boys that are in them.
Oh, I love that one, mate.
Good call.
Wilco there on the right.
Sea, yep.
Yeah, Wilco there. He's going to turn last or second last here. They've got a bit of work to do, has the reserve grade crew, but he gets his DKG around and on its way home. But the leading crew there, I think it was Freshwater, might have turned first. Maruya are in the mix there as well. And the Gerringong Naps, they are the crews in the centre of the field. We've got 5 crews here.
How many are we taking, Donnie?
Well, I'm not going to say. We need Nate back here for that, don't we? Tate, sorry.
We think...
I'm thinking there's 4 through.
It'll make 4 4s to 16.
Maybe, yeah.
5 4s to 20. 5. There's 5 because that replicharge, a few more got added in.
Okay. There's Mono now with the Warhope team. And I think it's pretty new boat, I think, Scotty.
Yeah, first year, and it was a clean skin in a couple of the earlier carnivals, and then I don't know the guy's name. I apologise, but he comes down and does all the
Sign writing
for them. And
well, it looks mint. He's done a good job.
But Allura Wilco must have had a really good trip home out of the cans, because he looks like they're back in to the race here. NR yelling at the boys there.
Just jumping back into that previous race, Mermaid Beach Resi's missing out along with Mooloolaba Gorillas. That's an upset for me. The Mermaid Beach crew, they're pretty red hot up here in Queensland, but they are out of the Australian Challenge. The Currumbin Kraken's getting through on that last spot.
But Allura, you called it, Donnie. They've come back into the mix here, and there's 5 boats all vying for these spots, which we're not sure who's going to miss out. There's Gav Hunt on board now, screaming at his Maruya team, with Bert coached since the start of October, and the old mates had a good look around there.
Oh, they're in dead water there too, the Vikings. They're going to struggle.
Looks like the Naps are right with all their experience. They've pulled on the stick a few times. That's going to be tight.
That is very tight. And it was a good run home there for the Warhype crew.
Generally, the rowers will tell you what's happened, and there's a few in that freshwater boat with their heads down, so...
We'll wait on the results there. That is unconfirmed as we look at Gotham City in the background there, Surfers Paradise, and Burleigh Headlands there as well. Allura, they don't look that excited.
We'll wait for the official results.
The 3-seat looked like he spent everything he had for that there, though, the way he was getting out of the boat, Phil.
You know what that feels like, mate. You experienced that this morning.
I keep telling Matty I'm getting too old for the little stick. I'm happy to retire to the big stick.
So we're going to move into Heat 3 of the reserve men, elimination racing. And in Alley 1, we're going to have the Williamstown Wet and Wild crew from Victoria. In Alley 2, the Wanda Wadkas. In Alley 3, Era, the Marts. In Alley 4, the Palm Beach Pelicans. Alley 5, Surfers Paradise Sharks. And in Alley 6, the Janjuk Fennel Hellmen. And I got a text earlier from Aaron, and let's talk about it. The Janjuk Fennel Hellmen, they're still going. Daisy Drips, younger sister of one of the Fennel Hellmen, the junior girl. So doing a good job, Janjuk, and no doubt Mr. Tannehill screaming at his TV.
And just looking at the results from that previous race, Gerringong across the line in first position, Warhope next, Allura Wilco's in third. There we go. We didn't see that. And Freshwater in 4 and Maruya in 5. We're not sure if they're taking 3 or 4, but Maruya definitely out, and possibly Freshwater also, as the South Sydney flag flaps brilliantly in the breeze.
Just while we're waiting for the start of this race, guns up here, they're in and away though, so I'll hold that thought, guys. And
there's
on board here with Wanda, the Wadkas.
Big Brendan McAlpine there. There's Era, the Marts. Doing a good job this campaign, the Era team in the South Coast boat.
Where are they getting their numbers from at Era? I'm assuming it's not a big town on the other side. Like it's in the Royal National Park, isn't it? Just south of Cronulla.
Yeah, a fair bit south of Cronulla if you're driving there.
Not far as the crow flies, I understand.
Close for training too. Perhaps they're catching the ferry across to Bundeena and getting it done. But you're looking out to sea now, and it's one of the more powerful crews, the Palm Beach crew. Dr. Giblin on the back, I'd say, Don, and they are flying.
Aren't they what? Have a look at those power strokes that they're putting in. We're back with Wanda Vodkas here.
It's a nice bow on the end of that bloke's cap there on the ear. Not sure what that's representing. But he's signalling out to someone, so... You see there now, 4 boats in the line behind Palm Beach, and just dropping out of it, it's Williamstown in 1. So
Jimmy McFarlane there with the fancy pants on.
Some sort of Okanuis there, Don.
North Queensland Cowboys, they look like. There was some bullhorns there.
He's a long way from North Queensland down in Williamstown in the Bay and Melbourne.
He gets around though, Timmy.
Geez, dominant performance here out in front though, guys. Have a look at this, Palm Beach Pelicans.
New South Wales State finalists. Not sure if they got on the podium, but a very good crew, Matty's reserve grade crew.
Yeah, they look lean, strong.
That second stroke there, just keeping his eyes forward, must be a Stillwater guy, because I think we're all big believers of watching your oar.
We certainly are. He's got the cool Stillwater sunnies on too. And they have led the field out here, Palm Beach, Surfers Paradise.
On board here with the Hughes and the pink boat.
Yeah, did an emotional interview earlier today. A lot of emotion under the Surface Paradise tent with one of their own not doing so well at this stage. Palm Beach hit the tin. Around they go. 1, 2, and they're going to go away on 3 together.
There's the Janjuk Fennel Hellman. Tanner Hill sings out through us and he says, we're sounding great. He's on a big drive. So they're going to get around now. And there's Williamstown. And I got mail from Tanner Hill that McFarlane, this will be his last carnival for Williamstown. He's moved to Wollongong.
Okay.
So we'll see him pop up somewhere new next season. But it's Palm Beach streaking ahead of the field, setting the tempo. And they're in a comfortable position at the moment with Dr. Giblin on the back.
A little bit of life about to come under the Wadkas here, mate. Can they get a little bit here to challenge up for the lead?
Just throwing short there, Williamstown, not using the whole slide. They need to get up that seat, guys.
Era with a bit of life under there, tucked now too. They're challenging, and here it comes again for the Wadkas. But Matty Gimblett out in front on the split screen there on the right, out in front. The boys looking very composed, holding the shoulders back in the nose.
Run for the Hellman up in 6, Don.
Yeah, we're just looking there at the bottom of our screen, Timmy McFarlane. He has the work to do here as these other crews are jumping on runners. Surface Paradise, the big Hughes. He's run nicely there. He's come up under the tuck of the Palm Beach crew. And there's another lump behind him here. You watch the rating come up.
Here we go. Can Era drop this too? It's going to be interesting. Not quite.
Surface on. Palm Beach, you would expect, would go on. Unfortunately, Wanda has missed out. The swell is not as prominent down this northern end. 2 leading crews on the wave, and they'll be safe. Race is on here.
Run for them all, Don. Era in the middle. Janjuk up here in the blue boat. 2 already crossed. He's happy about it, Hughes.
Certainly is, but let's just have a look at these final places. 4 going through, and that might be tough for the crew from Janjuk. Aaron Tannehill will be urging them on from home.
I think Era might have got their nose ahead of Wanda and Janjuk there, safe, but those other positions will have to wait for the judges.
And Williamstown missing out there, and that will be possibly the last that we see of Timmy McFarlane in those colours. He's off to Wollongong City Surf Club.
What I was going to say before the race, so what a success story the Williamstown Club is. Like sort of just coming from a couple of reserve grade crews probably 3 years ago to having a lot of crews on the beach and being reasonably competitive at the pointy end of the season, which I think is great to see. The more clubs we have rowing, the better the sport's going to be.
Absolutely. I'm not a fan of the Super Club. I love those. Love Currumbin, love South Curly, North Cronulla, Palmy. But we do need to see more surf boats spread in different surf clubs.
Yeah, shout out to anyone in the eastern suburbs. Get on down to the Great Bondi Surf Club, the world's first surf club.
Who's going to be there?
The great Phil Stefano will be having a crack, Don.
Was that a bit of self-promotion there, the great Phil Stefano, Don?
I got told I was great outside just before, so I'm running with it.
He's good at it.
Let's get back on track here, guys. And my South Maroubra Mavericks, I'm going to ride with them. Jules LaRosa, Callum Douglas, Jordan Perez, Timmy Scriven and Julius Vanderleur. And they'll be happy about this flag, Don, the South Maroubra boys, because most of them are filthy Rabbitohs supporters.
Good on them. Something I like about those blokes. There's none I like more than Tullabudgera, but we will go from the bottom here. We've got South Maroubra in 1, Freshwater in 2, Woolgoolga in 3, Tullabudgera in 4, North Cronulla Funkies in 5, and Maroochydore Force in Alley 6, top of screen.
This could be a final, this race.
Yes.
They are all there, these big crews now. Early in the week, we raced in 2 divisions, so some of these clubs wouldn't have raced each other until finals day.
How good is Woolgoolga going, mate?
I was going to say, Clutchy's crew from Woolgoolga here, bronze medalists in the 160s on Tuesday, I think it was, for the younger divisions, which is really, really good. And, mate, they've always been strong on the North Coast. Got a pretty good culture there and always seem to have crews coming along. A bit of a connection through Grafton and get a few of the Stillwaters coming down from Grafton to help fill their ranks.
There's the South Sydney supporters there.
Jordan with a bit of ink on the stroke seat. Callum second stroke there. Julius in the bow and Timmy second bow. So new crews come together. They've been training hard. Jules LaRosa's been flogging them. This is when Mr. Bradley Dunn will be standing off his chair. Stand and salute, Dunny. Because this is your moment, son. These are your boys. And we wish South Maroubra well here because they've been having a good carnival. But there's Donny's boys on screen.
Guns up. Matty Hickey at the back of the Tullabudgera boat. His brother in second bow, Aaron. And away they go. And that's not a bad start for them. They've got good water there. And have a look at them rip in, the boys. They've been coming good at the right end of the season. Fresh water here on screen. They've got a few to bounce over.
Good crew, Freshie. I swept them at the Collaroy Carnival because the sweep was away. They've got Alex Welsh on the back, and they've got a lot of power and experience, these guys, so we'll see how they travel.
You are everyone's first reserve, Savano, aren't you?
The Cab Savs didn't want to use me.
We tried to.
You got your man, Trax Robson.
Yeah, shout out to Trax.
He's a bit of a better sweep than me. He's a good mentor.
Looks like a better start to the crews up in the southern area there, top of your screen. For me, the Funkies will be leading this race at the early stages, followed by the Force, which, whenever there's a Force behind a Maroochydore crew, they're going to go all right. And then probably sitting in third down here is your fellas from the Dirty Filthy Rabbitoh supporters, Phil.
Yeah, South Maroubra. But the Force, just a few notes, that's Big Tommy's crew. And he had a fill-in, the big lumps jumped out, and other big lumps jumped in with Megsy. So they're going to be on the pace there or thereabouts because three of them have rode a lot together and they've won Aussie Gold and the Colts together. So 4 going through here, and it's still anybody's race with Freshie and Woolgoolga, just a bit of work to do. But North Cronulla setting a good tempo with that crew up there in Alley 5, and that's the Maroochydore team. So
Tullabudra on the screen there now. Matty Hickey sitting in about 3rd or 4th position at this stage. We're going to be taking 4 through. They're in the Peter Davenport boat. He was a Cab Sav, was Dabs, and his friends and family got together when he passed away, and they purchased the boat, and that's what we're rowing in. Took out the 220 Masters on Wednesday as well.
One of the great races too, Don. Congratulations to you guys, mate.
It's the one you want.
Real good vibe there. So going out to these turning cans, and South Maroubra have edged a bit closer to the leaders, and you'll see here now going equally into the turn with North Cronulla and with Maroochydore.
Oh, he sailed past it, though. That's not the best turn. He's got it around pretty swiftly.
Well, Stroke's got hung up a little bit too.
Dead stop there. They're going to have to pick the boat up and get it going.
Brand new boat there for South Maroubra, and Jordan in the stroke seats contributed to that, so it's always good when you've got to buy your own boat, and he's loving his name on the business on the outside of the boat. But there's Funky.
Yeah, North Cronulla down there in Alley 5, possibly one of our leading crews along with Maroochydore Force. Yes, they are leading. North Cronulla, you can see they're out in front. South Maroubra, they've done really well there. Looking neat too, Phil.
Yeah, tidy, under the tutelage of Jules LaRosa, and I believe Mark Featherston's been helping them in out of the boat as well. So
Feathers, as in North Cronulla, Feathers.
That's the guy.
Yeah, he's a unit.
Yeah, sure is.
Like to see that second stroke just sit back a little bit more to match him with the rest of his crews. You have a look at the 2 bows, leaning into the bow a little bit more. The second stroke just sitting up there slightly.
There's a run for the South End boys here, lifting now. There's LaRosa screaming at the boys. Get it done. I don't know about Alley 1, so they've got to make sure of it because Lura just snuck through in an earlier race, but the runs are coming from the southern end, it seems, and getting the best of it on the finish line. So here's another run for South Maroubra.
Keep that nose down. It's going well. They're milking that for everything it's worth.
Get over, boys. Beautiful stuff. Come on. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to qualify here. I think they're going to run into the wave in front, but it's going to be enough to get them. There's the line there. They are over the line. And if we can stay with this camera here, gents, so we can watch the finishing 4. We've got 3. We're taking 1 more. Tullabudger in the screen there at the moment. They're going to slip down that. We just don't know if anyone else has joined them on there. But Tally going for the line here. And I think they're in 4th position. And I think they're going to go through. It's Freshwater.
And Woolgoolga.
And Woolgoolga. The 2 crews
missing out. Yep.
Possibly going to miss out here.
Great racing, boys.
Yeah, it is good racing.
They'll be stoked with that, the South Maroubra Mavericks. As I said, there they are, new crew, good vibe. They're going very well, and they're the pride of the club at the moment.
And the new boat you mentioned, where was that from, mate?
Mate, I can't tell you. I've been out of there for 2 years, so...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I left them in good hands with plenty of boats, and they've just continued it on. They've got another new boat. They've got some good sponsors down there.
All right, and we're looking at the unbackable favourites in reserve grade here.
Paying about $1.03.
There's a double jinx from the commentary team. Yeah. Sorry, Pinkies.
Okay, joining them in this final elimination round for the reserve grade, we've got the Queenscliff Rees in Alley 1, Avalon Beach Pinkies, Alley 2, Coogee Sons with Macro and 2 of his boys in that crew. North Narrabeen Smokos and the Northcliffe Hurricanes.
Another big race there.
Yeah, there
You've
is.
got Claypan's Hurricanes doing a good job. The younger fellas coming up through the ranks. You got the great man Don McManus on the back of the Smokos. Coogie's sons have made most finals this year and been a solid reserve grade crew for a number of years. The unbackable favourites, the Pinkies, with a fill-in today.
Yeah.
There's the North Narra boys. And then the Queenscliff Reese Lightnings. And if you know Reese Carroll, he's the man.
Okay.
He's got a crew named after himself, so...
He's like Wilco, isn't he? He always names all the crews after himself.
No, he's a rower. I think there's Shero sweeping him, so Reese is a bit of a character.
Queenscliff on camera there. These boys aren't rowing with the Cleavers. Damien Daly's Queenscliff crew rowing with the Cleavers, but not this one. And there's a shot of our start line there.
Got a few boat builders on the line there, though. So Northcliffe in the Perry, North Narra in the New Climber, Coogee in the Perry, Avalon in the DKG, and then up in Alley 1, I think Queensy also in the Perry. So
Coogee, Aboriginal word for smelly seaweed. No one's touching that one.
No. I think you're on the money.
Gun gets them away.
Pretty good start from the starter.
Macro.
Here they go. Watch Macro's hips. I'm a big fan of his movement. Once he gets up and running, he swings the hips and uses momentum. And there's Shero with the Queenscliff Reese Lightnings.
Strong finish at the end of their stroke as well. Finishing through hard. That's what I like to see off the start. You don't necessarily need to come all the way forward, but you need to finish back hard. And here they are.
Look at this.
The unbackable favourites. Have a look at them go with a fill-in in the second stroke position. My mail tells me that Sean, he rode in the 2002 A-grade final, led that race only to get done from behind by a Tugan crew. And they are rowing beautifully here. He's 50 years of age as the second stroke, and you wouldn't know it. He's as fit as, and he's an awesome guy that you can call in to fill in on your crew. And the Avalon Beach crew with Rick Miller smiling down on them. They lead us out here, fellas.
Yeah, he'll give him one more year in this division, but he wouldn't be smiling after that, I doubt.
Yeah.
He wants to see A-grade, I'm sure, up in Evan. So there they are. Not sure the fill-in wants to row A-grade next year, but hopefully Matty's back and he's away from his injury. He'll be spewing not to be here.
I'll tell you what, though, boys, Northcliffe have had a very nice trip to sea. They've decreased that gap that the Pinkies have put on them. So, let's keep an eye on them, see what they can do when they turn the tins.
Oh, yeah, they're a good crew. I think it's 3 of their under-23s from last year, and we would like to see these boys in A-grade as well. So a couple of leading crews here that we would expect to see in Open Division next year. There's your hip movement you were chasing,
Boom.
mate.
There it is. Look at him.
That's a dance move, isn't it?
Coogie's sons.
There's a quick look across as macro.
I reckon that's been used at the Coogee Bay Hotel dance floor a few times, that one.
Without a doubt. Macro, he's a good man. So, Avalon, 2 lengths ahead.
Nathan Welling's in. What's he going to turn this into on the trip home? Northcliffe now. They are going to hit and turn. They've got a decent lead as Avalon and also Northcliffe. Not the best getaway from the can by Northcliffe there. Man, look at Avalon. They're gone.
So there they are on screen with Avalon. Pinkies there now. You see them ripping it in. Boys have had a good season again, so winning most carnivals, setting the pace in reserve grade.
Yeah, the ASRL Open, they took out reserve men and reserve women. Good effort from the club there. Both swept by this man at the back there, Nathan Wellings.
And Queenscliff have come back up into it. They're a little bit out at the turn. But the crew from North Narrabeen and Coogee and Queensy are fighting for 3rd and 4th spots. You'd say that Avalon and Northcliffe are safe from here.
Certainly, Avalon, look at that. They've just picked up another little runner there. They've got 2 or 3 strokes on the top of that one. Northcliffe now, they are going to have a little run come in underneath them. What can they do here as Avalon goes through the gate cans? On your way back in, you need to keep your can on your right-hand side, whatever colour you're on.
Just got word in that the Avalon Beach Pinkies were spotted at McDonald's earlier in the week. So there's something going on there with the diet that we don't know about, but whatever they're doing, it's working.
They would have been eating salad.
doubt it. A couple of cheeseburgers and a Big Mac.
They've dropped it back a gear or two here. They are just tapping it in.
A little bit of a late charge from behind here. The Smokos at Donnie McManus can dial up a wave.
Let's go, Smokos. Get over. They're going to do this. They run the boat beautifully, but there's a couple to come with. I think Queenscliff really need to get a move on because Coogee are right there as a North Narrabeen. And I think that's going to be the end of the Queenscliff day, sadly. If what we see is confirmed.
Yeah, we don't know the position of that finish line. It was underneath the drone. But from up here, it looks like Queensy, that's their campaign done.
Sherrod, not happy with it.
Yeah, body language there would suggest it's time to pack the boat up, unfortunately, for the Queenscliff crew there.
Famous club. They did well getting a silver medal yesterday in the boat relay.
What a moment that is for a club. I know that in our own club, I would dearly love to see us being able to put a surfboat relay team on the line. A good thing for across the club to be able to do, and for Queensy to pick up the silver. That's a great effort. South Curl grabbing the gold, Currumbin the bronze, and then South Curl again in 4th position in the surfboat relay, where you need 1 male, 1 female crew and an under-19 crew.
Yep, and that is an amazing effort for 2 crews in the top 4. Two teams from the 1 club in the top 4, because behind them was the powerful North Cronulla club. Behind them was the powerful Palm Beach club.
Yep. I spoke to Gussie earlier on the beach, and he was quite chuffed about it too. He hasn't won the surfboat relay since 2009, so it's been a long,
poor bugger,
long term between drinks.
He's only won the one, has he?
We feel sorry for them.
His medal cabinet would be bursting at the seams, and my heart bleeds for the guy. But he's a lovely guy. Did he mention the sprint? Have we seen any photos from his sprint? He was animated. We called it.
I told him about the smile. I think he's going to replace Matty Wildman for the best smile in surfboats with that smile as he got out of the boat.
How's his hammies? Because he was flying up the beach. Didn't report any injury.
No injuries. I think he might next year.
Beach sprint, maybe.
Yeah, Masters beach sprint.
They'd probably win that too, South Curly.
Reserve female. They are back on in Heat 1, pushing onto the line here. This is a quarter final. And we've got Palm Beach Peace Mode in 1, North Narrabeen in 2, Allura Wilco's in 3, Tullabudger in 4, and Mollymook in Alley 5. Couple of good crews in here as well, Phil.
Couple of good crews and a couple of good blokes shouting out on the text message. Big shout out to my man Jared McComb from the Lawn Club.
How's Alistair? How's the old man going? He was in that 2002 final. I think he'll
Lawn Growlers, one of the prolific crews as I was racing them as young blokes.
Yeah.
Junior and an A-grade final on the same day.
One of the best under-21 crews going around with those boys.
Just looking at the heats here, guys, we've got two 5-boat heats, 2 5-boat heats and 2 4-boat heats. So it's just 3 through from this elimination race here for the reserve grade female.
So McManus has turned his boat around and he'll have the Sea Slugs getting out there.
Guns up and they get us underway, and you can see Palm Beach there on the left-hand side of your screen. Away they go. Boy, good start there from Allura. Wilco's jumped in nicely and got away. Oh, they angled across. What's happening here?
Oh, no. Hit him, Don, and he'll get a protest.
Yeah, can we have the wider shot back again there, please?
There's chaos there from Wilco, and Wilco's cut the master off.
Donnie McManus.
Hand up, Don.
Yeah, don't know if he's actually interfered with him from this angle here, which it can sometimes be tricky. It looks like they went across on North Narrabeen.
There is a little bit of a sweep in that gutter there, boys.
Waves coming.
Not what Tullabudger needed. They've caught one over the nose. They were the winners in the last race that they went around him, but they are going to be at the back of the field here.
That's North Narra with Donnie in his 50th year of sweeping, which is some sort of effort. The Messiah. But his crew's got a bit of work to do here now, and they had a good campaign in the Masters, picking up a silver. But it's one crew out in front, Don, and it's another blue boat, and it's Allura.
Yeah, great start there from Wilco, and they're ripping away. Edwina Wright sitting in the stroke seat there, one of the vice presidents of the ASRL, does a ton of work for surfboats. Palm Beach, bottom of screen, they're going well also. Top of the screen there, the Mollymook Mongrels. They look like they're in 3rd place, and Tullabudger I've got to declare an interest there. Go Tally.
For sure.
Dropping
it's okay
back.
to be a little biased for our teams up here, Don.
Absolutely. Dropping back a little bit. North Narrabeen God at the back of that boat. I wonder if he'll have something to say at the end of this race for the squeeze that he got at the start. And there is Wilco looking over his left shoulder there. Edwina Wright in the stroke seat, finishing nicely there. Patrols on the Tullabudra Beach on the Gold Coast, lives up here and rows for Allura. That's some effort. And let's just see if Tullabudra can work their way into a third position here at least. Gary Williams, the swoop at the back of that boat. And it's pretty tight for the Miners there.
Well, it's good to see Mollymook in this race because they were one of the crews, I think, that got sent out to the third set of cans.
That was in the reserve men's, I think you'll find.
Yeah, so either way, I think they got through, and there's Wilco.
Wilco and Palm Beach.
Palmy's had a good second half trip to sea, boys. They've really made up some ground after Wilco's shot out of the gates.
Yeah, rowing nicely. Peter Spence steps over the quarter bar. He likes getting right forward in that boat, does Spencey. Gets down low, gets into the ear of his rowers, and doesn't he ride them home? And we've got Allura Wilco's and Palm Beach, our two leading crews, as they approach the back bank here. And they will get a lift out of here if they time this right, coming across this back bank. If there's a swell there for them, they can run on this different coloured water. You can see here it's a bit more shallow here. Is there a runner there for Wilco in the centre? Doesn't look like there's been much. Might be something here for Donnie McManus.
Well, he needs it. They need to get a wriggle on the girls. You see that long
Here we
length
go.
with the round Rolex, and they have got a little lift, and the Masters found one at the right time.
Yeah.
And keep on it, girls. Keep on it, girls. Get over.
Oh.
Sitting Ducks Allura with the field coming at behind them. But that's just brought North Narrabeen up into it.
Yeah, and we're looking at the top three here, we think, to keep continuing on in this carnival. Not sure if this is the last round for the reserve females today or not, but they'll be trying to get themselves into the Sunday. And this is a tight finish. Great row there from North Narrabeen and Donnie McManus.
Coming through the gate cans now, there's less in it. There's one boat out in front, but the other four boats are fighting for three spots.
Allura Wilco's lifting here, separated themselves from the field, and the finish line is in sight for the Wilco's, and it is on here for the Miners.
Mollymook's fallen off the back in 5 Don with Martin Drysdale, so Palm Beach spinning the wheels here with Tally and with North Narra. But
Two of
there's
these
a
to
wave
go
for
through.
Mollymook. Look behind, guys.
Oh, Donnie's got a
five.
little bump as well under him. This is going to be a close finish to get through.
Tally stuck in dead water.
Yeah, and we might look at our top three right there. North Narrabeen, good second half of that row for them. Palm Beach and Allura. Possibly the crews to miss out if they're only taking three through will be Tullabudra and the Mollymook Mongrels.
What a race from North Narra. Done well. Getting through that. They're in a spot of bother, but the waves come at the right time.
Before I leave you, gents, I'll give you a little bit of trivia to ponder on. How many times do you think Dom McManus has been around the cans in a race?
In his life?
In his life. I'll leave that one with you, boys, and
Gee whiz.
might catch you a little bit later.
That's a big call. I don't know if we'll
Yeah, I don't think we'll figure
be
that
able
out.
to come up with that even at a guess. So,
We need Tate back in here, don't we?
well, this commentary box is getting full at the moment. Everyone wants a piece of the action, and well, looking out to sea, and I've just been shouted out by the New South Wales team manager, Mr. Greg Hurd, and he sends his best on and
Good on him.
wishes us the New South Wales teams all the best. He was the successful team manager for that ASRL.
Did he bring that up or did you?
No, I brought that up.
Yeah, Greg wouldn't do something like that. Bring up New South Wales.
So there's Steve Larnack on the back of the North Bondi Assets, one of the faster crews this week in reserve women.
Now, Greg Hurd, if you're listening, my wife was saying this morning we need some more honey.
So Tash wants some too.
Tash is nodding as well.
Hurdy, you should get the bees working overtime. Sounds like you could make a few bucks up here.
Oh, it's a good drop. Yeah, it is fantastic.
Double honey tip for Hurdy's honey. So for Hurdy's honey.
Hurdy's honey.
That's
not
the
what he calls
business
it.
name.
Yeah.
What do you
need-
reckon?
You need to do the marketing for him.
I'll do the sales.
Yeah.
Not much of a marketing guy. Those guys just spend money.
You're more the
It's the
talker.
shopping. That's the shopping division. They
Guns
spend
up.
the money the marketing team makes. the SARS team makes. So there's Alex Headland on screen.
Yeah, and here we go in Heat 2 of the elimination here. We've got North Bondi Assets, Alexandra Headlands in 2, Bateman's Bay Banshees in 3, Currumbin Collectors in 4, and North Cronulla Comets in Alley 5. Good start there from the
Some
Banshees.
Good cruise in this one, the Banshees. And while I got you, I was just seeing Tracy and had to correct her.
You
Banshees.
corrected Tracy.
No, I had to correct my mispronounce. So I've just got a bit of their prolific stats. From 2022-23, they won State Resi's Gold, Masters Aussie Gold. The following season, Aussie Masters Gold, ASRL Masters Gold, State Masters Gold, ASRL Resi Bronze and State Resi Gold. The following season after that, ASRL Masters Gold, State Masters Silver, World Masters Gold, ASRL Resi Bronze, State Resi Gold this year, and just this week, Masters Gold. So they haven't got enough room on the jackets for the embroidery these guys get, but...
Mate, you can give her a tip. She wasn't looking at her oar there before, mate. She was looking straight down the boat.
I'm not telling her
Tracy
that.
Innes. I'm not going to tell her.
Nah, disagree strongly with Tash in the background there, telling people to look down the boat.
North Bondi Assets on the screen here.
You see that water around your blade there? That's moving all over the place. So if you're not watching it, it's a dangerous place to clip a chop or whatever, but...
Neil Innes at the back of the Banshee crew. Wife in the stroke seat. Ali Wayman in second bow. And the girls are rowing beautifully here. A few bumps starting to appear on the ocean as that onshore southeast breeze. I won't call it quite onshore, cross shore. And that'd be Foxy there at the back of the Currumbin Collectors. Davina Finter in the bow. She is a legend of a rower up this way on the national stage and pretty big in Queensland, Davina Finter. I rode with her husband, Jeff. Big shout out to Jeffrey Finter as well.
So the Banshees showing why they're at the top of the field, and there wouldn't be a bunch of rowers that have raced more this week than the Banshees. I dare say. They've
North
been out
Cronulla.
at the Masters. That's Jeff Loy on the back of that one, Don.
Yeah, the North Cronulla Comets with Jeff Loy at the back. He's a professional surfboat sweep these days. He's retired from work as the Banshees go around, and boy, they span it nicely as well. And they're going to take it away, are the Banshees, and let's see what they can do with that. North Bondi, good turn from them. Oh, that's a cracking turn there.
Good turn, sharp. Bogged down, though, just coming out of it, but they're in clear second there to Currumbin in third, up in Alley 4. And then it's a dogfight here for Alexandra Headland and the crew up in Alley 5. So we see Alley 5, the Comets, North Narrabeen. There's the Banshees on screen with Neil Innes. And you're right, Tash. Some of these crews do look down the boat. That's their style and their thing. As long as it works.
Donna, Megan, Tracy and Alison, as we've mentioned, the famous Banshees.
Run for Currumbin, Don.
Yeah, there is a run there for Foxy and his crew, the Collectors. 4 through, is that right?
4 through.
No, she was asked that. That wasn't a statement. That was a question.
We think it's 4 through. So.
No, we don't. We don't know. Don't start that again.
Don't start this rumour.
Yeah.
Okay.
North Bondi, bottom of the screen. The sweeper's asking them for something here, girls. The Banshees are going to hit through this gate cans in first position. If anything, these crews might have made a bit of ground back on the Banshees heading back home. Currumbin at the top of the screen there. The crew that looks like they're out of it now there for me, and that would be the one from North Cronulla.
Well, we think top 3 is safe, so let's just go with that. And here comes North Bondi, the Assets, right on time. Larnack with a wave. They've got to be good enough to get this to secure their spot up here in Alley 1. Lifting the rate there now. Just going away from them there.
Oh,
so
I'm liking the Bowie in the North Bondi crew. She's throwing herself into the bow there.
She's the original shredder. That's Emma, and they're going, look at Currumbin up the top. So it's Currumbin, the Banshees, and North Bondi here now.
We can guarantee those 3 will be going through. We are unsure as to whether Alex will or won't be going through here.
We think...
What do we think?
We're thinking if this is taking to 12, then there's 4 of these. They're only taking 3 from each. We don't think so. So we'll come back to you with a bit of accuracy here.
We might
Missing
give that
tape.
to her.
So we're getting help in the background. There's Larnack, president of North Bondi Surf Club, a powerful club. They got more money than you can poke a stick at. And you see there Alex Headland, Davies, a little despondent. So I dare say...
Yeah, they're only taking 3 by the looks of that.
I think that one's done. And the ABA, Advanced Beyond Accounting, that's their sponsor. We'll shout out to them.
Steve Davies.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Hall of Famer. Well deserved too. He is a great sweep.
We're going to be joined by Big Tom, sitting patiently in the background there. He's worked a big sweat up, Tom, and he's done some great work on the beach, young Tommy.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Tom.
Oh, thanks for having me, gents.
And we need to check in each time that Tommy gets back in the seat, whether he's got a date for Monday or not.
Yeah, well, we're working on your love life, Tom.
My love life.
We checked in at ASRL. The position was vacant.
Wedding speed run.
Well, we don't want to rush into that, Tom.
Don't we?
Just find you a date. I mean, you don't want to rush in to get married just yet.
Not me personally, no.
Well, we're talking about your love life. So, you're the man. The viewers got a chance to put a face to the name. When
Maybe
you were
we could
down
make
on
it
screen. You were looking good on screen there, Tommy.
A charity thing. I don't know.
Calling yourself a charity case.
Yeah.
Or get it to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
Wow. He's
All
got
right,
some sort of form on himself, young Tom. So
Heat 3 of the reserve female elimination here, and we've got Southport, South Australia on screen. They're in Alley 1, Avalon Beach in Alley 2, Collaroy Cobras in 3, and Maroochydore. And Tommy, you might be able to help us out with that Maroochydore crew. 3 of the Open women's crew from last year.
Yes, but I did get a little bit of trouble. Shout out to Erin. She's gone through a little bit. She had surgery, and she's only had about 4 sessions in the boat prior to Aussies. She came in to help cover one of the girls who broke her wrist during one of our later ASRLQ carnivals.
Accident prone up there at Maroochydore.
Yeah, it happens every time. January or February, someone gets injured and you need someone to come cover.
Crew is patiently waiting here.
we've got Tash in the background helping us out with some of these cuts. And we're looking down the screen there now. And in Alley 1, as you called it, Southport. In Alley 2, Avalon. In Alley 3, Collaroy. In Alley 4, Maroochydore. Well, it's definitely taking 3 because there's only 4 in this one.
Jason McGaffin at the back of the Southport crew.
One to miss out.
I don't know if you could call it this early, to be honest. They're all really gun crews.
Yeah, good team there. A full team of Sunnies wearers in this boat here on screen there now.
All watching their oars. Good girls.
We see Avalon done a good job in reserve women too, and Collaroy also, and the Maroochydore Binks, a.k.a. the Chums. So a little doubler for the Chums there now.
Punch through it though with speed. Left-handed sweep. Michael Brooks top of screen there in the blue and white boat from Maroochydore. And he's pushing the girls along. Bit of airtime there for the bow. She doesn't get out of the seat. Avalon Beach winners of the ASRL Open in reserve grade in this category. They are the form crew leading in here from the last national event. And it is them and Maroochydore, Tom, as they lead us out through the gate cans.
Yeah, Megsy's probably telling him just to take the edge off that finish. Save some bickies out of that turn. Avalon going well. Also, I don't know if the women's crew row rounds, but Avalon's pretty well known for it.
They're definitely rounds, mate. You won't get anything else at Avalon but rounds.
Interesting. So I have a backup beach if I ever go to New South Wales.
Or you can go to Bilgola, you can go to North Narrabeen as well.
Can you go to Bondi?
Nah, not with rounds. Sorry, Tom. We'll teach you how to row squares, though, and we'll show you why Croker reckons that's the way to do it. It's a science.
You're never going to convince him. He's been brainwashed by the Stones.
I once sat there at North Kira after the last Aussies here with a gold medal around my neck, having a man explain to me why I was wrong.
Yeah, he wasn't getting the fact you had the gold and he didn't.
I don't know. If it works, it works, and it definitely works for me.
So here's a bit of a stat for you then, fellas. When was the last A-grade crew to win with round Rolex?
Well, we've got to go back at least 3 because Bulli rose square. So who won before Bulli 4 years ago? Maybe 5 years ago.
Riders?
Well, they're square backs.
Yep, keep going.
I wasn't in the sport.
Well, there you go, Tom.
God, doesn't he hurt us like that? You don't have to play the age card, Tom.
Well,
it's
he's
okay.
trying to preach round Rolex with a 6-year career, Dom. So let him blossom a bit more. But back on shot, there's Avalon there now. Yeah,
we'll carve him up, don't you worry about that.
Absolutely, the young commentators.
On screen here, the crew there of Laura, Tegan, Lauren and Sophie. Nathan Wellings at the back, left-handed sweep, round Rolex. And beside them in the white boat, more round Rolex and another left-handed sweep in Michael Brooks. And you'll know how long the Maroochydore crew can row. We spoke to Tom last time about the technique where they throw their shoulders seriously. We had the bowman just about hitting the head. Here comes a runner now. Call us onto this one.
Well, they need to get moving down the tail of the field. Southport, the Bristles girls from Southport, South Australia in the white boat have lifted on Collaroy towards the back of Avalon and towards the back of Maroochydore.
Maroochydore might have gone through Avalon here. Let's see as they approach through to the gates.
One to drop out here.
Oh, good runner at the back there. Good runner there coming.
Collaroy rating up, but they're going to fall off the back. Now it's Southport's turn.
Wave for Collaroy behind though, guys.
Yeah, Cobras are going to have to wind it up here if they want to feature any further into this. It's going to slip underneath them. They're in a bit of deep water there. Not quite far enough in to turn that into something.
And Maroochydore, look at them go past Avalon up in Alley 5.
Yeah, they just seem to be getting better with each row, the Maroochydore crew. There's going to be a lump there for them now. Let's see if they can turn this one into a wave. As the stroke rating comes up, watch the body swing here.
Wave for both the leading crews here, and great drone footage, and shout out to Big Voice Media. This is exceptional to watch, and I know there's a lot of people watching around the country enjoying this. The Aussie Titles 2025. So both of those crews comfortably through, and Big Tommy's happy with that because that's his man on the back, Megsy.
They progress, and we are expecting to see, and here they come now, the crew from Southport, South Australia. They're going to fill the last qualifying position, and it's bad luck for the Collaroy Cobras. They're a decent reserve female crew, and they're out. They're in some pretty good company there. ASRL Open winners, Avalon Beach, on the screen there now.
Nothing to feel ashamed about. Very hot heat there.
Don't know if they feel ashamed. That's a bit harsh, Tom.
Well, I don't know.
So the commentary box is full here. We've got people in the background. We've got the doors opening. We've got it hard to concentrate in here. But
I'm going to jump out. We're going to get a Victorian back in here.
Let's have a look at that pink boat because Hurdy tried to tell me that was a DKG. But if that's a DKG on that pink boat, I'm going to eat my hat. That's a Perry.
It looks like a Perry to me.
It's a Perry all day. So Hurdy, one up. I want some free honey on that. And we've just been joined by Tate. So I am in trouble here because I've got Tate and Tom.
And Victorians are basically Queenslanders' cousins, right?
Tom's gone off on a tangent.
I'm going to be siding, I think, on Tom's thing. You know, he seems like a great bloke.
Thank you.
Well, let's keep it on track here, fellas. Here we go. Yeah. We just pipe down in the background there, please, guys. National audience. It's good to have a full commentary box. We're all excited to call the races. And it's a good team we've built here. There's Wander on screen now with Nathan Spinner. You see that check starter's flag. The onshore wind hasn't dropped off. So they'll be running out into the wind, coming home with it. When it's windy from the side, the wind hits your gunnel and hits the tuck and generally pushes the tuck around. So Sweep has to control the boat. Going out one way, the wind pressure against the tuck is going to push the nose to one side and then back the other way. So there goes, there's Plugger. There's your man Plugger from Palm Beach, Charlie Trotter.
Platypus is in alley 1, Currumbin Crabsticks in alley 2, Queenscliff Reality Queens in alley 3, and the Wanda Wildfires in alley 4. Round us out for heat 4 of the quarterfinal number 2 of the reserve female boat. This will be the last race of the day for these crews, and unfortunately for one of these crews, the last race of this weekend.
Last race of the year, or the season, as you said, Tate. Good call. So, one to miss out. All boats sort of bouncing up and down through that shallow break and trying to find the deeper water. But it looks like the Wanda team, and there's a confident Queensy Reality Queens in that nice pink Perry boat. And there it is. Even says Perry on the tuck, Hurdy. So we're on for that. I knew this stuff. So there we go. Palm Beach in 1, Currumbin in 2, Queensy in 3, and there's Wander in 4 doing a good job up in alley 4. Spinner on the white can. You see his rowers just having to negotiate their blades across that gate can. And it's a race in 3 up the southern end. It looks like Charlie Plugger Trotters just dropping back with his platypus. Tate.
There's got to be a lot of effort for those platypuses to try and get up, but I've got full confidence in that crew who have improved from race to race across the season, especially in the ASRL Open. I'm sure that we've seen them come from behind several times over this weekend to sneak into place, so keep an eye out on Alley 1.
Yeah.
But the Wonder Wildfire is sitting comfortably in first, followed closely by Queenscliff Reality Queens, who are on screen there. Nikki, Christina, Robin and Sophie under the tutelage of Matthew Sheridan as their sweep.
Yeah, Shero doing a good job with those girls, and those girls have featured in Masters and state finals the last few years, doing a brilliant job. So as they head out to sea now, just setting a tempo, trying to find rhythm, keeping the boat running forward, and as we look across, Currumbin just ahead, there's Steve Purcell, and that's with his crab sticks. And let's hope they don't get the crab stick that they got earlier in the weekend. A full seafood basket, as we said.
Oh, mate.
So, out to sea, Wanda angling up towards the right-hand side on the white can. Next to them is Queenscliff heading to the yellow can. Then it's Currumbin heading to the blue can with the platypuses heading to that red can there now as they go around. Wanda first, as we call, but the platypus have done a good job, Nate. Look at him go, Tate. I don't know who Nate is.
They've done really quite well to get back into here, but now it's going to be the hard yards as the winds started to pick up a little bit more down on the beach, but they're going to have a bit of an easier run coming back into shore as they were coming off it. Wanda's still sitting well in front at the moment. Queenscliff Reality Queen starting to make a little bit of a play as well. Wanda's on screen there. Alexandra, Hannah, Molly and Elisa under Nathan Spinner, their sweep. Very calm and very relaxed. He's brought the sweep ball. He's holding the sweep ball very high up. Making sure to just get a bit of extra purchase so he can steer the boat through in this wind as Charlie Trotter and the platypuses are sitting on a little bit of a runner here.
There's a run for
and
Trotter.
Here they come.
Yeah, good call. He's picked it up and he's right away. The platypus from Palm Beach.
So at his first ever carnival at Barwon Heads 2 years ago now with his under-19 crew at Port Campbell catching fantastic waves.
He's having a good go, and the amount of sweeping he's doing up at Palm, he's only going to turn him into a better sweep more quickly. And you see now he's towards the front of the field. He might have slipped past Wanda, and another run under Trotter here on the red can. So pointing the boat home to sea, giving the girls a lift, telling them where they are. The two stroke side rowers, they won't be able to see the other boats, and it's always an uneasy feeling when you can't see how you're going, but you've got to trust your mates.
Is that
there's
Currumbin
Trotter
coming
and
through?
there's Wanda on the either ends, pushing ahead. So Wanda and Palm Beach. Currumbin, as you said, Tom, and the work to do is Queenscliff. Currumbin and Queenscliff going to fight it out, but there's a wave for Currumbin, it looks like, guys. And Steve Purcell's going to take him over. So I reckon, sadly, it could be the Wanda team to miss out. No, sorry, the Queenscliff team to miss out. Wanda's safely through. Shout out to the Wanda. There's Plugger Trotter. What about those shorts, guys?
Part of his character, mate. They've built into him now.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Full of character, honed in Victoria.
I called
Port
them
Campbell
bike shorts
local.
once upon a time. They were pretty tight on the young man, but
He's just grown.
we're missing out.
Naturally stretching out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the Queenscliff team you see there now. Sadly, we think going to pack up their boat. A great campaign by the Queenscliff Reality Queens, and just not getting the run and the waves at the right time. They would have been there, but you know they will also be out of puff. They had a big campaign in Masters, then they got a medal yesterday, second place in reserve in the surfboat relay. Spit it out, Philo. So, guys, I think we're moving back to under 23 division.
Guys are up. Under 23 male surfboat, heat number 1, South Kirkhill Underdogs.
Current Aussie champs there, Tate.
Absolutely. And Tahi Bay from New Zealand, the 2-stroke in Alley 2, the Yira Buckyard in Alley 3, Mooloolaba Dusties in Alley 4, and the Kite and Rock Monsters in Alley 5.
So this is a hot division, and there's not much difference between these times and the A-grade times for the fastest crews. Underdogs in Alley 1 trying to go back-to-back in this division, but they'll have their work cut out because there is a fair few good crews. You see Termite Lowry on the back there with his son as the stroke. Check starter's happy with this line. You got there's the Mooloolaba boys, beg your pardon, Mooloolaba Dusties. And the Kyneton Rocks Monsters to their right up in alley 5.
So this will be a good opportunity for some of these crews to put themselves through their paces and test how they're going.
And I'm going off Tasha's notes here, and we think it's 4 to go through.
3 heats of 5 boats per heat to get down to 12. The first 4 will be crossing over the line first.
Good to have you back too, Tate, with all this accuracy. We missed you for a while there, mate.
Well, I don't know about the accuracy about my curl earlier in the day. As these crews go out here, we've got 3 states being represented and 2 countries with Tatahi Bay from New Zealand. Shout out to the viewers across the ditch watching their rowers go out in this somewhat challenging conditions with this wind, but the 23 boys are out here.
Yeah, there's the era Buckyers on screen there with Archie, Kai, Lachlan, Liam and Shane on the back. So it's pretty much an even line there now. The all-powerful underdogs from South Curl in War Daddy there on screen there. Beautiful footage with these guys. They know how to do it. They're big game players, as Termite will tell you. But it's Era setting a beautiful pace. So Era there in the South Coast boat next to Tatahi Bay in the South Coast boat. Then we go over to probably the underdogs here closest to us. Then Mooloolaba also doing a very good job.
Underdogs not content to just sit back. Putting on a surge now, as are Tatahi Bay 2-stroke, and they're really starting to close in on Era with that early lead.
Let's not leave out the Kyneton Rocks Monsters up in alley 5 there, because you can see their nose and it's not behind the others. So they're doing a very good job out to sea, the Kyneton team. Tash will be going off in the background there. And there's Termite. You see his left hand just comes into position, keeping him steady. He finds himself between those 2 quarter bars. And he'd just be staying calm, because you see the experience and the skill of these boys are just inching away each stroke. Building a bit of a lead now, going past Era, we think, but we'll get a better idea of the turn. There's Kyneton, fellas.
Rock Monsters on screen coming out of South Australia. Have always put in a fantastic campaign at a state level, as well as being competing very well at the ASRL.
First to turn is the underdogs there from South Curl. Era turning second, to Tatahi Bay turning third. Up and out of it, the underdogs. Looking at that. There's the Mooloolaba team. Getting around there now. They'll need to get their skates on, because there's one to miss out from this race.
Looking for these opportunities. These also Mooloolaba's sweep looks back to see what's coming on. South Curl's making a bit of a play. That nose is going to be staying down on this little runner coming through. Is trying to extend that run for as long as they can and milk it for all it's worth. Tatahi Bay and Yira Buckier sitting down on this wave coming through, powering through. Mooloolaba on screen, following a little bit behind the pack, but they'll have a lot of work to do to try and catch these runners. Like you've said earlier, if one crew gets 2 strokes on the one wave, you've got to try and get 3.
You need your turn. Yep, yeah, and you see the choppy water there with the wind affecting it now, so there's another lift for Tatahi Bay, but it's going to reform for the underdogs here in alley 1. And they're just going to keep driving it towards the finish line. So they're rowing away from them. But another run here for Tatahi Bay. And Era's right there too. So it's a fantastic performance from Era and Tatahi Bay to keep up with these underdogs. And the ones with the work to do coming from alley 4 and 5. The Mooloolaba Dusties and the Kyneton Rock Monsters. And it looks like there's underdogs coming through.
Sitting pretty safe at the moment. We have Tatahi Bay and Era going stroke for stroke, but they're both safe for the time being. It looks like Kyneton is ahead of Mooloolaba, but they're making a late charge.
Doing a good job there is the first 3 boats, and that's the underdogs crossing first here in alley 1. Tatahi Bay going well there, crossing in 2. And we see in the background there, it's Kyneton Rocks. Tash will be stoked, because they're probably going to cross in a safe position of position 4, which is enough to qualify and get through today. So we think that's their day done, these guys. Packing it up for the day. 4 through, according to your notes, I hope.
23.
That's what you've written.
Oh, they're 23 boys.
Thanks, Tash. We're on top of it.
Would you like a lemonade?
And an impressive campaign from the Mooloolaba Dusties there. I think first or second year step up from the juniors. Few crew changes as well, so they've done well.
Absolutely. But 4 going through, confirmed from Tash, and Kyneton Rocks with the 4th boat there unofficially. So well done to them and unlucky to Mooloolaba. There they are, the Kyneton Rocks monsters.
That's the critters on screen as well, helping them move the boat around. They'll probably be coming up in a few races' time.
Good tight-knit crew out of Kyneton Rocks for both their under-23 and under-19 men's crews.
Quarterfinal Heat 2 coming up here now, fellas, and it doesn't get any easier for the other crews racing now, because in Alley 1 we have the Currumbin Buccaneers with David Dwight on the back. In Alley 2, the current Australian rep team, current New South Wales rep team, the South Curl Burley. Currumbin Drakkers in Alley 3, swept by Anthony O'Toole with his son Jack in the bow. Bill Gola, his old club in Alley 4, swept there by, Neil, we believe. Then into North Cronulla Weapons, Alley 5, Vaughan Meldrum, the Weapons. There's Perry in the white, tall white frame in the stroke seat for the Burley. And this is going to be a hot race here, fellas. All crews have been performing pretty well this morning. See, there we go with the Burley, the current Aussie team, the Campbell brothers in the middle, and Smart Jack Rivet in the bow. So, driving it away there now. My young commentators watching intently who believe this is closer to their age bracket. It's definitely Tommy's age.
I still get the jitters before these races. I'd rather be out there.
Of course.
I don't think that feeling ever goes away when you're watching these juniors, the cream of our crop coming up through the surf boats.
Big hit from North Cronulla there up in 5, stopping them, and another one on the nose for Vorno there now. So that's not ideal, but that's just the luck of the draw. Powering through it, they've got a boat full. The other crews cruising past them. But South Curl Burley in that blue boat with Spiteri setting a bit of a gap on the field now. They had an earlier race where they finished third. Wasn't usual position for them, bit of a wake-up call. But there's the Weapons with Vorno on the back, and they're going to have to work, and you see those pumps. Those pumps are humming. So we see there now.
Very interesting, as like you've said, Phil, as Burley have now really set across from the crews here, setting out a very comfortable first position. Wake-up call for them earlier today. But you've basically got to throw a blanket over the next. Even though Cronulla got hit, the North Cronulla got hit by that wave in the start, they are right back in this.
There
to try
they
and
are.
find a position.
Yeah, you've seen those pumps have emptied out the boat. For those watching, the bilge pumps inside the boat empty any water out. Usually in surf we cop a bit more than we do this weekend, but not having to work too hard the pumps this weekend. But when you need them, you need them to work.
Absolutely.
That's one of the pieces of equipment that if they do fail, that can ruin your campaign. So, Bugola on screen now. Done an excellent job to be competitive in this under-23 division. Another crew you can join, Tommy, on the Round Rollick gang.
Yeah, represent.
There's the Burley in front. And it's the Dwighty with his Currumbin team here in Alley 1. Tooley in Alley 3. So the Burley surrounded by a Currumbin sandwich. And there's the Burley going through there now, followed by the two Currumbin crews into their turn. David Dwight, there's Tooley on screen there now. His son Jack getting it around in the bow. And then it's to their right, it's Bilgola. And then up to North Cronulla, who got hit. So, South Burley now in a more familiar position for them.
Sitting now, the two Currumbin crews make a bit of a play. I'm sure that they'll be keen to try and get over the top of each other here on this race. Bilgola sitting currently in fourth, a little bit ahead of North Cronulla, but the waves will start to fatten out as we're coming a little bit closer into shore, as we sort of see a wave now building underneath South Curl, and they're going to use this and pump it all the way through to the gate cans here. You can see that nose is going down and that radar's gone up and the power is going through the boat.
And they're just not letting off at all. You would expect maybe Gus is a bit kinder with such a lead, but they might be proving a point here that they're ready to go in the next few finals.
You train how you race.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to switch off, and I don't recommend turning off the power in any race like this because it can really upset your rhythm, and then before you know it, the crews are rode on top of you. So Gus will have the foot down and he'll want to gap the field here. They're on top of a green one, working hard towards the gate car, towards the finish line. Two Currumbin crews doing a good job, and it's 4 to go through. So the Burley are comfortably in the lead, and they should get that done. Second will be Tooley in the Currumbin crew with Dwighty and his Currumbin crew, second and third, and then fourth place Tate, who do you like?
I think Bill Gola's holding a little bit on the back here, but there was going to be a bit of a battle here for fourth place here between Bill Gola and North Cronulla, who have come up from all the way being hit on that wave. That's going to be very, very tight to call, and I'm not confident
They're still
to call
sprinting.
it for here.
Wow.
Ooh.
Cronulla may be lifting the nose there, but it could be an angle that we just can't see.
We'll have to wait for the judges, but we think there's David Dwight. He's very happy with his Buccaneers. Those boys will get another night in Camp Dwight up at Dwighty's house, and they'll be good boys tonight. And they've saved another couple $100 from not having to hit the town. And that's what the Aussies can be all about. There's Tooley, Junior Tooley. There's 3 generations of O'Toole's on the beach. Dennis up there, official. One of the best starters in the country, Dennis O'Toole. His son Tooley doing a great job, and his grandson Jack in the bow. So he'll be a proud man on the screen. And we just don't know who got knocked out of that one, but we think it's 4 through, and we think North Cronulla might have just pipped Bilgola on the line.
We'll be keeping you for sure up with the results as they're coming through, as we now look to Heat 3 of the quarterfinal number 2 for the under-23 male surfboat here at the Australian National Titles. North Cronulla, Perds, Colts and Alley 1. South Curl Thick Shake in Alley 2, the Northcott Moose in Alley 3, the Palm Beach Finns in Alley 4, and the North Cronulla Blueies Colts in Alley 5. Throw a blanket on it, boys. This is going to be a tight race.
This is the third and final Colts race, Tate?
For the under-23 males, yes, it is. Will be.
4 going through to make up our final 12 for tomorrow's big day of finals racing. And you'll be able to join us on the live stream for the finals tomorrow. But we have some more races coming through today. And this is no exception, a real humdinger.
Gutsy start.
The Perds Colts, they're in Alley 1. There's Peter Spence. And he's in Alley 4 for the Palm Beach Finns. And they've had a good performance so far. They're a real fast crew there now. As is North Cottesloe. As is Nathan Wilson's team, the Thick Shake. And then Blueies Colts, getting a little check there up in Alley 5 from North Cronulla. So North Cronulla on either end of this course. You see Perds in this one, bouncing up and down, not getting much wave support there because his nose kept going up and down. But it's the Palm Beach Finns. And they're always featuring in this under-23 division. Peter Spence.
There's old mate with his bucket hat.
Yeah, bucket hat stroke.
Good to represent.
From the Moose. North Cottesloe doing a good job. And there's Wilson with the Thick Shake.
Fantastic effort from these
See
crews.
those blades, just getting tangled on that gate can. Losing vision here. The door keeps opening. So, it's tough when you're at the top, Donnie.
Finn sitting comfortably in front here, separating a pack of boat length in front of the South Curl Thick Shake in Alley 2. Northcott, our WA representatives in this race, looking to have a crack here as well. Sandwiched in between the 2 North Cronulla crews of Perds and Blueies Colts, respectively, in Alleys 1 and 5. Palm Beach Finns with Spence's boys sitting well in front at the moment. Starting just those little waves coming through, the noses going up. It's going to be a very exciting run all the way back in for these crews.
And while it can really suck having that nose lift out to sea and those onshore breezes, you can really use it as an opportunity there to just pull away gently from the other crews. You can see South Curly here, stroke for stroke, just pulling maybe half a seat every stroke on the other crews. Northcott and North Cronulla kind of hanging in there for third, I believe, but Palmy's gone around right quick.
He's gone around right quick, followed closely behind by the Thick Shake of South Curl in 2. Northcott and the 2 other North Cronulla crews going around. It's a bit of a blanket between those back 3. 4 boats will be going through. Unfortunately, 1 will be missing out from this list of 5.
These crews here have used their opportunity to absolutely scarper. Palmy is pulling away, trying to get that wave ahead, and that's all you need. South Curly not quite getting it because Cronulla has got the same wave. And they're drawing close.
Have a look at Palm Beach out in front here, fellas. They had an impressive low row last time around. They had some hot crews beside them and they burnt them off. And have done it here again. Some swells coming here. Can Palmy make something of this to get them home on? This is the first of the opportunities. They're a little bit far out here, I think, for this. And they're not going to be able to do much. They need to get through the gate cans, which are going to appear in front of them here shortly. Gee, it's on for the Miners, boys.
Yeah, you can see second place really hotly contested right now. Curley, Cronulla, Cottesloe, all of them on the same wave, all of them really working hard. It might just form up for Cronulla a bit better than the rest.
3 through here. They will continue on. 2 boats will be all over and done with. And North Cottesloe, they've been able to run this top of this wave better than any. Peter Spence there on camera. He's safe and impressive too with those boys. Put an asterisk next to them. Northcott coming now. North Cronulla, that might be our 3 there, gentlemen.
It's going to be very, very tight going through here. There's a bit of a battle for now for 4th between South Curl and Bluey's Colts. It's going to be very tight to get through the 4 here. 4 go through here.
Taking 4. There we go.
Too tight to call, and I might give an update on the last heat that was very, very tight. Quarterfinals heat number 2. South Curl Burleigh went over in first. Currumbin Dracars, Currumbin Buccaneers in 2 and 3, and North Cronulla Weapons going through in 4. Unfortunately for Bilgola Beach Team A, that will be their season done, but credit to them and a power of work that's been done to get Bilgola's boats back up, and we'll be sure to see them in later years up at this event.
Yeah, just looking back through the under 23 males as the 23 girls push into the water. South Curly Underdogs taking out the first heat. South Curly Burleigh taking out the next. And the Thick Shakes, they might scrape through here. That would be a good effort by the South Curly Club. And we are on to only 23 female here, gentlemen.
Absolutely. So we've got the New Brighton Boomfers from New Zealand who are rowing in the South Narrabeen boat at the left of your screen. In heat in Alley 2, the Currumbin Cherries, Alley 3, the Freshwater Freaks, and Alley 4, the Northcliffe Lightning.
Current Australian champions in this division in Alley 4. Damien Claypan, as we've mentioned, the most successful boat sweep in history.
Just can't give it up. Winning is a habit for this fella.
Oh, and the sport would be lesser for it.
So
jumping away here, and that's the Kiwi crew. They are in the South Narrabeen boat, but don't let that fool you. This is New Brighton, New Zealand. The Boomfers.
Now, the Boomfers, I believe, have the 2 twins there, and a few years ago they were in the Open Women's New Zealand team.
There we go. Up, and is the nose going to dig in here? Oh, a little bit of damage there from Damien, but the girls pick it back up again and get it moving. But the Boomfers have done the best out of that. N.R. Perry there. Good on you, son. Still sweeping in the Speedos is N.R. Perry in the freshwater boat.
Perry surf boats proudly on the side there. No doubt about who they're going with, and I'm sure if you ask them, they'd pick a Perry any day of the week.
They have to.
No other option.
Don't know what happened to the Black Perry. I don't know if anyone can tell me. The one they rode in the George Bass. Haven't spotted that. Tash is going to tell us something.
It's still around. It was at Collaroy.
Yep.
The girls were actually rowing it at Collaroy. But it has got a sort of a fixed rigging. It's only got one pin with a rollick, so the setup for it is unique to the Bass. So they may have opted to keep the oars, the new oars, and go back to the older boat.
Top of your screen there, the blue boat of Northcliffe. And what a coach and what a sweep this man is. He can certainly get a crew fit, that is for sure. Girls rowing nicely there. They've got good body movement, good oars through the water. They're keeping the boat flat here, which is a bit of a skill. You don't want to be bouncing around, as Tommy mentioned, about the wind and the chops and the bounce and making an advantage of it. Well, the advantage to me is keeping the boat as flat as you possibly can. And Northcliffe are doing that right here, right now. Crews out in front there. We've got Northcliffe in the blue boat. We've got Freshwater in second. Then we go to the Kiwis, New Brighton, and trailing the field is Currumbin Cherries.
And if you've never been in the boat, it's easy to miss the fact that this chop here is not just up and down as you're heading out to sea. It's also left and right. And so you're trying to keep your balance and stay leaning in towards that boat. Otherwise, that rock can really kill your speed top line.
And Will, the Kiwi sweep, just reaches for, Kiwi sweep from the Currumbin crew. Not the one on your screen there, apologies. Got myself confused here. North Narrabeen boat being rowed by the New Brighton crew from New Zealand. There's your top three on the screen there, and I was referring previously to the sweep of the Currumbin crew. Will, he's got a bit of work to do here, otherwise it's going to be traileritis for the crew from Currumbin.
And Northcliffe Lightning, they're just getting a good run and sort of separating themselves from the rest of the field. Freshwater trying to go with them, and we've got the New Brighton girls just holding on at this stage for third, but it looks like Lightning a bit of dead water there. Really digging deep, trying to get a lift from this run. Here we go.
Yeah, the rating dropped right off there as they dropped into the hole, and I don't mind seeing that because I know the girls are finishing the stroke. They're not cutting it off and rushing to the next one. They're not scared of the big, heavy stroke. They're digging in and finishing it all the way through. Very easy just to chop the stroke off and race down for the next one when you're in that heavy water. And the girls doing well out in front from Northcliffe.
Look at them there, up the rating. They're really going to finish this off, chase this runner. So
yeah.
Put some dominance on this race.
Nothing there for them. Lumps building here from behind. Can
Dead
Freshwater, what can Freshie do here? Damien, pretty comfortable there. About as relaxed as you're ever going to see him.
They've done the work early there. Oh.
Freshie doing a floater there. They're going to drop down the front of that one. Nose berries in, but nothing that N.R. Perry can't handle. And he'll come across in second position. And there are the Kiwis. They're coming across to fill the 3 spots.
Yep, 3-3.
That are required to move on through.
And our Currumbin crew here just coming across the line, the Cherries there. So, unfortunately, the end of the run for these girls, but quarterfinal 2's not bad.
Absolutely. Absolutely not at all. They were here Thursday. They qualified through. Crew of Charlotte, Ellie, Josie and Sage. Well done, girls. And no doubt they've already planned their outfits for the Mad Monday.
They definitely would have.
I know that my stepdaughter Sam has. That was sort of a bigger deal at some stage, and actually rowing in the Aussie titles was going to the Mad Monday.
Thank goodness for the more logistically strong crews, the ones that seem to handle the entire section. I don't know if you guys have that, but we definitely get wrangled by a few of the more senior women's crews into what we're wearing.
You get bossed around, Tom?
Well, a few years ago I was going to rock up in a toga, nicked from my hotel bed sheets, but they did not approve. So we made some last-minute changes.
Yeah, neither does Destination Gold Coast, one of our sponsors. They wouldn't like you stealing the sheets either, Tom. It would take more than one sheet to cover you too, big fella.
I didn't say which Aussies it was.
Flag goes up.
All right, yeah, heat 2 here of our 23 females. We've got in Ali 1 in the red caps. You can just see them on screen. We've got Coleroy Crusaders, Allura Fancy Pants, next to them in Ali 2, Avalon Beach HCMFs in Ali 3, Williamstown Swimming and Lifesaving Club, the WAPs, over in Ali 4, and 3 through, so all vying for a spot to head through to Sunday to the big dance. Look at the different body positions of the Coleroy girls there. It works, but they're all different.
Well, they all hit the seat at the same time, and they look rather aggressive off the start, so
yeah,
we'll have to see if this pans out.
Gavin Scott, a sweep there of the Coleroy girls crew. Got a couple of lumps there in front of them that you can see that they're going to have to negotiate. Nose goes up as they punch through it. Pretty even start across the line here.
So Avalon just hitting that whitewater first, probably just with a nose in front.
Coleroy there up and over again. Don't we love a bit of surf?
Yeah, a little wave rolling throughout the back there.
Crew down there on your right hand side, that would be Williamstown, Timmy McFarlane. We've been talking about his fancy board shorts this morning. And this is his last Aussies at Williamstown, the Victorian club from Port Phillip Bay.
A good handy crew, these girls.
Yeah, he's heading to Wollongong City, is my mail.
Ah, a few Victorian sweeps have moved. We've had Maddie Salker make a shift up the coast here to Queensland, and yeah.
Yeah, Matty Solka possibly coming up in the next round of these 23s. Pretty even across the line there, apart from the crew from Williamstown. They look like that they've snuck out in front here. Might have a boat length or so on these other crews. To their left in the red and green boat, that is Peter Carter up the back of the Avalon Beach crew. I've just been told Nathan Waddell sweeping the Williamstown. Apologies to Azza Tannehill. He's on to me. I've got to tell you, mate, the list I'm looking at here has Williamstown swept by Timmy McFarlane, but you would know better than me. Apologies, there we go. You don't often see that from Aaron Tannehill, do you? An apology in writing.
Immediately.
Yeah, correction there. He tried to correct me, only to correct himself. There we go. Nathan sweeps the Wasps in Heat 4. Says, Azza, glad you're tuning in, mate. We're missing you here in the commentary team. You are one of the good commentators around the country. Unfortunately not up here. You had a work commitment that you had to stay to. Shooting guns or something. Something like that for Aaron Tannehill.
WAP's heading around in first place. I think we'll see Coleroy hitting the can second with the Fancy Pants at the same time. And Avalon just bringing up the rear of the field there. Just heading into the turn now, so they're probably a boat length or so away from the rest of that field there. They've got some work to do on the way home.
Absolutely, and not a great boy turn either from the Avalon Beach crew. My mate Peter Carter, 45 degrees out of the turn there. He's still not back, angled at the beach. Here we go. He's back at it now, but the longer you go sideways, the less you head home. And they needed everything they could possibly gain there. They're going to need a miracle here. The crew from Avalon Beach.
And of course, as you say, a little bit of a wave forms in the tail. They're going to have to use this still or die. But Allura Fancy Pants have picked up as well.
Yeah, Grant Wilkinson there. Oh, there we go. There's the run for Avalon. Peter Carter, have a look at him jumping up and down at the back of the boat. He's excited. He's like a box of popcorn, that fella. He's going off. And he's going to need to do everything to sneak into third place here. Any of these leading boats going to leave themselves exposed to the attack from Peter Carter.
Coleroy dropped off that one there. They've left themselves open. They might have enough ahead to be able to get on to the next runner and stay in front of Avalon.
These shallows, you cannot rely on anything at the moment. You're getting caught up and it doesn't pay out to be in front all the time.
I say Pete's on something. You can see him popping up and down again.
Yeah, Williamstown on your right-hand side. They're going to turn this into a wave. Don't know if the Fancy Pants can join them or not. They're rowing down it. Oh, Coleroy does not get over that one. They're giving Peter Carter every chance. There's our leading crew there. Timmy McFarlane barking at the girls. Get me to this line. I've had enough. He's going to come over. The Fancy Pants are going to come over. And it's not quite going to be enough here from Avalon Beach to feature any further in this competition, but well done to Avalon Beach and to Pete Carter. Good job, son.
Thanks for the excitement, girls.
There's a nice little row down between the finish line and the beach, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's like you get to just chill and glide through the gutter.
Not done. In fact, most people are rowing out to the bank to start.
Corn flakes here. I might just jump out and let Tate jump back in here and have a quick chat about this lawn crew. He's got the intel on the Victorian cruise. Oh, there's a tear in my eye as the Powers boat from Tullabudgera gets removed from the beach. That is a sad, sad picture.
While we're at it, I might just swap out for Phil. Ready, reinvigorated, and fresh from lunch.
Okay, so we have our third heat of our 23 females just getting on the line there. We have in alley 1 Lawn Flakes. Oh, we've got the Piha Piranhas in alley 2. Lovely girls here. I was having a chat with them on the beach a little bit earlier. Then we've got Palm Beach Pythons in 3 and Palm Beach Pina Coladas in 4. So some quality crews here. Piha are an exceptional crew, lovely girls. They managed to get a sponsor after the ASRL Open who funded their accommodation and flights to get the girls back over to participate and compete.
It's fantastic to see our New Zealand compatriots coming over as the gun has gone off and these crews are heading out to sea. Lawn Flakes in 1, Piha Piranhas in 2, Palm Beach Pythons in 3 and the Palm Beach Pina Coladas in 4. There's a few little lumps building behind these crews as they're starting to head out through the break, but they'll be able to go through with relative ease.
Ooh.
Flakes missing a stroke there. Won't put him in too much trouble. Nice angel wings from Piha going through.
3 going through in this one, guys.
Angel
2 Palm
wings.
Beaches.
I like that, angel wings.
2 Palm Beaches. Ali 3 and 4. Piha in that Talabudgera boat. There they are. Rowing nicely, the girls. Did a good job for New Zealand too over in New Zealand. They beat the Aussie team. 3 out of 3 they beat them. So convincing, because our Newport team was representing over there, and sadly they got an injury and they're not racing the rest of this week. We do believe their bow girl's okay. She got a bit of a head knock, which is great, and Kingy wanted to thank all the officials and everyone who helped out there, and he did say how good it was to watch the training of the people helping us when someone's in a bit of a pickle. And it was she was in safe hands and she's all good, so that's a good sign. But looks like the lawn crew here, Tate, got a bit of work to do.
But we have seen from Victoria time and time again, these girls will be coming out in the back end, but they'll be able to run these runners through home. They've had training at Road Night, they've been training at Fishers and been training down at Lawn at their home beach, and they know these swells quite well. These conditions that suit them. A lot of work to do to try and get back up to the crew in third. The Palm Beach Python sitting in alley 3. As the Pina Coladas of Palm Beach and Piha currently sit in 1 and 2. You could throw a blanket over those two. 3 crews going through. 1 will unfortunately be packing their boat on the trailer.
We're an hour away from high tide now, guys, and it just seems that Lawn just can't make that difference up. There's Matty Giblin with his crew on screen there now.
Anyway, just approaching the can here. So as we're going in, it is the Piha girls. They're going to hit the can first. Over to Pina Coladas. And have Lawn been able to close that gap? I think they've tightened that up a little. They put a burst on here. And they're going to come out almost in time here. Great turn.
Yeah, you're right, Tash. They have caught up to third place there, and it's a bit of a battle here for the all-important third place, because one will go home. So who's it going to be? You see, leading crew there now. Piha, Talabudgera boat, doing a great job with the girls.
Very tight turn coming in. There's going to be a battle in here for third and fourth here. The final place here in this heat, as these crews are battling out. Piha and Palm Beach Pina Colada sitting in 1 and 2. There's a little bit of a bubble going under Lawn and the other Palm Beach crew. The Pythons starting to build up now, as you can see. Rate starts to go up under Lawn. Rate starts to go up under the Pythons.
And Pina Coladas has actually taken over here from Piha in the lead. We can't see them off the right of screen at this stage. When we get back to that drone footage, there it is there. We can see Pina Coladas now have a good almost boat length, but Piha are going to push. They'll try and get these runners. They're a quality crew, and they're a fit, strong crew.
So Peter Spencer's crew from Palm Beach, the Pythons, have a bit of work to do. That's their counterparts on screen with Dr. Giblin there. The Pina Coladas doing a great job. And look at that layback, guys. Right back on the bow. There's nowhere that bowman can go further. Talk about sending it to the splashboard. And sitting up now as they come off the run, getting back in together.
Yeah, it was a good lean back there. She was right back on it.
And there goes Lawn here now. So it's Spence and McCaffrey. Palm Beach versus Lawn for this third final spot. Because you see Piha's going to take this wave. So it's going to be a shootout for these two crews behind, guys.
Crews are coming in now. It's going to be a battle here between Lawn and the Peanut and the Python. It's going to be very tight. We'll have to leave it to the judges there.
We think, sadly, looking at that...
I think it was the Pythons.
Looking at that screen, it was the Pythons. So it was all work to do. They rode so well to get back into it.
Might be Lawn packing up that boat, I think, unfortunately for them. We'll wait till the official results come through and we'll get them to you. But at this stage, it looks like it might possibly be Lawn bowing out in that round there. So that was the last of our... No, we've got one more. One more.
One more to go. In alley 1 of heat 4 will be the North Cottesloe Glossies, Surface Paradise Sinners in 2, Williamstown, the Wasps in alley 3, and Currumbin Vixens. You watch the Vixens go, they are red hot.
Yep, fresh off the win at ASRL, was it?
Yep, won the ASRL.
And the Queensland representative crew in that category as well. So one to drop out here. Have to declare an interest here again. Go you good thing, Surface Paradise.
Oh, going for Surface Paradise. I'm going for the Vixens.
Yeah, well, Don's invested in the Surface Paradise team. Got his stepdaughter in the crew, yes. So Sam's in that boat, and she's done well to get through here. So 4 in, 3 to go through.
Yeah, they've just been getting their way through. Unfortunately, the boat that they train in and they started the competition in has been ruled out. They're not allowed to row in that boat. Technical reasons there that we won't go into here. Matty Colker, not comfortable in the Perry boat. He prefers the DKG.
You'd think with his mates on the beach, someone might be able to loan him one, but there are some vessels already around for Surface Paradise, so staying with his club boat.
As they should. Guns up. Camera on Sam here in the stroke seat. Don't mess this up.
Away she goes. Beautiful start from Downey in the stroke seat there.
And Colker in the back of the boat. We're riding with North Cottesloe here. They're a red-hot under-23 female crew. They've got a few lumps and bumps here to get over. Oh, crew at the top there, the Vixens that we mentioned. They are a good crew. And coming in good form, winning of the RSL Open Queensland team, as mentioned. But they've had plenty to bounce through. Foxy doing a good job there, just holding the girls back as they bounced over that one, keeping the nose up. Surface Paradise here. Matty Solka at the back there. He's probably sitting in second or third position here. They need to maintain this, the girls.
It's the Vixens up in 4, getting away with it first to the deeper water. And they're starting to put their foot down out to sea with Adrian Bullock, the Foxy on board.
Sinners on screen here now. Second stroke there is out of the Northcliffe crew that won the Aussie title in this category last year with Damien. She is a good addition to the Surface Paradise crew. Strong rower and very good technically as well.
Yeah, she's a bit of a powerhouse, isn't she?
She's a great rower.
Great technique. I was having a chat with the girls on the beach on Thursday. Really nice bunch of girls. And all have clicked and got on with each other.
Boy, have a look at Foxy go here, though, with Currumbin. He's shown on the back of his boat. He is shooting out there on the southern end of the course. The cleaver blades there of Surface Paradise. Matty Solka, very comfortable with the cleavers.
Giving it everything is the Currumbin team, and this is their last race for the day, so they want to spend all the beans and leave nothing to chance here.
Yep.
Getting a good gap, and you see some good run coming through the field there on screen. So
they'd love those on the way home, Phil, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he'll be pretty cool, calm and collected, Foxy. He's a former sweep of mine, so spent a bit of time in the boat with him, and he's a great technician. He loves technique and really working on how to make that boat move well. Doesn't get too carried away and excited, so he'll just be whispering sweet nothings and keeping the girls...
Sweet nothings, Tash.
Yeah,
wow.
Just keeping them going along nice and calm.
That's what he did in your crew. He just let down whispered sweet nothings.
Yeah, just whispered sweet nothings.
To the girls.
Unbelievable.
Got us to a ASRL medal, so he's a good sweet.
Round they go then in first, whispering sweet nothings now, coming out of the turn, and it's North Cottesloe turning the red can in second. And there's Surface Paradise going with Williamstown now for the all-important third spot. Surface Paradise with their nose in front there on the blue can. So, back on shot. It's Currumbin getting a little lift there. There's Foxy pushing them home, sending the boat downhill. You see the lean back on these rowers with the downhill style.
Yeah, they're leaning back, hands away, waiting to the nose of the boat. They've run the top of that one. North Cottesloe, bottom of screen here. They've been able to go with the Vixens from Currumbin.
Really good contrast here with the girls when they're picking the runners. They're not rushing back to the catch. They're sitting back, leaving the weight in the bow, and then coolly and calmly just moving forward, letting the boat roll underneath them.
Yeah, good pick up there. And you see the more stillwater technique of North Cottesloe. They sit a whole lot more upright. They don't lean into the catch too much. They don't finish back too far on a normal stroke. When the runners come, they'll throw their shoulders a little bit. They're very upright at the catch. And that's typical of a North Cottesloe crew.
And a run for Foxy, guys.
Have a look at the Vixens. Through the gate cans there they go. Rating comes up. They won't turn that into a wave, but it just pushes them even further in front. Williamstown there, they are fighting out for the last position with Surface Paradise to their right-hand side. That's the one we're interested in. Who's going to take out this third spot? Williamstown negotiating their gate can now, keeping it on the right-hand side as they come through it. A little bit of an increase in the rating there as they had one come there for them.
Now this crossing the line is Currumbin in safe first place, we'd say, unofficial, but it looked pretty good to us. North Cottesloe doing a good job crossing this line. And where's third place here?
Yeah, this is what we're looking for, the all-important third place. Oh, and it looks like Surface Paradise there are going to slip down this one.
Beautiful.
And Williamstown Art. Good on you, Samantha Lee. Down she comes, stroking the crew there. Maddie Colker says, let her run.
And they'll be wrapped on.
Yeah, there's pats on the back. We've got the niece of the sweep in the bow of the boat. She pats the second bow on the back. They are through. High fives.
Silka.
Good on him.
Claiming it, and deservedly so. And those girls won't have felt as comfortable as they would have in their own boats. So that's even more of a story there, getting through there in a borrowed boat. And sadly for the Williamstown team, that's a good campaign. But they're going to have to put that one away and focus on supporting their other teammates.
So a few crews there. I think Pina Coladas and the Vixens are two crews to really watch out for as we get through to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, they
sort of stamping their authority.
Yeah, Palm Beach, New South Wales and Currumbin Vixens.
Don't forget Piha.
Yeah, Piha. Yep. Northcliffe.
Doing a good job.
Yep.
Couple of good under-23 female crews that'll be going head-to-head tomorrow on finals day, and we are pumped for that. And Tash is going to jump out of the seat. We've got Rod Costa in the commentary box with us as well. First time we've had two Victorians in here, Phil. You want to jump on here for us? Oh, there he is. Rod Costa. He's going to grab the headphones and sit down. He's one of our beach commentators. Rod, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, Donnie. Great to be here.
We've got you on air now, mate.
Yeah, I'm good, Donnie. Yeah, great to be here, mate. And we've got another 23 women, have we, here?
Different view. I think we're
junior boys.
Back to juniors.
Different view here, Rod, than what you've been experiencing. I've been up in your commentary position on the beach, and it's a whole lot nicer where you are compared to where we are back at beach in the Donga. Calling off the screen here for the people at home.
A little bit noisier on the beach, Donny boy. A little bit noisier. Starting to get them away here. And, gee, that's a great shot of the Bilgola boys.
So in Alley 1, you're going to have South Curl Tickles. In Alley 2, the Bilgola Beach Team A. In Alley 3, Wollongong done a great job. The Water Boys getting through in Alley 3. And Kyneton Rocks Critters in Alley 4. And they all get away pretty easy with the Kyneton Rocks boys finding the deeper water first. But the all-powerful South Curl Tickles, they'll be there or thereabouts because they're one of the biggest junior crews on the water at the moment, and they're in the famous Spiteri boat.
Darren Hocking on screen here now, the Kyneton Rocks sweep. South Curly wanting to go with them, but she's pretty tight as they head out into deeper water here. These
got some heavy breathing going on there, Rodney.
I just marched up the hill, mate. Yeah, Hocko absolutely has got a real team going over there at Kyneton Rocks in South Aussie. He's worked really hard, and he's really getting the benefits there. He's reaping the benefits. They're doing extremely well. This is the old Fairhaven boat. Great to see.
Have you ever been to the beach, Rod?
I have, yes, and Hocko's actually living there with his lovely lady Lindy.
In the surf club?
In the surf club as caretakers, and I think that's part of the parcel because they're just grabbing everyone that walks along and saying, come on, row a boat, and building crews. And
love it. Another professional surf boat sweep in our midst.
Exactly right.
Perfect. So the South Curly Tickles there doing a good job though on screen, and Spiteri in Alley 1 looking good out to sea. So there we see Kyneton Rocks and South Curly sort of gapping the field, and Kyneton pushing ahead of South Curly with Bilgola and Wollongong. Some work to do in a little grudge match of their own in the middle of the field.
And it doesn't matter whether you finish first, second or third, you're going to qualify through. You just don't want to be fourth. We are taking 3 through to finals day here. This is the last row of the day for these crews. They can have a rest after this. Oh, South Curly. They've had a good race after getting off the beach behind Kyneton Rocks. They've accelerated through the field.
Bilgola just turning behind Kyneton there, and then Wollongong in just behind Bilgola. So this race isn't done yet, guys. You see Mark Spiteri with the name boat after him, and there's his Tickles. The Australian Surf Boat Relay champions yesterday.
Yeah, what a club. We had Alan George Griffiths up in the beach commentary there before, the voice of surf boats for many, many years. And he was praising the South Curly Club, as we have all done. They've got a great culture going on there. And downhill she goes. They're throwing into the bow, and they've run that for about 6 strokes, still on it here now as they stretch their lead over the field. And that's what you want to do here. If you can be on that wave for a couple of more strokes than any other crew, you are going to get the advantage on the way home.
You see Wollongong there, Don, come back into it.
Yeah, 3 boats behind them. They are going for this place here. A little bit untidy here, the Wollongong crew. But there's plenty of guts going into the oars there.
There's the Tickles lifting again here as they go through their gate can. Kyneton Rocks into second, Bilgola in third, and Wollongong just on the tuck of Bilgola there, chasing another run through the gate cans here, Rod. So look at these guys go.
Well, that's exactly what they needed there, really, Wollongong, because they're taking 3 through, so you want to be there. Bilgola just dropping back a little bit, a little run coming through for them now. And on the screen now, we've got Kyneton Rocks, and you can see Hocko up the back there on the big stick, and he sort of knows he's got this one. He's sort of saying, let's go, boys.
Well,
we'll
does
just
he?
get second.
Look at this.
We'll get second.
They've done it, Rod.
Oh, Wollongong might have got across the line just in front of Bilgola. Wollongong getting the better of the run from behind Bilgola as they got into the wave area. Unlucky Bilgola.
Gee, they were a bit untidy, Wollongong, weren't they? They really must have some strength in there to keep that boat moving, but she was bouncing around a fair bit. When you look at them and look at South Curly got beautiful balance, run the boat magnificently, and gee, they're going to take a lot of beating.
Yeah, they sure are, and whole club performing well in every division. So I'm
just going to jump out here and hand over to Tate, and I'm going to leave you with a couple of Victorians. I apologise in advance for this, Phil Stefano.
You always said you were going to get back at him, though, didn't you? You know, sort of say
stitch up, right?
Yeah,
it's a bit of a stitch up. Right. No, we love the Mexicans. Actually, I was reminded when Pete Carter was jumping up and down, and you said he looked like a box of popcorn. Have you ever seen a Mexican jumping bean? They're a real thing. They tick around and just get moving. So I'd put Pete in the Mexican jumping beans category. He was excited earlier, but we've got a few races to go here today, fellas, to get through to the top 12 for the juniors.
How do you go with those Fremantle crews? They're all named after Mexican beans, and by geez, there's some good names.
Yeah, the fajitas got me feeling hungry during the week earlier in the thing.
Yeah. So
we look now to the quarterfinal 2 of Heat 2 here. Collaroy Rowdies in 1, currently on your screen with Mark Reese in the long sleeve white shirt that we have seen him wear all weekend. Palm Beach Parentes in Alley 2 with Peter Spence, Avoca Beach Wolfpack with Matthew Mitchell in Alley 3, and the Queenscliff Double Ds with Damien Daly as their sweep in Alley 4.
Yeah, I only learnt that one this morning, the Double Ds is Damien Daly to sweep, and gee, this is hot. This is 4 very good under-19 crews.
Yeah, the junior boys from Queenscliff, they're part of a silver medal in the surfboat relay yesterday. Again, another great effort by Queenscliff using their reserve women crew and coming up with a silver medal against the powerful clubs with their A-grade teams in there. So there's Peter Spence and the Parentes taking it off the line. Next to them is Collaroy in Alley 1, the Rowdies. Both been performing well. Sorry, Rodney.
Good shot of Spence in his fancy pants, and over they go. Look really good early, and as they do these Palm Beach crews, geez, they've got some good crews.
Little one to get through for Queensy up in 4, bouncing over it now. And then all boats pretty safely out to some deeper water.
Avoca Beach have got a little bit of work to do, sitting a little bit behind the pack to try and get into the top 3 spots here. 3 will go through. 1, unfortunately, will be finishing off their season here today. But they've now really started to put a bit more pressure. You can sort of see their rates lifted up and a bit more power under the Avoca Beach Wolfpack, trying to get back up. But it's Queenscliff Double D sitting comfortably in front as they're going through the gate cans now.
Yeah, you look at Avoca's rate. They've lifted it right up and they've accelerated away. They needed to step on the gas, and Matty Mitchell's pulled the trigger on that one. There's the Double Ds with the Cleaver oars. Damien Daly won a gold medal in his first season of sweeping. Good effort and a great ski paddler. He's a passionate boatie. So looking across that line, Rod, it looks just like Collaroy just dropping off at the moment, but there's still 3/4 of the race to go.
Yeah, you mentioned a champion ski paddler, and how many great ski paddlers or export paddlers make terrific boat sweeps?
Well, we went through a list of a few earlier.
Yeah.
On the current field, you got Richard Bridie, Wilco, Jack Patterson, to name a few.
Jeff Matthews.
Yeah, they're the ones that I know, and you guys would know that.
Matty Sorka.
Yeah,
Still listed as the St Kilda's on St Kilda's Sports Surf page for their lifesaving club as Matt Silker in a single ski.
Oh, perfect.
There you go.
So we see now
it's
there.
that knowledge, isn't it? Knowledge of the ocean, the knowledge of the runs and the sea and how the things work. It makes such a better component for you. So coming up to the turning cans now, Phil, and we'll get a good feel for it. And those big cleaver oars doing the work there for Queensy. Good day to use the cleavers.
Yeah, Damien Daly there getting it round and up and out of there and on the white can. And we've raced off the white can all week, and that's Sally 7 in the field. So they're starting from the right to left. So Daly on the furthest right of screen. He's got to squeeze it inside there. You'll see him come home now. The Wolfpack done a very good job to get back into this, as has Palm Beach. And it looks like, unfortunately at the moment, with the work to do is the Collaroy Rowdies with Mark Rees. Because Peter Spencer's revved his boys up and they're taken off. And Matty Mitchell's going to have a little run behind those guys shortly. So there's the leaders. DD on screen with his DDs.
Looking for these
a little bit disappointing, they are Collaroy there, but what a great shot of DD's there. And in alley number 2, they're coming at him, the Palm Beach, and Spency, he likes to ride the boat, doesn't he, Spency? He sort of gets right down, he's nearly in the face of the stroke at some stage.
Yeah, he's well over the front quarter bar there when you get a close shot. He's standing well forward. So that's the place to keep the balance for the nose down, keep the tail up, and you see again, just dropping out is Collaroy in 1, so it looks like Damien Daly and Queenscliff going through in the first position. Then to Palm Beach in alley 2. Back to the Wolfpack with Matty Mitchell in that Mike Tamlin Pease boat. Your man on the mic, Rod, doing a good job.
You beat me to it. He'd love that, and we'll have to replay that for him. But really look at Spency now. They've come right up on the Queenscliff double Ds, and they'll be the first 2 to qualify. In will come a vocal Wolfpack, and unfortunate here, I can't see Queensy getting there.
No, Queensy's through, and it's the Collaroy boys, I think you were saying.
The
there they
Collaroy
are.
boys, there they are on screen
there
now.
They are. So that finish line's a long way out, fellas, still. I mean, the tide is still doing its thing. There's plenty of water on the bank. But the finish line, next high is in 49 minutes, so...
Yeah, just come off the beach, Phil, and there's a big hole on that far side there where the cans number 1, 2 and 3 are... the red and yellow can across, and that's why they're starting over on the white and working back.
Yeah.
So very deep hole, and maybe a little bit to do with the cyclones we had up here. Been a lot of sand moved around, been a lot of rivers come in.
Yeah.
But really, conditions here at Kira are magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, it's great to be racing, and as we shout out to our sponsors when we get a chance, Tourism and Events Queensland Experience, the Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP. Brewing, Finns, Triple M Gold 92.5, the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and the SLSA's major partners, DHL, Isuzu Australia, Qantas, and Westpac. What do we got here? More junior boys. Collaroy again in alley 1. Different crew, different sweep, different boat.
Looking now, heat 3, 3 boats to go through from this 4-boat race. Collaroy back in alley 1, the Currumbin Erics in alley 2, the Marcoola Mad Hatters in alley 3, and the South Maroubra Salmons in alley 4.
Salmons are my old crew, and they've done a good job with young Sweet Melik on the back. You've got Jackson, Peter, Kai and Finn in the back of that boat. And on screen there you've got the Collaroy boys, Xavier, Luca, William and Kane with Rob sweeping them. The Currumbin Erics next to them with Max, Jonah, Show and Vern, and Lyle Clark's on the back of that green boat there, and then Mark Coola's away in 3. So anybody's race and one to miss out here, guys.
Know a little bit about the Mark Coola boys. They were at Noosa last year, and great kids, young Rory, Remy, Otis and George, with Stephen Ward sweeping them.
Yep. They've all been training hard. There they are.
Yep.
So you see Collaroy in 1, Currumbin in 2, Marcoola in 3, and South Maroubra in 4. And they're all working out to sea. There's not much in it with the Currumbin Erics, probably just a length in front of their counterparts. But you see here now, Collaroy, a real handsome junior crew, doing a good job. Had a good season so far, the Collaroy Black.
You can definitely see, sort of just before we've got the Currumbin Erics on screen, but the Collaroy Black was starting to pick up a few lengths there, building up a bit of a seat, and now they're effectively sitting a quarter of a boat length in front, or 2 seats in front, trying to catch up. But these two crews on the bottom of your screen have absolutely powered through the start, and it'll be a battle for them to try and secure first and second place. 3 to go through, just cementing a bit of position for tomorrow.
Almost 2 races here, Tate. The 2 on the left against the 2 on the right. And we can see Collaroy on screen doing it really nicely here, and beautiful work by them. But they're just a smidgen behind the crew from Currumbin, Yerricks.
North and South Maroubra and Marcool are not going away though.
No.
This is a proper race here now.
Yep, surprising.
So, let's see how they feature out to the Cairns. The Collaroy team was the New South Wales team. And they're the ASRL Relay champions. While Don's not here, we'll get that one in.
So there's the Marcoola boys on screen from Queensland, and they're a relatively new crew, as I mentioned, coming across from Noosa. And they're not too far off the pace. They're starting to work their way right into this now, so I reckon we're going to have a good race on the way home here.
Yeah.
Coming into the turning Cairns.
Nothing in it.
The Currumbin boys, the Eric's, nice turn by them. Look at Collaroy, look at the way they just got around there. Boy, right up against the boat, and just tucked around, and a good transition there.
Nothing in it behind them, though, with Marcoola and South Maroubra in a bit of a dogfight for that last spot. There's young Malik on the back of that boat, the brand new boat for South Maroubra in his second year of sweeping. Reshuffle the positions in the crew with Kai and Peter, the 2 strokes. Young Finn and Jackson in the bow. So Collaroy stepped on it out of that turn, and they've gained a lengths on Currumbin, who are trying to work back on top of a runner now. But you can see there now, Currumbin coming back at them here, Tate.
So often we've seen Currumbin and any of their crews make these runners work really well for them, as they're now sitting first above Collaroy at the moment. And it's going to be a bit of a dogfight for these 2 crews, but they've got the certainty of 1 and 2 at the moment. They won't want to be resting on their laurels as they're coming through, but they're making a good play to get a good rest for tomorrow in preparation for tomorrow's races.
Well, another good run here for the Collaroy boys, and Currumbin certainly making use of it, and they've opened up a really handy lead here as they go through those gate cans.
Yeah, the lead switched around a few times with Collaroy and Currumbin switching leaders a few times, and here comes Collaroy back at Currumbin, and these 2 crews have pushed each other into a comfortable position because they're both going to qualify and they're both going to be on this run going over the wave. And it won't matter who gets first or second. Maybe a bit of bragging rights, and we think maybe Collaroy just with their nose in front of that one. But looking back to see, it's Marcoola now with South Maroubra just falling off the back. And sadly, I think their day's done, the Salmons. I think that's all over. Marcoola there, Rod, you said, going through.
Well, they're pretty happy with themselves, the Marcoola boys. A few high fives there, pats on the back, and really they did pretty well to row down the other crew there, and that's a good effort by them. South Maroubra, unfortunately, in that brand new boat, as you mentioned, and gee, she's shiny.
Yeah, it's missing out there, unfortunately, the Silly Salmons, and they've had a good campaign, but the 3 crews ahead of them, we're going to throw down to the beach.
There you go. All right, so we're on the beach here with the Kite and Critters under-19s team. My personal favourite to watch every now and then. Now, you've finished up racing for the day. I hear this is your first Aussies as a crew?
Yeah, nah. We've been together about 2 years, but first Aussies, we've done 2 open events. Did all right earlier in the year, so we thought Aussies give it a fair dinkum crack.
Yeah, well, it's awesome to have you guys represent. And I also hear this is your first time making it through to a Sunday, some of these finals coming along. I hear you are the only overage person in the crew, so are you having one celebratory beer, or...?
I don't think I'll be allowed to. I think I'll get beat up by the rest of them, but definitely after tomorrow, definitely some beers, yeah.
Okay, so we're keeping it pretty tame overnight. Best of luck tomorrow, guys. Pretty keen guys get a final.
Yeah, we are. What do we got?
Kyne's got rocks.
Woo!
Hey there. Thanks, mate.
Great interview there from Tommy with the Kyneton boys. And what have we got? Kyneton's got rocks, so that's the team call. We're going to move into Heat 4 of the quarterfinal 2 for the junior boys.
You better watch out for this one. Heat 4, quarterfinal 2. Allura Floaters in 1. Mollymook Loose Cannons in 2. North Cronulla Funky Fresh in 3. And the Currumbin Cartel in 4.
Yeah, well, I've liked the Loose Cannons all carnival, and I want to keep with them. They're going real well, the boys from Mollymook. Good bunch of boys, as they all are. Here's Allura in 1, North Cronulla in 2, and 3, and Currumbin in 4. So they're all out of way, and look at them go now. There's the Allura team, with Mick McBain on the back of that one. Getting the rate up and trying to negotiate this low tide, or this bank across the break zone.
That's a great shot of the Allura boys, and now we've got the North Cronulla boys on screen there, and they're well and truly out also, and doing really well. Another great race. There's a bit of fourth heat of 4, so we're taking 3 through from each one, which will give us 12.
12 through to the final day tomorrow, Rod. Good call, and it's North Cronulla doing a good job at the early stage, with Currumbin up in for the cartel, with Will McDowell on the back of that boat. And next to him, the North Cronulla boys, and that's Funky McDonald on the back of the North Cronulla boat. So those two crews with the early lead, just dropping back to the Loose Cannons in 3rd. And then a few lengths behind them was going to be the Allura Floaters in Alley 1, with some work to do. So the Loose Cannons on board now. Jonesy on the back of that boat.
With Tom, Paul, Hugo and Oscar in their boat. Mollymook, over the past handful of years, have been building up their surf boat section again, and it's great to see them to get this under-19 crew sitting in at least the top 16 in the country at the moment in the under-19 males. They're looking to try and go one better and get into the under-12s and maybe even make the final.
Well, they're well on the way, the Mollymook boys. They're clearly 3rd here. It's Allura, the ones that are just that little bit back. North Cronulla looking really good with those striped oars. Traditional of the North Cronulla club, and what a great club. They've got 20 plus crews up there for the Australian titles, almost 100 rowers, so geez, that's a big campaign for them.
Yeah, well, it's a huge effort, and one of the powerful clubs in Sydney, and the most powerful Sydney branch club there, edging their way, and Mark Funky McDonald's one of the top sweeps of that club, and he's going to take the nose round first on the yellow can in alley 3, followed by Currumbin, and then the Loose Cannons going in now. So these 3 crews just need to maintain their positions and keep Allura at bay if they want to get through to tomorrow. Allura will be hoping for a wave to get through from the field and catch a big runner through the back of these cans.
Mollymook getting stopped a little bit here has allowed Allura to catch up on a few boat lengths on them, but as these swells start to come through, it's going to be picking up a little bit more as we see Allura starting to pick up the rate to try and catch up to Mollymook and sneak into a 3rd position here. Mollymook their noses start to go down. They're going to be sitting on this wave that Currumbin's also going to be sitting on.
Loose Cannons, yep.
Here they come. Very nice. They've used it for all their worth, Mollymook.
A few runners lining up. Yeah, a few runners lining up behind them too, Tate. So there's one for Allura just off shot there now, and they're really going to need to make the most of it if they want to feature, and they're really giving it their best. So here comes Allura trying to catch Mollymook to qualify, but here comes Mollymook's turn. The Loose Cannons now lifting the rate, and there's the leaders with Mark Funky McDonald on the back of that North Cronulla boat.
It'll be very interesting trying to get these boats coming through here now. 1 and 2, Currumbin and North Cronulla respectively sitting down. Mollymook starting to put on a little bit of rate here. Their sweep can see that there's a little bit of a runner building out behind him. They're going to try and cement this position here as they go through the gate cans.
Turn this one into a wave perhaps, Nate. Tate,
absolutely.
That'll do them for the day.
That's a great effort by the Mollymook crew. He looked around there and he said to the boys, they're coming at us, we've got to do something here, and look, they're just going to build themselves right into the position here in the top 3. So they're our 3 to go through now. Mollymook, North Cronulla in the middle, and the Currumbin cartels up on the far side of the screen.
Yeah, and it's a sad end to the campaign for the Allura boys. Mick McBain on the back, there's Funky. And they'll be concentrating for tonight, another quiet night for the young fellas. And I think once you see in this junior division, when we get down to the top 12, they're usually the older boys in the division. You can tell physically they're bigger. And it's good to have the junior division because there's a bit of a pecking order as you grow up from 15 to 19. But then next year they go up to 23s and they're the young kids back in the big pond. So
before you know it, they're in the open, and that's where it comes from. Starts at the 19s. Now the ladies get their chance.
Yep, so
under 19 girls, next one's up.
Here we go. So we're just moving out now. That's Smithy from Coogee. going in next to Mark Reese in the comments. And we're getting to the pointy end here, Tate.
Now heat 1 of the quarterfinal number 2. 4 heats of 4 down to 12. 3 boats going from each of the next 4 races. In Alley 1, it's going to be the Coleroy Cannons. Alley 2, the Coogee Nut Crabbers. Alley 3, the South Curl Cruisers. And in Alley 4, it's the Palm Beach Prosecco.
And thanks to Rod Costa for jumping in and covering us here in the live stream. Well done, mate. As mentioned, a bit of a different setup from where you've just come from. And we've just gone through high tide, believe it or not. The tide is going back out again now. We've only got about, let's say, six or 8 races to go.
8 races left for today.
Yeah, and we're going to watch Mark Reese's crew here. The Comets have been performing all well from Coleroy. Sorry, the Cannons, I beg your pardon.
Is the voice going to last out this afternoon, mate? You seem to be fading there.
Just warming up.
Just getting ready for tomorrow.
What are you up to tonight, Tate?
I think, well, you're
welcome
me.
to come up to Don's, mate.
You've convinced me to come up to Don's.
There's a spare room. Peter will make the coffee.
Oh.
Got a pool there. Dead set.
It'd be rude not to come the way that you're describing it,
mate.
On behalf of Don, so
Egyptian cotton thread count is deluxe on the sheets. Beautiful Sheraton towels. Dead set palace, and he's earned that. He's built it. It's a beautiful home. So back on track here now. Reese with his Coleroy Cannons, and that's with Delaney, Darcy, Chelsea, and Ayla. Next to them, the Coogee team. Gemma Morrison, Samara Leisha, Elizabeth Frawley and Tani Doyle with Smithy on the back there. Next to them, the South Curl Cruisers, and they were doing well all day. That's Ribs Fleming's crew from South Curl. And Palm Beach Prosecco too, Don. You called them early in the piece as well. So, a few little lumps you can see now as they go across shallow water. They've got to negotiate these bumps. Up and over a couple here for Coleroy. Another one for Reese there. Beautiful rowing from negotiating those waves. And there's more to come. A doubler for Fleming there. Doubler for Coogee. Coleroy just skipping out.
Good to see a bit of surf though, fellas. This is what we're here for. We don't row on lakes, we row in the ocean, and watching these boats go up and down and watching the skills of these rowers put to the test. It's good stuff. And there's Ribs. He got a special shout out from Griffo on the beach today. One of his favourite sweeps from Alan George Griffiths was Ribs from South Curly. And look at the girls finish back.
Yeah, that South Curl crew, Jess, Summer, Kiara and Ivy currently sitting well in front under the tutelage of Chris Fleming. Getting all the way out there, sitting in first here, building a boat length against their other competitors. Coleroy had a little bit of trouble going out at the start, but they've managed to pick it up again, as we've seen many Coleroy crews do throughout this weekend, alongside Palm Beach Prosecco and Alley 4. As we see Eleni, Darcy, Chelsea and Alea rowing through, building out to sea. They'll be on the blue can, turning in. But South Curl continues sitting in front, as we've seen many times.
Yeah.
That boat has got a heap of a workout, as you said.
That boat's flying, isn't it, Tate? And you see those good sized green lumps coming through the field there now. So we just hope it keeps building to make a more action-packed day tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly makes our job easier. That's for sure. Seeing a few smash and bash. Field tightening up here as they approach the turning cans.
Shout out to Ryan Early and Stephen Vespa, one of the famous Snagglepuss and Weapon Vets rowers, the two boys at the airport.
Never heard of them, mate.
Tuned in and enjoying our commentary, guys. And I hope you are at home too. So, field's come back on itself. The 3 premier crews, all from Northern Branch here. There's Fleming with the South Curly girls. You got Spence with the Palm Beach girls. And you got Reese with the New South Wales State team getting a good turn done on the red can, and they're out of there, guys.
Coleroy Cannons picking up a straight away there. Now they're sitting in prime position in the safe spot of number 1. But now South Curl starting to pick a little bit of the run as well as Coogee. Coogie's going to fall just a little bit back off it now. Palm Beach Prosecco in Alley 4 starting to pick up a little bit of a runner here. Drops off a little bit the one that the South Curl crew will pick up.
We saw some decent waves coming through, or swells anyway, and there's one top of your screen there, Palm Beach.
Coogee and Palm Beach.
Oh, they've got that at the right time, haven't they? And have a look at these crews scoot along on here. Just about looks like Coleroy's going backwards here.
What a wave by Fleming. He just dialed it and he put it in the right position, and they're still on top of this with Coleroy now.
He's not finished with it yet. The crew from South Curly there, they have pulled themselves right up against Coleroy.
And I want Coogee to get through this one from Sydney Branch. So come on, Smithy, get him home. Let's go, Jem. Pushing hard now, trying to catch that Palm Beach boat and get their nose in front. This is a long way from over, fellas.
Certainly is, but we've got South Curly out in front. Coleroy, they were winning the rowing race until that swell came through for Ribsy, and now he's going to be first back through the gate cans and into the wave zone. These leading crews
Run
head.
for Coogee now if they can spin it up,
Oh,
Don. Light and shade, as you say. Light and shade, fast and slow.
Oh, and for Palm Beach now, as Coogee drops back into the hole. They've got another one here, though. What can Coogee do with this?
Let's go, Jem. Get her down it. Pushing hard now. It's a real battle for fourth place there. And Reese will love that. His nose drops over the front with the cannons.
And that's the shot we want there. We want to see this wide shot here. We've got Coleroy over the line. We've got South Curly in a bit of dead water, but they've done enough. Palm Beach flying down there. As is
making a good play here at the end here. Keep rowing, girls.
Oh, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure, Phil. The Coogee girls might have just got dudded there. Did not get the rundown that they got down the other end. But you are safe, Ribsy. You are all good.
Yeah, we think those three crews from the powerful Sydney Northern Beaches branch just getting through on the Coogee girls will unofficially wait there as we see them finishing off their spent. Smithy's done a great job there, and hang on to it. And they're home and hose, so great effort from Coogee to get this far in this race, and we think they might have missed out, so unlucky for them, but fortunately someone has to get knocked out, and it looks to be Coogee's turn, so shout out to Smithy and the girls there.
Down on the beach just before Phil, and you see those boats starting to come off the beach sad side. We're going to flick down to Tash now, and who she got.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, down here on the beach I've got Adrian Bullock, or Foxy here. Just checking that our comms are working. Okay, so down here we've got Adrian. Foxy, you've got two crews that have made it through to Sunday, Collectors and the Vixens. How's it feeling out there?
Really good. There's some really dead water out wide, but the Vixens are flying and the Collectors are building for tomorrow, so I couldn't be happy with both crews and how they're both going.
Okay. You girls won the ASRL Open. Are you feeling any pressure going into tomorrow to get through to that final, or are you just taking it one race at a time, and there's is there a level of expectation?
Actually, not at all. They are doing really well. Their speed's picked up. I don't feel pressure at all with those guys. They know exactly what they're doing, and we've trained hard all year to get to this spot. So I'm ready to go for tomorrow.
Cool. Okay, we'll leave it there and pick up this race that's just started. Back to you guys up top.
Tash, just while I don't think you can. Oh, she's gone. Sorry about that. We wanted to find out if Foxy was whispering sweet nothings.
So Donnie's pulled us back on, and yeah, we'll get back to the sweet nothings conversation. And there's our man on the right-hand side, Scotty Edwards, with the Coffs Harbour Fruit Loops in 4. Next to them is the Mona Vale McChicks in Alley 3, North Cottesloe in the blue and white boat in Alley 2. And down this end, closest to us, is the Noosa Heads Birds, swept by Stewie Cooper. So,
Coffs Harbour going over plenty. Scotty called the girls forward on the chocks call to lift the nose, and they bounced over a few down on the right-hand side of your screen there. And there we are, North Cottesloe and Mona Vale in the picture there now.
Kai Cooper on the back of that Mona Vale crew, and on the back of the North Cott crew,
Andrew
Pope, yeah.
Popey. What's going on here?
Well, Popey's
got
to change his direction, we think.
Yeah.
So we've got it as Coffs in Alley 4. Next to them is Mona Vale. Next to them is North Cottesloe. So he's cost himself a length or two, pointing it in the wrong direction, unless one of them got a crab that we didn't see there, Don. But
yeah, no, I don't think so. I just think the sweep there was just heading in the wrong direction. Might have thought he was on a different coloured can, and he's have to row away from the Mona Vale crew and head more to the left of where the Noosa crew is.
Yeah, he'll be turning the blue can you see out to sea. So it's, you see out the back there, it's the white can on the far right. That's Alley 7, yellow 6, blues 5.
And Coffs Harbour won't be disappointed in that little mix-up there from the North Cottesloe crew.
Either will Noosa, because they're not really too far ahead of Northcott, and they could use this position to get through. So
Stewie Cooper at the back of the crew from Noosa. Lottie, Samantha, Jens and Kayla. And out they go. Scotty on camera there now. Quick look over the shoulder just to see where these other crews are.
And that's with Amy, Andy, Darcy and Abby in his boat there. Right-handed sweep. Sorry, Don.
No, you're all good. I'm sure he was taking all the advice you've been giving out all morning as well, Phil. And Palm Beach, they're going to go around first.
I asked him if he wanted me to warm his crew up tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. But it's Monavale with Kai Cooper. He's probably just here. Look at Kai's. Look at those lips go.
Well, I hesitate to say that they're sweet nothings. So
yeah, they don't sound like whispering sweet nothings at all, Tate. Can you lip read?
Yeah, winding the girls up here, firing them up. And why not? One of the last races of the day. You get through this one, you survive another day, you go through to final Sunday, and that's some sort of an achievement.
Yeah, very exciting for all these crews that get through to the big day on Sunday. It's a huge effort, and Kai Cooper wants to be part of it, and he's not going to stop talking until these girls cross the finish line. So they're in the lead now in Alley 3. North Cottesloe have done well there, Don, to come back into it.
Absolutely. They've rode the long course, have North Cottesloe. They didn't have to go as far as they did, and they look like they're chasing this Monavale crew and holding in second position. That's them on the screen there now that you can see. Have a bit of a look over his shoulder. There's Andrew Pope, hoping that there's something there, and he's hoped that mistake that he's made doesn't cost the girls further depth into this competition.
And pushing for third and fourth would be the Noosa team and the Coffs Harbour team. So Stewie Cooper and Scotty Edwards. Who's it going to be as they lining up coming through these gate cans? It's definitely Monavale in front. Definitely Northcott in second. But it's not much through to third and fourth, Don.
No, Monavale there. They look pretty safe to me. They're well and truly in front of Coffs Harbour, that's for sure. And Scotty is going to need to lift on something here if he's going to run down Noosa. North Cottesloe now looking safe coming through the wave area with not much assistance there. Scotty needed to get down the front of that one. He's not going to do it. Noosa slip on down and they come up to join the other two leading crews. They're our three qualifiers for tomorrow. And bad luck, Scotty and the girls. Good campaign for the girls from Coffs Harbour.
Well, we're going to have to get a couple more chairs up into this commentary box. Scotty will be available. You see there, sadly. You think Noosa's got through there?
Yeah, Stewie Cooper. He'll be happy with that. But they're going to have to lift if they want to be competitive tomorrow.
And a good effort from the Coffs Harbour girls. Huge weekend. They look good.
Was that the last of Scotty's crews? Is he?
Yeah, the Devon Singer's got...
yeah, his reserve grade crew was out that he was rowing in.
Yep.
And that was the crew that he was sweeping. So we will have the company of Scotty in the commentary position for the rest of the event. So it's not a total loss.
No, top bloke.
So we now look to quarterfinal number 2, heat number 3 here. And let me tell you, it's going to be an absolute watch here in Alley 1, the Woolgoolga Whales, Alley 2, the Bateman's Bay Skipjacks, Alley 3, the South Curl Runaways, and Alley 4, it's the Jan Juck Jets.
Who are you going for, Tate?
Oh, listen, I think we're all well aware. My answer here. Yeah, Molly, Eliza, Daisy, Sophia with Brett Mazuris in that lovely blue boat from Jan Juck.
And Aaron Tannehill is with you all the way. Up against some fairly stiff competition, but they're pretty red hot themselves. And Aaron Tannehill will really be missing the carnival now, sitting at home watching this. Check starters, happy with the line.
See, that's Timmy Smith on the back of the Woolgoolga boat. Beautiful work for his young girls to make this top level. They just got one more race to get through to tomorrow. So, a lot of nerves, I'd imagine, amongst that field right now for these young girls.
Yeah, there certainly would be. A bit of nervous energy. Looks like gun's up, is it? I think it is. Gun is up. South Curly got their nose in front before the gun goes.
There they go.
Away they go.
Smith in quickly, and away they go from Woolgoolga. So,
is he rolling sideways here a little bit, mate? He looks like he's pulling the sweeper up to square himself up. He's going to lose a boat length or so off that start.
Got to be watching that drag. As soon as you get in, it's going to point that way. So you do have to be careful. But it's Nathan Wilson there with the crew, the Runaways, with his daughter in the boat. And here comes Woolgoolga there now, trying to make up from a start. You're right, Don. There's the gap they've cost themselves, going over a little bump, and they've already cost themselves some work to do.
Yeah, Tim White won't be happy with that one. The start for Woolgoolga there has just cost them. They're going to have to do some work here to make it up. And with South Curly in front of us there, the Runaways, Zoe, Nikki, Rosanna, Abigail, Nathan Wilson up the back of the South Curly crew. And those three leading crews, they wouldn't be disappointed about the start that was done by Woolgoolga.
Yeah, not at all. Again, that can be a blessing sometimes in surf when you're in a 4-boat race with 3 go through and you see someone get smashed out of the background. It's the
stuff of dreams.
Yeah, just gives you a little bit of extra breath.
It'll be a benefit to the crew on screen. Jan Juck Jets currently all got 2 more extra years in under 19s after this season.
Wow, young crew.
It's what we like to see. They're going stroke for stroke with the powerful crew, the Runaways from South Curly.
What a relaxed sweep we've got there from Bateman's Bay.
Nick Jones. Look at him.
Yeah.
Up, down with the hand and no movement at all.
Just a day out on the water for Nick.
Looks like he's got his both legs over the front quarter bar there and he's just resting his back of his knees on that quarter bar. So, standing straight on. Nathan Wilson also straight on in the boat next to him between the quarter bars and the Jan Juck sweep Brett. A little more side on like a surfer. So nothing in this race. They're going stroke for stroke. But again, when you know you're in a good position and you know there's a crew out the back door, you can just maybe go for 90%.
Well, certainly makes you feel a whole lot better knowing that there is a crew trailing. We haven't got the wide shot just to see whether Woolgoolga is making any impact on our leading 3. South Curly in and around. Jan Juck, they're around. There goes Bateman's Bay as well. Not a bad turnout of Bateman's Bay. Good swing of the boat there.
All crews getting around the can in the right direction. And there comes Woolgoolga now. A couple of lengths out of it with Timmy Smith, so he's going to have to keep moving.
Reaches over, grabs the strokes, or locks in. But he now goes out of shot as our leading crews.
Timmy White, I beg your pardon, from Woolgoolga. Shout out to the White family. So, Nathan Orhead Wilson there with the Runaways. Running away with it again, we called earlier, Tate.
Absolutely, and the Jan Juck Jets look like they're going to be trying to put a little bit of the afterburners on here to try and catch up.
They don't need to. They just need to stay in front of that crew in 4th position, Woolgoolga. And I reckon those 3 crews will be feeling reasonably comfortable. Oh, Jan Juck, nice little run there. Just scoot along the top of that one. Got themselves a little bit closer to South Curly there. And Orhead's got a lot to say, mate.
Yeah. No, he's getting the messages across. You see him lifting there now. He must have felt that one under his feet. And here we go. Look at him go again. Charging on the run.
Yeah, we can't even see those runners. It's just we see the rate come up in the boat and we see the boat accelerate. But it's hard to pick the runners. Maybe something behind Bateman's Bay here now as they scoot away. And Woolgoolga still not in the frame. If I was a South Curly sweep, I would be cutting it back to about
60%.
Gear. Absolutely. Yeah. Just tap it over the line now. Let's save ourselves. We're through till tomorrow.
Mind you, they got a big rest. So here they go. They want to gap the field and they're going to do it. Great row girls, the Runaways. Well done to Orhead. Let's hope that name sticks. There he is. He's a great guy, Wilson. Very good.
Fantastic as well as we see the Jan Juck Jets on screen. They will be joining the Williamstown Waps and the Point Leo Edge and the Fairhaven Angry Otters as Victorian crews getting through the next day. Their hands are up and they are very excited from their boat. They are going to be absolutely wrapped.
As they should be.
Good call, Tate, because it's good to see the Vics getting through and we're riding with you, mate. Passionate Victorian in the commentary box. There's Nick. Good effort from Batemans. Did what they needed to do. And they're through to tomorrow.
Last of the under-19 quarterfinals. Number 2 coming up now. And we're going to have Mona Vale Menace in Alley 1, North Cronulla Gunnets in Alley 2, Currumbin Chaos in alley 3 and Met Caloundra in alley 4.
The Caloundra girls have been going along nicely. That's the missiles. There was a couple of junior girls crews from our Caloundra. You see Wagulga, Timmy White just finishing it off. You can be proud of that effort for those girls too. Wagulga on the up. There's James with his menace.
And in this Metropolitan Caloundra crew, we've got Sarah Schwab and Walter Schwab. You would think that that was a father-daughter combo there. They're at the top of your screen.
So great day's racing we've had here, guys.
Yep, we've got the reserve males coming up after this. And I think that's going to finish us off there.
Excellent stuff.
Their quarterfinals, so possibly another 4 races after this one, and we are done for the day.
So here goes Mona Vale Menace, New South Wales state champions, wanting to get through with James on the back.
Got the matching Budgie Smuggler Speedos on. The girls have got him in the matching gear.
And their stablemates, Kai Cooper's junior girls crew, have got through, so they want to join the party. You see Tooley, is it, in the back of the Currumbin boat there now? No, Dowker.
Brett Dowker.
Yep.
At the back of that boat.
There's Bluey Lee from North Cronulla.
Yeah.
North Cronulla, bit of work to do as they're starting to fall behind a bit of the pack of 1, 2 and 3 from Currumbin, Mona Vale and Met Caloundra respectively. It's going to be a bit of a hard hit, but there's stumps starting to form through, which is going to make it pretty interesting waves coming through on the way back, you'd hope. These crews make their way out to sea and start to hit the gate cans.
Great vision there from the Big Voice Media team, bringing us quality pictures all weekend. This is fantastic to watch. Junior girls racing, the Surf Life Saving Championships of Australia, guys.
Oceans never look bluer as Currumbin lead out. Brett Dowker at the back of that boat. And he's urging the girls on here. We spoke to him yesterday about he throws that left hand out like he's conducting an orchestra. He's an ex-Ironman ski paddler, knows how to read the ocean. Reasonably inexperienced sweep, been doing it for a couple of years. But he's certainly got plenty of good mentors around him at the Currumbin Club.
His arm going out like a conductor, and you'll be able to hear it as it sweeps. You sometimes hear what I call a bit of the symphony of the boat. When everything's in time together, it sounds like an absolutely beautiful melody as these crews start to go out.
Magical words,
beautiful to listen to.
This is just gold.
Mate.
You have touched yourself. That is beautiful stuff, mate. Be proud of that.
Oh, we need to
write this stuff down, Don.
Well, we need to pat each other on the back, mate, for getting him to the place that he's got to in the commentary position here.
He's come out of his shell, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And he's a valuable asset. So, looking out to sea there now. It's Currumbin slightly ahead of Metropolitan Caloundra. Queenslanders out in front doing a good job here now from Mona Vale. And then just dropping the tail would be North Cronulla.
Yeah, North Cronulla, I thought they would have made a bit of ground up here, but they haven't been able to do that. Well, Mona Vale sailed past that can. Oh, and they've grabbed hold of it as well. A little bit tangled up on it. And Mona Vale are going to give a length away here on the turn to the 2 crews at the top of your screen. Currumbin doing the best out of that. Brett Dowker gets the girls around and headed home.
There he is with the run under him now.
The
trying
conductor
to work it downhill.
Looking for the sympathy.
And it's Met Caloundra up in 4 there with a little run. And here goes James Meadows with his Mona Vale team trying to make up for that pretty sloppy turn. But he's going to get away with it in this one. And he's charging back up to the front of the field. And there's a couple more bubbles building behind him there.
You can see now Met Caloundra is going to be sitting on a little bit of a bubble coming through now, trying to pick up this rate now that the Currumbin and Mona Vale crews will also be sitting on it as Met Cal falls off. And looks like the Gunnettes as well trying to make their way back into the equation here. You can see that nose is desperately trying to keep down on that little swell, and they'll be able to pick up on this wave immediately behind them.
Another one,
take off for them.
Good timing though for them, another run, but you see Mona Vale taking advantage of it in one.
And Bluey, is he going to make a final dash here? He's going to need something. There's another runner underneath him here. He certainly had plenty of assistance on the way home. Currumbin, Mona Vale out in front, Met Caloundra. These 3 look like they've got it sewn up. But I can tell you, North Cronulla is ready to pounce if there is a mistake made here. Currumbin, look at the length here and the send.
Great rowing from Currumbin. They're going to pull down the front of this one.
And great sweeping as well. He steered the boat in the direction of where he thinks the wave is dropping away in front of him, like a good ski paddler would.
Yeah.
And he says, let her run, girls. And Brett Dowker takes him over the line. Congratulations. Seen these girls training in Currumbin Creek. Good bunch of girls. Mona Vale, they're going to qualify in second position. And Met Caloundra will make up the 3 to go through. An
Great
unlucky Bluey.
Great road from North Cronulla to come back to have a bit of a crack at that one at the finish, but not enough.
They just didn't go with them off the beach, did they, North Cronulla? They needed to be with them at the back of the break, and unfortunately they weren't. And there's the Vikings gathering around the junior girls. The girls step away from the beach. We got this. That concludes the under-19s for today. And we are going to go into reserve grade now, I think.
3 more races left for today. 3 heats of 6 in the reserve grade male surf boat for quarterfinal number 2. So they start to line up now. For this race, Currumbin Krakens will be at the bottom of your screen in Alley 1, Alley 2, the Maroochydore Force, Alley 3, the Palm Beach Pelicans, Alley 4, the North Cottesloe Charmers, Alley 5, Year of the Mart, and Alley 6, Gerringong Naps.
Let's throw it out here, boys. I reckon they're some of the quickest reserve grade crews that we've seen in a number of years.
Probably since 2010, I reckon.
What happened in 2010, mate? Fill us in.
The mighty South Maroubra Clippers
Yeah,
won everything.
Did they?
Except the Aussies, which was called off.
Did you sweep them?
No, I rode.
You rode in that crew? Stroke seat?
No, Don. I was a short bowman.
There's nothing wrong with being a short bowman.
No, I was proud of it.
Yeah, exactly.
We went up to A grade the next year, the
Yeah.
shortest in the division.
It's one of you guys can put 2 words together.
Most important seat is in the boat as Tatel Toy 2, Don, it seems.
Skill positions, mate. We got to think about going over the waves rather than 2 and 3, which is just you put your biggest, burliest guys in there and just let them go.
I got a message from my mate Digger King earlier saying the Naps got a medal 10 years ago at Aussies in reserves, a 3rd place medal 10 years ago. So that is a good effort that they're still featuring at this pointy end in reserves. And
Malcolm Dunwoody at the back of that as well.
There's the Brains Trust tomorrow with Dave and Mick Crow. Mel on screen. Nathan Wellings in and around it. He's always keeping up with the action, is Wellings.
Currumbin Krakens, bottom of your screen there. They've just got together over the last 5 or 6 weeks to have a crack at the Aussies. Tooley at the back of the boat there.
He's one to start with his sweep ball behind him. That's a Lyle Clark thing, I guess.
Crew's ready. Have a look at Billy, second bow. See how he gets himself over the bow. We won't see that. North Cottesloe in and away there. Oh, is that another left-hand turn there?
Well, it's just these blokes that start without the sweep ball in their hands and the boat just keeps going. So I don't know why I would persist with that, but it's Era the Marts there on screen now.
Yeah, just some short strokes trying to finish it back just to build the speed in the boat. Getting checked there. These glasses are popular, aren't they?
Well, Palm Beach there. Bit of a still water scene up there.
Maroochydore Force. What is going on there? They've obviously missed the start.
You see the bloke replacing Big Tom in the 2 seat there. He's bigger than the rest of them. Big lump of a fella, and they've got to get them moving because how many are we taking through here, Tate?
It'll be, we've got
definitely 4.
4 heats, 4 going through from this race to bring us down to 12. Across our 3 heats, the Gerringong Naps on screen at the moment. Malcolm, Mark, Mitchell, Richard and Michael.
Well, yeah, Malcolm on the back of that boat there.
Surveyor, I think, is Mal Dunwoody.
See his name's on the bow of that boat too, so another one with the honour of a named boat.
And sweeping that boat as well. How good. Maroochydore not making any progress on this field at this particular stage. And
the other 4 or 5 crews in a dead set line.
Yeah.
They did have the Maroochydore Force had to row as well, an extra race in the repechage earlier today, so they probably start to feel a little bit of it now. An extra tiredness of doing an extra race here.
Yeah, Tommy reckons he was under the tent and they were all dressed ready to go, only to find out that they were still in a repechage. They are trailing the field here. And there's nothing much in this, fellas. We're looking at Palm Beach, North Cottesloe, Era, and the crew at the top there is Gerringong Naps. Palm Beach there now. Matty Giblin, mate.
Yeah.
It
Top
is.
swoop.
Yeah.
Good guys. Very controlled.
2 strokes and away on the 3rd. Yeah, look at that. Pretty tight. Maroochydore.
Great turn from Meggsy, though, trying to keep in this one. He's picked a little bit of length on that, but it's Tooley up this end in for the Currumbin team.
Yeah, again, Maroochydore can bring it home when they need to. If they get the right runner underneath them, they'll slip right up with these other crews. But they're in good company here. You shouldn't be giving these crews too much lead because you're going to have trouble trying to get it back. Top of the screen there, Mal Dunwoody and his crew from Gerringong. Ira Mart's below them.
Wave starts to pick up. You see Maroochydore getting that extra centre, that lean back. That Bowie's hitting the ground, hitting the back of the boat, trying to keep it down.
Palm Beach rowing away from them though, Nate. And you see having a shocker. You see the bowman there hitting that splashboard, high elbow.
Yeah,
there they are.
Look at that. They've whacked a boat length or two. Meggsy just coming onto the back of a couple of boats here. And there's a little run underneath Maroochydore here now. And the bowman is going to throw themselves into the bow. And they're going to send it there and send it there. And they've brought themselves up here into striking distance. Maroochydore.
Gone past Era and going past Currumbin.
Gerringong as well, so over the top of the screen, has managed to hold this wave for as long as they can, and they're going to slip into first here. They might be trying to get a little bit of the double-up wave that's sitting in front of them. They might not be able to make it, but that is a well-held wave by the guy from the crew from Gerringong.
Naps showing age is no barrier.
They just needed to put the pedal down. Look at Maroochydore here. If they've come back from here,
they have done.
It might be something very special here.
They've gone past him and they've got a second, I reckon.
Unbelievable. One of those crews is going to drop out. We'll leave that to the judges. Hopefully not the crew, the Krakens at the bottom of the screen. Hopefully those guys got through.
Well, I think Era's definitely going to miss out on that one. They were a wave behind, you see there. But for the rest of them, it was Northcott, Maroochydore, Currumbin, all trying to get that nose across the line ahead of their mates. Qualify.
We'll just keep an eye on the results there.
You see Big Tommy was hanging around the front of that boat. He's a hard man to miss on screen.
He's a lump of a lad. Talabudra on screen there now. Matty Hickey wets the sweep ball. They are Talabudra's last hope for the carnival. Last boat left standing. And in Alley 1, they've got the South Maroubra Mavericks. Alley 2, North Narrabeen Smokos. Talabudra in 3. Service Paradise Sharks in 4. Queenscliff in 5. North Cronulla in 6. Another hot, quick heat.
We've got 2 hats on this race, Don. That's for sure. Alley 1 and 2. South Maroubra and North Narrabeen.
Donnie McManus, God at the back of the North Narrabeen crew. Guns up. Come on, Tally. Clean start here, boys.
See there, Don McManus gone into the old boat. That was the boat I was using. Apparently he didn't like the run of the new boat, so the boys have jumped in their old boat.
Good aggressive start from Talabudra there. They just need to go onto it here, fellas. Get yourselves into a bit of deep water. The first couple of strokes were good.
There's DD as well with his bees, flying out to sea, trying to punch through these little bubbles.
So powerful, that crew from Queenscliff. They just punch through those waves. You think there's something that might check them there and slow them down, but they just punch straight through it. Got the cleavers absolutely wound up.
His boat's a DKG Hurdy, that one, so you're right there. But as we look across the field, there's nothing in it. South Maroubra Mavericks in 1. North Narrabeen Smokos in 2.
I think Queensy have got the jump on them here. Our mate Greg Hurd will be pretty happy with that, watching at home, and I'm assuming from the farm down on the south coast of New South Wales.
Great state there, New South Wales. As we're looking out to sea there now, and there's DD edging ahead.
Graham Hugel to the left-hand side there, the Surface Paradise Sharks.
Well, we've got a bit of we've got the results from that last heat, that very hotly contested on the line. Coming in first was Gerringong Nap, showing, like you've said, Phil, that age was not a factor in there. In second, it's the Maroochydore Force coming all the way from the back. In third, the Palm Beach Pelicans. And in fourth, it's the Northcote Charmers, which means that Currumbin Krakens and Year of the Marts, unfortunately, their season is done for 2024-25.
Disappointing for the Kraken. Steer clear of those blokes tonight. I'll give you the tip on that.
Anthony O'Toole and co. He'll still have his boys in there tomorrow. So, see up in Alley 1, it's South Maroubra. I believe the drone's off air at the moment, so we're going to work with what we got and we'll pick it up as they turn the can.
That'll indicate us here, and I'm pretty sure it's going to show the Queenscliff are going to go in first. South Maroubra just starting to angle in now as he approaches his turning can. And bring it in now, and he's going to hit on that fairly sweetly. Nice work, 1-2 strokes, and around and away they go. Oh, she's pretty even turn there, fellas.
Not much in it.
No.
Queenscliff up in 5, probably the leaders.
All 6 boats still in contention here. Possibly the crew in Alley 2. North Narrabeen just a nose behind. And that looks like the drone to me.
You beauty. We're going to get great footage of this one at the finish. So, Damien Daly and Queenscliff in the one of 2 pink boats towards the front of the field. And there they go with DD again. You can see that line of water that they're going to chase. And that's a wave ahead. South Maroubra boys working hard in 1 now. The Mavericks trying to push along. Up in Alley 6, you see the team... North Cronulla, yep.
North Cronulla there. They're going to move themselves up in a 2nd or 3rd position here. Surfers Paradise Sharks. Crews that are in trouble here. The 2 trailing crews here.
North Narra trying hard with Donny on the back, and that's your boys Tally, Don.
Yeah, sad to see. Come on, Tally. Lift here, boys. We're looking to sneak you into 4th spot here. A little run coming under Tally at the back of the field here now, but they're in deep water. Have a look at the crews at the top of your screen there.
Queenscliff dropping down the front with...
North Cronulla Funkies.
Yeah.
Queensland and North Cronulla top of screen. They're safe.
You see South Maroubra pushing up, still in front of Surfers.
And momentum in the boat of South Maroubra as well. Surfers Paradise, their chance comes.
There's Funky and North Cronulla, so they're going to be safely through to tomorrow. And there's Surfers Paradise in the other pink boat. And we think it's going to be Surfers and South Maroubra. Great job from South Maroubra there, getting it done. And
bad
sadly,
luck there. Donnie McManus and the North Narrabeen crew, they are going to miss out along with Tullabudgera. Our last hope there from Tally. We're going to have all boats on the trailer. The only boat you're going to see left on the beach is the one the Kiwis are rowing. The Piha girls in the 23 Surfers Paradise. Well done, lads.
There's Hughes, he's happy.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with that. Well, the boys have got to be happy. They've a bit of a disjointed shift workers and what have you in that crew for Tullabudgera.
The worst race to get knocked out on.
Yeah.
The last race of the day.
Yeah.
So, sadly, someone has to get knocked out. And unfortunately, for North Narrabeen and for Tullabudgera, it was their turn in reserve grade, the Smokos. Checking out with Don.
One of the hardest divisions to get through numbers-wise, as well as the quality of the field, the tightness of the racing.
It's Coxie on the back of that Palm Beach boat there.
How's his white glasses, mate? They are stylish.
There's some of the specials from the ASRL, perhaps.
He'd have a collection. Here we go. What do we got, Tate?
We have got the Heat 3, the final race of today. The Palm Beach Peppers in 1. It's the Avalon Beach Pinkies in 2. The Allura Wilco in 3. The Wonder Vodkas in 4. Northcliffe Hurricanes in 5. And the Warhope Bonny Hill Nightmares in 6. 4 to go. 6 centre and 4 to go in the last race here today. The Allura Wilco on screen sitting in alley 3 with Grant Wilkinson there sweep. A few little lumps to try and get over here, trying to get over. Good pressure through the boat and pressure through the plate, getting over that little sandbank.
Northcliffe here, surrounded by New South Wales crews. What can you do, fellas? Keep the Queensland flag flying here. Bit of heavy water. They haven't got much boat speed, and they've got hit again. They're going to come out in around about 4th position off the beach. Palm Beach, bottom of the screen. In 2nd last position, and Wilco, not the greatest of starts if I've seen that right on the wider shot. He might have been trailing the field.
There's Mono and the Warhope boys. Good reach there from the stroke, and you see they're well placed at the moment with Wanda, Avalon and Northcliffe.
And that is the Allura crew back behind the field. And this sort of quality, with only 12 odd crews left in the competition, you can't give these guys a head start. And Wilco and Palmy are going to have to work pretty hard. We saw Maroochydore do it. They had a bit of help with the ocean, but they were good enough to run those waves. And there is the Wanda second boundman with that red ribbon in the hair, mate. Do we think that's a message to the girlfriend?
Let's hope so. Something special, but they're doing well.
They certainly are. The vodkas from Wanda. And their A-grade crew will be appearing again tomorrow. The Wanda weapons, they are one to watch. Northcliffe moving through the field there.
And with some work to do, but capable of doing it, I reckon would be the Palm Beach crew or Allura. So if one of these leading crews butchers this turn, these tail crews can probably catch up on them. Wanda just drifting off these 3 leaders. But the Avalon Beach Pinkies, surprise, surprise, leading the field from the powerful Northcliffe Club into Warhope Bonny Hills. So Avalon going to be turning on the green can. Around they go now first.
And they are just getting shorter priced on the market at the Avalon Pinkies. No one seems to be able to touch them. I don't think they've dropped a race, gentlemen.
Palm Beach having a very nice crew turnout there. They've managed to cut down their being behind by a boat length to about half a boat length now.
Yeah.
Starting to pick it up. Northcliffe is still sitting in front of the pack at the moment, while Avalon Beach Pinkies, as we've seen all weekend, absolutely just pushing through. Northcliffe now getting
We've seen it all year, Tom. Tate, we've seen it all year.
We've heard it all weekend. Poor Tate getting called Tom.
And
the
Nate
Avalon Beach,
having a shocker.
They are out in front. But it's up for grabs on these trailing crews. Have a look at this one under Palm Beach now. That's a cracking runner there. And they are going to work that one. Oh, man, that's going to bring them right up. Didn't that steepen up?
Huey still there.
Yeah,
favourably
wow.
on that crew going through, and now they were sitting in 5th, and now they are sitting in 3rd, trying into the prime position as they're going towards the gate cans. Northcliffe on screen, the Hurricanes looking and pushing through, trying to cement their spot in the top 4, which they will, sitting closely along with Avalon Beach. Wanda's starting to make a bit of a play, and as well as Palm Beach starting to get their boat lifting up now.
Is Allure at the back of the field and Warhope. Are they the ones that are going to miss out here? Last race of the day, Northcliffe. They've done what I said no crew's been able to do, and that's put it to Avalon Beach. But it ain't over yet. Little runner under Avalon Beach.
And Wanda's not out of this, and Allura's not out of this. No one is out of this. Look at Allura come past Wanda now. And they're going to pick up 4th spot at least, and this is going to be tight for these two
and
neighbouring beaches.
Northcliffe in dead water. They've done enough, though. The finish line is going to get quick enough to them. 3 boats in a row here racing for the 4 spots. Maybe Palm Beach, maybe Wanda.
Yep.
Maybe Allura.
Sadly, I reckon Allura just behind the nose of Wanda if what we see is accurate, but we can't call it from here, and we'll wait for the judges. But it was Warhope at the back door there, missing out, Don, but great call. There's the Pinkies.
And we will be back here tomorrow to do it all again. That is the completion of the racing here today. Quarterfinals day at the Australian Surf Boat Championships of Australia. As the beach thins out, the last boat's just hitting the sand here now. We would like to thank our sponsors, Tourism and Events Queensland, Experience Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Yeah Nah. We're still waiting for those beers to come up to be able to speak truly about the Yeah Nah brewing. Fins, Swimwear, Triple M Gold 92.5. Tune in there. The Australian Federal Government through the Sports Commission and Surf Life Savings national partners DHL, Isuzu, Qantas and Westpac. We thank you.
Sensational day of racing, Tate.
It's been a fantastic day.
You've been a breath of fresh air for joining us, mate.
He's come good, hasn't he?
He's a very good asset to the team. So we're grateful to the Big Voice Media team.
We're going to do ourselves out of a job if we keep training these young blokes up, Phil.
Well, they call it changing the guard, Don, but no, it's been a great day all round, and we want to thank Scotty and Tash and Big Tom, as well as Rod Costa for his contribution. And yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow's racing. Looking back at some of these efforts over the screen there now. Just trying to work something out.
You've got the signature of a doctor, Scotty. That's the worst handwriting I've ever seen. I think he's saying beer tonight, mate. Is that it?
Yeah, we'll let you know. Well, perfect. So, shout out was a great send off to our fallen comrades earlier in the day. The moment of reflection. Beautiful Gold Coast there. Events, Tourism Queensland bringing it to you at Tugun Beach. But we just want to say thanks to everyone for joining us today. And we're very excited for tomorrow's racing, Tate.
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic.
We'll see you in the morning from the 2025 finals day for the Australian Surfboat Championships. Good afternoon. My name's Phil Stavano. You've been with Don Cottrell and with Big Tate.
Thank you very much.
See you guys.
See ya.